Chapter 105. Yao Chong was a shrewd person, so of course he understood the reason. He didn't expect Li Yi to be so unreasonable. He originally thought that a gentleman would take advantage of the situation and answer his questions. Now he finally understood that this young man Li Yi was acting according to his mood and had nothing to do with being a gentleman. If he was happy, he was willing to answer questions. If he was unhappy, he wouldn't care whether he died or not. Therefore he said, "I was just joking. It's really tiring to transport supplies. Don't we have to transport coal after the heavy snow? Add a sled and set up the wheels. When it's snowing it can slide." Li Yi thought for a while and came up with a solution. Otherwise he didn't have any good ideas. In heavy snow, not to mention ox carts, donkey carts, and horse carriages, even cars would collapse. If they encountered a place where no one was clearing the snow, they could install a sled and still move forward. The three of them ate. Yao Chong ate the fastest and waited for Li Yi to finish eating. His face was full of expectation. Li Yi brought the two of them into the courtyard and took out a pen, paper, and ruler to draw a map. All the carts had 2 wheels. The axles of the wheels would extend out and there were holes on the outer ring of the axles to drip oil for lubrication. Li Yi drew 2 sled boards and 3 pillars on the sled. The gap on one of the pillars was just enough for the axles to fit in. The other 2 pillars supported and fixed the other parts of the carts. When we encounter snow or ice, install the sled. Li Yi showed the two of them the map. Li Yi said with a helpless expression. He couldn't take out a snow-removing cart, so he could only resort to trickery. However, in the eyes of Li Qingqi and Yao Chong, this was a big step in history. In winter, the carts could be equipped with 2 boards and pillars. When they encountered snow or ice, they could install the boards under the wheels and slide away. When there was no more snow, they could remove the boards and turn the wheels. This is good. Li Dongzhu is a great talent. Yao Chong praised generously. He secretly thought that he had made the right choice this time. He had been fretting over how to transport goods during the winter, which happened every year. This year, he tried to find a way and unexpectedly came up with a good idea. We still have to focus on repairing the roads and clearing the snow. Li Yi emphasized the most important thing. They couldn't let no one clear the snow just because there was one thing. Yao Chong nodded. This was something he could not promise. With his current status, he could not say how many people he could organize to remove the snow. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yao Chong took the drawing and ran off. He had to go back and find someone to make it. He really couldn't wait. Li Yi, on the other hand, went to check on the newcomers. After the newcomers had finished bathing and changed into dry new clothes, they were ordered to rest and were not allowed to work. Li Yi requested it. He was afraid that the group of people would be tired and hungry after traveling for a long time. Once they reached a place to eat something to relax their minds, they would suddenly start working and suffer from cardiovascular disease. And the one thing he was most unwilling to treat was cardiovascular disease. It involved a lot of subjects such as cardiology, neurology, brain surgery. He was all alone and didn't even have an assistant. The newcomers thought that Dongzhu was taking care of them. They never thought that it was because Dongzhu was afraid of trouble. The villagers introduced the rules to the newcomers as if they were chatting, including personal hygiene, work and rest, prevention of charcoal poisoning, family disputes, and so on. Can't I hit my own wife? A man was unhappy. He felt that it was right to hit his own wife. Yes, you can hit her. After that, get out. Don't look for work in Zhuangzi. A woman beside Zhuangzi was unhappy. Why did women have to be hit? The newcomer did not dare to look at her directly. He turned his head and muttered something like, "I hit you secretly." Secretly? The woman in Zhuangzi stared at him. Another villager smiled and shook his head. No, when women bathe together, they can see if there are injuries on their bodies. Don't say that you accidentally touched it. Our Dongzhu is a miracle doctor. No. The man gave in. He still wanted to survive the winter. He could not afford to offend them. Brother Yi, is it really inappropriate for a man to hit his own woman? Li Qingqi had received a traditional education and felt that there was no problem. Big brother, if a man needs to rely on violence to gain status in the family, then he is too useless. I am in charge of the whole Zhuangzi. Have you seen me hit anyone? It's okay for adults to hit children. I tell them how to hit them. They can't injure them or kill them. There are ways to hit them. Li Yi smiled when he talked about hitting children. This was because some of the children who were beaten at night complained to him during the day that their parents hit them in the wrong place. The little guy was better at being beaten than studying. He already had some experience. The problem was that he was beaten because he was not good at his studies. Couldn't he just focus on his studies? Soon, Li Yi's words spread throughout Zhuangzi. The villagers supported him. Only a useless man would hit his own woman. On the other hand, Yao Chong ran back and looked for Li Longji with the blueprint. He did not want to go to the Ministry of Works to meet Wei Zhigu. After looking around, he found the pear garden. Li Longji was talking to a group of people. One day, a man from Yangping Wei, surnamed Lu, named Jean, courtesy named Wenxian, came to join Cao Cao. This was the 5th chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. There were only 5 chapters in total. He pondered when he should go again. He asked Brother Yi to continue thinking and tell the people in the pear garden. He wanted to teach them how to talk better. In the future, if there was a new one that was not as good as this one, he would speak according to this. If there was a better one, he would reward them. Many people listened attentively. This was the first time they were listening to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They were attracted by the story. Your Majesty, I have been feeling uneasy these past few days because of the snow on the roads. Today, I coincidentally came up with a method that can solve the problem of the carriage not being able to travel on the snowy roads. Yao Chong listened patiently to Li Longji until he said, "The outcome of the battle is unknown. Please listen to the next part of the story." Only then did he speak. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong. He stared at Yao Chong until Yao Chong felt guilty. He asked, "You went to Zhuangzi again?" The Zhuangzi he spoke of was a special place. Yao Chong calmly said, "Yes. When I went there, I learned that there was a woman who had not eaten for many days and had collapsed at the head of the Ba River Bridge. Li Yi ran over and knelt down to save her. Soon the woman woke up. Li Yi's medical expertise is superb," Yao Chong praised. He knew that His Majesty liked to hear this. Sure enough, Li Longji smiled. Dong Zhu is exactly that kind of person. What method did Yao Qing find? Yao Chong stepped forward and showed Li Longji a diagram. Add a seesaw to the wheels and drag it through the ice and snow. Li Longji looked and nodded. The individual sleigh he told me about has to be flexible. If it is winter, we can use this to transport baggage. We can also choose to use the individual sleigh. The price of the sleigh is lower than the carriage. Your Majesty knows about the existence of sleighs? Yao Chong was puzzled. I also know that the infantrymen can use skis and poles to move quickly in the snow. When the weather is cold and the snow is heavy, I will have the winged knights try it first. Li Longji's mood became better when he mentioned the winged knights. He planned to expand the army at the beginning of spring next year and increase the size of the army to 30,000. Then, some of the weaker Ziyong manor could be removed and let them live a normal life. Yao Chong was in a bad mood. The winged knights were strong, but he could not command them. This army was in the Forbidden Garden behind. On the surface it was training, but in reality, it was because His Majesty did not trust others. If something happened, the winged knights could charge to the rescue. Each of them had 3 horses, weapons, and a bag of baggage that could last for 3 days. Yao Chong, since you found the method, send someone to do it and see if it will take time. Li Longji wanted to continue playing with the people of the pear garden and said to Yao Chong. Chapter 106. Snow comes every week of the year and there is no loneliness in the heart. Huts are built on fire, and the heavens are terrible and people are proud of themselves. In October, heavy snow fell. Li Yi wore a new cotton coat and cotton boots. He helped the newcomers with frostbite and applied ointment by the Ba River. This was another wave of newcomers from the west of the city. They were staying in the west of the city at the Sorrowful Field Nursing Clinic, which was set up by Wu Zetian. It was still under the control of the government. According to historical records, it would be handed over to the temple in 2 years. The Sorrowful Field Nursing Clinic was responsible for settling people and treating them. There were many people with frostbite. The treatment was to apply ointment and bandage, but the effect was not obvious. They also said to soak in hot water and keep them warm. The Imperial Medical Department sent people to help. Pei Yaoqing's Chang'an reminded him of Zhuangzi in the east of the city. He called people to ask about the situation and found out that Li Yi had settled more than 2,000 people in Zhuangzi. Looking at the Sorrowful Field Nursing Clinic, it was not good for the people with frostbite. If they delayed any longer, they would get sick and die. So he called 96 people with frostbite to go to the Ba River outside Li Yi's Zhuangzi. The people in Zhuangzi saw and ran back to Dongzhu. What else could Li Yi do? Frostbite treat it? He drove over. Today was his first anniversary here, and he had lived a fulfilling life. He first asked people to go to the pharmacy in the city to buy medicine. There was a ready-made prescription for Chinese medicine, and it was very effective for soaking. At the same time, he gave the prescription to the pharmacy. In the future, don't look for him for mild frostbite. The pharmacy had the prescription. The prescription was called Cassia fructus decoction. These 2 were the main ingredients. The pharmacy was happy, and the Imperial Medical Department also quickly got the prescription and filed it. In addition, for the frostbite that had already broken, Li Yi calcined borax and put it on the wound. Of course, he had to clean the wound first. What was more serious was that he could only use his lifespan to exchange for it. Fortunately, the people who were saved by changing the medicine could basically make up for their lifespan. I have cotton, so I can use cotton to spin gauze and then use alkali to degrease it. Otherwise, I would have to exchange my life for it. Li Yi muttered as he bandaged the patient. The patient listened without saying anything. Instead, he showed a grateful look. Keep warm and don't touch water. Come over tomorrow to change the dressing. In the future, look at the situation and reduce the number of times you change the dressing, Li Yi said to a patient who had just finished treating. If he wanted to get the gauze back, he would have to reuse it, clean it, and steam it to disinfect it. However, he could not bear to throw it away. This was not a matter of money. The patient's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to kneel down, but he remembered the rules here. No kneeling was allowed. Everyone bowed. So he bowed as well. 1 bow, 2 bows, stop, don't bow anymore. Hurry up and leave. Next. Li Yi rejected. Don't look like you're about to cry. Give me 3 bows and I can still live. The people behind came up, and the person who bowed just now brought his family to look for a shack. Yes, he was going to stay here and not return to the west of the city. 16 huts were joined together, 4 by 4. If there was a fire, there would be 16 fewer huts. Other places would not be burned. The newcomers last time built a lot. The huts they lived in before were built by the people in front. The huts they built were for the people who came later. The huts were covered with grass curtains to keep them warm. There were also people in charge of watching the fire and smoke in shifts. They did not have to worry about the cold in winter. Pei Yaoqing, who brought people over, and a few Yamen runners strolled around looking like they were inspecting. In reality, they were learning from experience. There were more than 2,000 people. Li Yi and Zhuangzi easily arranged for them. Everyone still had work to do and they were paid. The food they exchanged for was also enough to eat. Children under the age of 10 were given an extra boiled egg by Zhuangzi, 1 a day. Some children were thin and small, so they were falsely reported. Zhuangzi turned a blind eye. After all, they were thin and small. Eating eggs was nutritious. There was a stew in the big pot. When the lid was lifted, the oil could be seen. Naturally, it was soybean oil. Pei Yaoqing's face turned red. Anyway, the weather was cold. It felt cold. More than 2,000 outsiders were now in good order. There were no troublemakers, no sneaky people. There were no cracks on the children's hands or faces. One had to know that the lower counties had less than 2,000 people. But how many of the lower counties' magistrates, deputy magistrates, registrars and other officials could reach this level? None. Pei Yaoqing dared to bet his head that none of them could. Sure enough, it's a heaven-sent disaster. Pei Yaoqing sighed. It was snowing heavily, but there were people who could withstand the heavens and still help more people get through the hardships. If there was nothing to do, he would find work for them. If there was no place to stay, he would help them build huts. If they were afraid of the cold, he would help them with the fire. Ming residents, how good is Li Yi's medical skills? The Yamen runner looked at Li Yi, who was treating people with frostbite, and asked softly. Another Yamen runner said, the prescription for treating frostbite. If I had such a prescription, I would pass it down to my family. Pei Yaoqing understood what his 2 subordinates meant. Li Yi had so many prescriptions that he did not care about 1 or 2. It's not his medical skills, it's his heart. He is too busy and gives the prescriptions to others. Naturally, many people can be helped. Normal people can't compare. Pei Yaoqing praised Li Yi. At the same time, he remembered that the emperor valued him. How could someone who was valued by the emperor be normal? As he spoke, he entered a hut. It was called a hut, but it was actually 16 or 17 square meters. A family of 5 could live here. Any more and they would have to be separated. There was a wooden bed on the ground. It was propped up and not touching the ground. On the bed was a straw mat wrapped in silk. There was also a quilt stuffed with soft grass. It was fastened with thread. There were also pillows filled with rice husks and wheat bran. He turned around and saw a wooden shelf. On the shelf were pots, jars, bowls, chopsticks, toothbrushes, and towels. No one had lived in this hut yet. Everything had been prepared. When Pei Yaoqing saw the toothbrush, his mood was very complicated. Was this really prepared for people who were seeking a way to survive? He turned around and went out. He saw the farmer explaining to the newcomers. After going to the toilet, you have to wash your hands before eating. Use rough paper for the toilet. You are not allowed to use it too hard. The place where you brush your teeth in the morning and evening is also where you wash your hands. Take your toothbrush and towel. There is hot water. Drink boiled water. Cold water is not allowed. My Dongzhu does not have the time and medicine to treat you. There is soap and tooth powder at the place where you brush your teeth and wash your face. You are only allowed to use it there. Whoever dares to take it away will be chased out. Choose your own meals. Everyone has a big pot of rice. The price is different. Salted vegetables are free, but you are not allowed to eat only salted vegetables. Salt is not cheap. The group of people nodded their heads to show that they understood. Their eyes were filled with joy. So, their lives were not as good as they were now. Were they refugees? Pei Yaoqing looked at them and understood their expressions. Use rough paper for the toilet, provide soap for washing hands and provide tooth powder for brushing teeth. What does Li Yi want to do? Why don't you be the Chang and magistrate? I can't do it. Pei Yaoqing was afraid and guilty. What if Her Majesty came again one day and saw how Li Yi arranged the people? He turned around and went to Sorrowfield Nursing Home to see how the Chang and magistrate was doing. He then looked at the lives of the ordinary people in the city. Would Her Majesty get angry and cut down his Chang and magistrate? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a group of people appear on the other side of the Baishui Bridge. They were all riding horses and there was also a carriage. He stared at it. The carriage crossed the bridge and came to the left of Li Yi. A man and a woman got out of the carriage. At this moment, his heart turned cold. Chapter 107. Uncle, the more the merrier. Empress Wang got down from the car and wanted to rub Li Yi's head. Seeing that Li Yi was busy treating people with frostbite, she held back her urge. Pei Yaoqing slowly walked forward and told the bailiff not to follow. Li Longji glanced at him and ignored him. He turned to the queue and asked the person with frostbite, "Where are you from?" "Sorrowful Field Nursing Home." The person replied fluently. Pei Yaoqing felt his heartbeat become irregular, as if it was about to stop. As the head of Chang'an, he sent people from Sorrowful Field Nursing Home to Zhuangzi. Just as he was worrying, Li Longji nodded, "This is indeed a good place. Brother Yi can treat such a small illness with ease." "Brother Yi, I'm right. It's a small illness," Li Yi admitted. The only thing to worry about was that if the person did not keep warm in the coming year, it would relapse. If it was not treated well, an infection could be fatal. In his hands, it did not exist, unless the patient did not listen to the doctor's advice and went on a suicide mission. When the person whose frostbite was cleaned heard, his expression calmed down and he did not feel the pain anymore. In fact, it had always been painful. Now that the thick blood was being squeezed out, the wound was opened up and there was less internal pressure. Naturally, he felt more comfortable. Your situation is more serious. Every day during the day you have to take a hot bath for an hour. At night you have to take a wooden basin to soak your feet. When you're soaking, try not to get your hands wet. After that, you have to come to me to change your bandages. Li Yi finished dealing with the person in front of him and gave medical advice. Another person came over from behind and stood still. "Stretch out your hand," Li Yi requested. The person stretched out both hands. Li Yi looked at them and said, "This is not the case. You haven't washed your hands for a long time and it got wet from the snow. There's a layer of mud on the outside. Warm your hands with hot water and wash them with soap." "Feet." The person lowered his head. Li Yi turned to He Yan and said, "Bring a folding chair over." The chair was brought over. "Sit down," Li Yi instructed. The man sat down. Li Yi squatted down and took off his shoes. There were indeed frostbites on his feet. Li Yi pressed down and said, "You soak your feet first and then I'll treat it for you. If you wash it after I'm done, it'll be a waste of time." As he spoke, Li Yi got up and went to the side to wash his hands. The palace maid Chui Lu mixed hot and cold water for him. By the time Li Yi was done, Tao Hong had already prepared a new basin for the patient. She sat there and soaked her feet. Where the shoes were placed, the people nearby all hid. It was really too smelly. "Get him a new pair of shoes." Next. Li Yi's expression was calm. Everyone looked at Li Yi in a different light. Previously they were looking at his medical skills. Now they were looking at his medical ethics. "Third brother and sister-in-law, let's go into the car and rest." Li Yi just remembered that there were guests. "Uncle, we have a car. It's not cold. Let's see how you treat people," Empress Wang said seriously. "Sister-in-law, have you eaten?" Li Yi remembered that this was a pregnant woman. "No, I can't eat," Empress Wang said as she looked down at her abdomen. It was almost 4 months, but there was no sign of pregnancy. "Qing Song, ask someone to push the set of things for Jianbing over," Li Yi said to Qing Song and turned his head to continue looking at the patient. When the set of Jianbing was brought over, Li Yi just finished soaking the feet of the patient. He apologized to the next patient and used a brush to wash his hands. Every time he finished treating a patient, he would change the water again. He was reluctant to use disposable gloves. But at this time he took out one and put it on. Then he began to make jianbing for Li Longji and Empress Wang. There was chili sauce. Empress Wang had passed the first 3 months of her unstable period. She had no problem eating chili sauce again. One for each person. He first wrapped it with gauze and then wrapped it with a piece of paper. You can hold it with both hands and eat it on a plate with chopsticks. You won't feel like eating it with chopsticks, Li Yi said with a smile. Pei Yaoqing had already smelled the fragrance. He couldn't help but take a step forward. I want to try it too. Ming residence wants to eat, please wait a moment. Li Yi made another one and handed it to Pei Yaoqing. He took off the gloves and treated him. Pei Yaoqing held the jianbing and looked at Li Longji guiltily. Li Longji didn't pay attention to him at all. He watched Li Yi deal with it. He ate the jianbing in small bites and nodded from time to time, meaning that it was delicious. It wasn't until morning that the 92 patients were dealt with. There were 92 people but 83 households. Some households had only one person, some had 5 or 6 people, and there might not be only one person in a household with frostbite. Empress Wang went into the car halfway. It was too cold outside. The 3 of them entered the courtyard. Pei Yaoqing continued to wander around Zhuangzi. He wanted to learn how to arrange for people who needed help. He didn't dare to enter the courtyard, and Li Yi didn't invite him either. Third brother and sister-in-law are here to ask about the later content of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Li Yi guessed. Brother Yi, check if the child in your sister-in-law's belly is healthy. Li Longji waved his hand and got down to business. I can't feel the pulse. I need to use some special tools, and then sister-in-law will have to show the child's belly. Li Yi was in a difficult position. He didn't have the ability to know if the child was healthy or not. As a medical student, he didn't believe that the ancient divine doctors could tell the child's specific condition from the pulse. What kind of tools? Li Longji glanced at Empress Wang. As for showing the belly, he didn't care. There was dancing in the palace and Empress Wang also liked to dance. Sometimes she didn't wear much. The male musicians could naturally see the Empress dancing with her belly exposed. Even if there was a veil covering it, it was just to show more beauty. Empress Wang said, I will dance a little and show my belly. So Li Yi understood. It's fine. Who said that the pulse needs to be checked with a suspension? I have a woman in Zhuangzi who is pregnant with a child. She's 5 months pregnant. Call her over. Li Yi thought of the village. In the beginning he was not willing to use his lifespan to exchange for the equipment. As his lifespan increased, he changed to the color Doppler ultrasound equipment not long ago. It cost him 1,000 hours of his lifespan, which was equivalent to 83 days of his lifespan. He changed to some other things and the price wasn't very expensive. But when he looked at the same color Doppler ultrasound machine before, it didn't cost 1,000 hours, but more than 7,600 hours. He couldn't figure out why the price fluctuated. Could it be that he could earn the money for a color Doppler ultrasound in 83 days so the price was low? Was it the money he earned in Zhuangzi, or was it the money he could earn in 83 days in the other world? Or was it a reward for improving his medical skills? He had a lot of questions in his heart. He didn't have any reference. He only knew that he couldn't stop learning medicine. He had to continue watching videos and learning from the cadaver. Not long after, the craftsman Wang Lu and his wife Wang Linshi from Zhuangzi came in. Wang Linshi's pregnancy was obvious. She was only 5 months pregnant and didn't have maternity leave. She was in charge of supervising. She worked 6 hours a day and spent the rest of her time wandering around and learning to read. Engineer Wang, I want to see your child. Do you need your wife to show her belly? Li Yi said to Wang Lu. Okay. Lu Dongzhu, you can look anywhere. Wang Lu was honest. Li Yi. He took a deep breath. He knew that Wang Lu didn't mean it that way, but these words, come in with me. You go in too. Third brother. Anyway, sister-in-law wants to see it in a while. Let's go in. Li Yi wanted to stop Li Longji outside. But on second thought there was no need. Unless Wang Lu and his wife objected, he would really stop them. So he asked Wang Lu, Engineer Wang, can others watch it together? Okay. Wang Lu was easy to talk to. His wife listened to him. Wang Linshi lay down. Li Yi didn't care about the shocked people. He applied the coupling agent and then used the probe to scan while looking at the screen. The child happened to be facing outside at this time, so Li Yi saw it clearly. Suddenly he asked, Engineer Wang, if it was a girl, would you hit sister-in-law? Chapter 108. It can tell the gender? Is this thing so powerful? Li Longji and Wang Lu spoke at the same time. They were looking at the equipment in the room just now. In layman's terms, it was too sci-fi. Uncle is asking you a question. What about the girl? Empress Wang asked Wang Lu nervously. So be it. I already have a boy and a girl at home. It's better to have another girl, Wang Lu said indifferently. Boy, look here. Li Yi asked the three of them to look at the screen. There was a child on the screen, and between the child's legs was, you can see it through the belly? Li Longji was surprised and then said, if there are worms in the belly, wouldn't you know? Some can indeed be seen. Li Yi admitted and continued to scan the child's physical development. If it was deformed, he would deal with it humanely. Otherwise, if it was a deformed child, not only would there be financial pressure, but there would also be other people's gossip. After looking carefully, Li Yi said to Wang Lu, Engineer Wang, the child is very good. Help sister-in-law wipe it. Li Yi handed over a piece of paper, and Wang Lu naturally knew what to do. After Wang Linshi tidied up her clothes, Li Yi sent her out. Empress Wang looked at the bed and her breathing became faster. Li Longji comforted her, it's good that you can give birth. You can have another child in the future. He was also under a lot of pressure. The Empress was childless. Third brother, sister-in-law, it's too early to see unless the child is in the belly. Congratulations, it's a boy. Let me look at other places. Li Yi knew how much the royal family valued boys, especially when his third brother had other women, and the other women had children. However, his sister-in-law was always with his third brother. If it were in the palace, it would be the emperor and the empress. Previously, his sister-in-law's status was worrying. The girl reluctantly accepted that she could give birth and continue to work hard. Therefore, he directly looked at the key parts. The position of the fetus was also good. Empress Wang sat up. Let me see. Sister-in-law, lie down. I'll turn this around and show it to you. The image on the screen was a mess. Li Yi hurriedly said. Empress Wang lay back down with a look of disbelief. Li Longji urged her, lie down. Don't move. Looking at it again, Li Longji looked at it first and was amused. Not bad, very exquisite. Li Yi turned the screen to face Empress Wang. Empress Wang smiled as she watched. As she smiled, tears flowed out of her eyes. She wanted to cry out loud, but she was afraid that it would affect the child. Therefore, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears. I want to be happy. I want to be in a good mood. Uncle, thank you for your kindness. Sister-in-law, don't say that. I'm just a doctor and I'm not very skilled. It's all thanks to luck that I was able to solve third brother and sister-in-law's problems. Third brother and sister-in-law are blessed. Li Yi was also happy, but he was modest. If it was an outsider, it didn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. He wouldn't even tell them. He only wanted to see if the baby was healthy. Brother Yi, when you get married, do you want a boy or a girl? Li Longji was relieved. Suddenly he asked Li Yi a question. I want both. I also want a few children. The first child depends on fate. The second child also depends on fate. If I have to have a boy, I'll have a boy alone. Li Yi gave an answer. He felt that in another 10 years, with his attitude of studying so hard, with the support of the system's countless videos, he could reach the technical level of choosing the sex of the baby. Brother Yi, can you give birth to a boy just like that? Li Longji's hair stood on end. Not now. Sigh. I'm not capable enough. I've let down so many masters. Li Yi looked as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. Li Longji sucked in a breath of cold air. So many masters? Uncle, what about your masters? Empress Wang asked naturally. If the young disciple was so powerful, how strong must the masters be? No, they're all gone. Li Yi shook his head. Sigh. Li Longji and his wife sighed together. Sister-in-law, you have to take care of your body. Every other month. Li Yi changed the topic. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji said, once every 3 days. Also check if your sister-in-law is poisoned. Okay. Empress Wang agreed. This child was no longer the problem of the child itself. She was under too much pressure. Countless people were watching her, and some even said in private that she should be abolished. If a woman could not bear a child, she could be divorced, let alone the empress of a country. Uncle, I want to eat hot pot tonight. I won't leave tonight. It's cold outside. Empress Wang decided to be steady. It was safest to stay in Jianghu. She wished she could stay in Jianghu until the child was born. Then she could leave the child in Jianghu. Stay. Li Longji agreed. With Brother Yi's medical skills, even if you don't have a child, you can already tell the gender of the child before it is born. At night, the whole of Jianghu ate hot pot. Li Yi was happy for his third brother and sister-in-law. Li Qingqi and Prime Minister Zhang Shua happened to meet on the way. Then Li Qingqi entered the courtyard. When he heard that Empress Wang had a boy, he was so happy that he shouted that he would not rest until he was drunk. Zhang Shua did not enter the courtyard. He was full of anger and could only go to the dining hall. He also wanted to stay for the night. Pei Yaoqing, who also wanted to stay to observe the situation in Zhuangzi, saw Zhang Shua. "Prime Minister, why are you here?" Pei Yaoqing sat opposite Zhang Shua and whispered like a thief. "You're allowed to come, but I'm not? Chang, and why did you come to Zhuangzi instead of staying at home?" Zhang Shua finally met someone with a lower rank than him. He hurriedly questioned and enjoyed himself. "Prime Minister, there are too many people from outside. I'm worried that, tell me the truth." Zhang Shua interrupted Pei Yaoqing. "Their lives are better than the place I'm in charge of. I came to learn and met His Majesty and the Empress." Pei Yaoqing lowered his head. "You can't compare to Li Yi. Otherwise, why did His Majesty and the Empress not go to your house but to Li Yi's Zhuangzi?" Zhang Shua could understand Pei Yaoqing's distress. "I've learned a lot. When I go back, I'll do a good job of pacifying the people in winter." Pei Yaoqing looked confident. "Sigh." Zhang Shua shook his head. "If you can see Li Yi tomorrow, ask him personally how to settle the people from outside in Chang and in winter." "Do I need to ask again?" Pei Yaoqing thought that he had learned something. "Huangji, you only see the shape but not the spirit. Zhuangzi can use this method but Chang and can't. Otherwise, why do you think I came here?" Zhang Shua said Pei Yaoqing's name to show his closeness and advised him to ask Li Yi properly. "Yes, I'll ask him tomorrow. Why did he come here?" Pei Yaoqing was curious and asked. "How to quickly build roads in winter. Is there a better way to clean the filth in the latrines when it freezes?" Zhang Shua asked two questions. He didn't want to ask Pei Yaoqing at all. He knew that Pei Yaoqing couldn't answer. Pei Yaoqing suddenly felt disgusted. He thought of the latrines. In winter the feces would freeze quickly and stick up. He couldn't even squat down. Then he could only use an iron drill to knock down the frozen pile of feces. As for building roads in winter, was this a problem that people could think of? "Zaifu, if you ask Li Yi, can he give you a solution?" Pei Yaoqing was surprised. "Otherwise." "A few days ago, Prime Minister Yao asked how to drive in winter. Didn't you see a car with a warp board? Li Yi's plan is immeasurable." Zhang Shua picked up a piece of meat and dipped it in the hot pot. Pei Yaoqing was stunned. Chapter 109. No matter how cold the wind is, I don't want to escape. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want them. The higher the sky, the smaller the heart. No matter how much karma, I fall drunk alone. Under the accompaniment of the musical instruments, the singing of a female chorus could be heard. "Zaifu, it's Xiao Hongqian and Li Yi's work." Pei Yaoqing introduced to Zhang Shua. "I know, but I don't know who can set up such a formation. Listen, the various instruments and singing voices. Is it something ordinary people can do?" Zhang Shua listened and felt a sense of familiarity. He even simulated the dance postures of the women in his mind. The sound was getting closer and closer. It seemed like they were heading for the cafeteria. Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing stood up and stood at the door to look outside. After a while, a group of lanterns appeared, followed by women holding musical instruments and a woman sitting on a small cart playing the zither. There was also a group of women singing and dancing as they walked over. "Isn't that the researchers of Pyongkong Square?" Pei Yaoqing recognized them. They were the original Xiao Hongqian song and dance troupe. Who was it? How capable they were to be able to invite these people over. How cold was the weather now? The group went all the way to the open space outside the cafeteria. There they performed on the spot and sang some of the poems written by Li Yi. "Let's go and eat a few bites to warm up. We still have to go out and show others." Some of the women took a break and walked quickly into the cafeteria. The people in the cafeteria recognized them and greeted them with smiles. "You're here again. Hurry, Dongzhu is happy today. Everyone is eating hot pot." "Aya, why are you here at night? It's so cold." "The songs you're singing and dancing must be written by my Dongzhu, right?" The farmers were very enthusiastic. On one hand, the beauties were so beautiful that the men wanted to take a few more looks. On the other hand, they knew where these women belonged. Pyongkong Square, Nanchu. Each of them was full of talent. Shopkeeper Liang and the others couldn't take it anymore. They asked someone to come over and apologize. "They invited us sisters and sent a lot of food and live pigs. They're all by the river." It added up to no less than 10,000 pigs. That's $10 million. They even gave us 2,000 pigs. We sent them over together. We know that Li Lang is in charge of many people's livelihood. Tonight we'll be performing for everyone. Make sure to prepare the food. It's cold outside, so take turns to come back and eat something warm. The great families of Nanku were happily chatting with the farmers. They told the farmers that some of them had lowered their heads. Then shopkeeper Liang appeared. He came alone, representing the others. He requested to see steward Songda. That's right, they didn't dare to look for Li Yi to see the steward. Songda rushed over and cupped his fists. Shopkeeper Liang, why do you have to do this? We stopped selling 100 boiled round eggs a few days ago and only sold soy sauce. You didn't lose anything. Steward Song, it's not about the eggs. We knew that Li Dongzhu was trying to save the people, so we felt sad and tried our best to help. Shopkeeper Liang said with a bitter face. He had no other choice. He could not enter Pyongkong Square at all. They were all businessmen. Sometimes he had to entertain others. Heavenly World was not difficult, but Pyongkong Square was a big problem. As a result, many customers were unwilling to come into contact with them. There was also the rice flour cake which came from Heavenly World, but they were not sold to them. If others wanted to buy it and sell it to them, they would not sell it if they were found out. Only soy sauce was still sold according to the rules. The more they followed the rules, the more afraid they were. So, after some discussion, they asked someone to entrust it to Zhang Sun Xan, the brother-in-law of Empress Wang, who was from the Shangyi Bureau. Then they asked the great families of Pyongkong Square to help. They took out a total of 12,000 coins. They came over to apologize with money and favors. Shopkeeper Liang, you're too polite. Dongzhu and Zhuangzi are still somewhat wealthy. Take the things back. Songda refused. So what if it's 10,000 coins? Do you think I've never seen money? In order to deal with you, how many good poems did my Dongzhu come up with? Which one of them is not a famous work passed down through the ages? For the past few days, my master has not written a single poem. Of course, Dongzhu usually does not write. Dongzhu is very busy. Shopkeeper Liang was about to cry. He whispered, it's not copper coins and silk. It's grain, live pigs, horses, cows and sheep. They have been sent to the Ba River. What's more, it was the Shangyi Bureau's Zhang Sun Xan who helped us. That Zhang Sun Xan is the Empress's brother-in-law. Shopkeeper Liang, please take a rest. When Songda heard that such a high person was involved, he did not dare to make the decision. Leaving a sentence, he ran to the courtyard. In the dining hall of the main courtyard, 8 people were eating happily. The palace maids and eunuchs were at a separate table. Although they were eating, most of their energy was focused on the main table. Songda came. He first cupped his fist to Li Longji and the other 2 and then went to whisper to Li Yi. I know. Since he is the Empress's brother-in-law and won't live for long, I don't want to do anything to Shopkeeper Liang. Let Zhang Sun Xan live happily for a few days. If I had stopped him, he might not have died. I don't have any relationship with him. I'll take the 10,000 liang and the 2,000 liang. I'll also take it. Give some to the ladies as gifts. In the future I'll give it to them every month. Tell them to arrange for someone to collect it. Li Yi said to Songda. He did not whisper, so the others heard it. Yes, Dongzhu. Songda turned and left. What happened to Zhang Sun Xan? King Song looked at his third brother and sister-in-law and asked. Shopkeeper Liang and the others can't enter the Pyongkong Square, and I don't want to let them handle the rice flour cakes. Otherwise, if they think that I need to rely on them, they might cause trouble again. In the end, they found the Empress's brother-in-law, Zhang Sun Xan. This person won't live for long. I'm not familiar with him. If I don't give him face today, he might get into an argument with me. Perhaps he might be able to escape. Li Yi gave another person a prophecy. Uncle, will Zhang Sun Xan die? Empress Wang asked casually. I've severed my karma with him. If I don't help him, he will definitely die. He's too domineering. Li Yi said honestly. How can it be like this? Empress Wang was worried. If uncle said that a person will die, how can that person live? Because Empress Wang is absent, the officials are complaining. His Majesty has to bear with it. In the end, not only did the Empress's relatives not fight for face, they even acted recklessly. How can His Majesty tolerate this? The Wu clan and Wei clan have caused a lot of trouble. If His Majesty doesn't get rid of Zhang Sun Xan, the Empress's relatives will rise. Yao Chang's side is not stabilized yet and chaos will occur. Li Yi said as he dug out the roots. Li Longji couldn't help but tremble. Li Qingqi looked at his third brother. So that's what you're thinking? Empress Wang's expression was complicated. She reached out and touched her stomach. That was all her hope. Brother Yi, can you deal with the Empress's relatives? I can be considered as one. Li Qingqi said at the crucial moment. It's simple, Li answered. Simple? The 3 of them asked together. Li Longji wanted to hear it the most. He was already annoyed by the Empress's relatives. He wanted to be the only one in charge of the Tang dynasty. He didn't want things to be like before. The Jiangsun clan had done many things that they shouldn't do. The Wu clan and Wei clan didn't need to be mentioned. Why did Brother Yi say it was simple? Chapter 110. The performance outside began. 50 everyone took turns to go on stage. The maids, dancers and bands who came with them also went back and forth on stage. 3 places were set up at the same time. Pyongkong Square was in charge of maintaining law and order, holding a stick in his hand. The number of spectators was increasing. People from Zhang clan's village came over, people from the imperial plantation, and people who were settled down. On the other hand, there were fewer people in Zhuangzi's imperial plantation. Some people had already gone to sleep. They couldn't delay their work because of the performance. Besides, it wasn't like they had never seen it before. They saw it every day when they were practicing military music. They could vaguely hear the commotion in the main courtyard, but Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi had no time to pay attention to it. Brother Yi, what should the relatives do? Li Longji was very concerned. Third brother, in a few days, His Majesty will find jobs for the 5 princes in the 5th prince's residence. Princess Taiping's situation is stable. We can't let the brothers do nothing. Li Yi mentioned another matter. Li Qingqi looked at Li Longji again. Third brother, where do you want us to go? Li Longji shivered again. He did have such thoughts. Brother Yi, you will be given a provincial capital around the capital. Take King Song for example. He is now the provincial governor of Qizhou, but he won't go to Qizhou. The other princes are the same. They're just putting on a show. The ones who are really doing the work are still the people in the original provincial capital. Li Yi continued. Li Qingqi nodded. Yes, I'm in Zhuangzi now. I'm not going to that stupid Qizhou. If I really go there, how can third brother be at ease? Li Longji nodded and asked Li Yi to continue. What does he mean? Actually, no matter what is wrong, you should at least focus on the ideological issues. For example, you should publicize His Majesty's kindness, talk about the advantages of the Tang dynasty, and the hardships of other places. You should let the people see the happiness of comparison. At the same time, you should ask the provincial capital you are in charge of to send measures on how to govern the people. Li Yi began to teach the 3 of them how to make their presence known as a provincial governor without real power. Li Qingqi's eyes were shining brightly, probably because of the firelight. He felt like he had discovered a whole new world. You can play like this? Why didn't I think of this before? Li Longji felt that he had gained a lot. That's right, tell the people of the Tang dynasty that the people of Tubo have suffered a lot. You guys are stronger than Tubo and it's all thanks to me. The other relatives like us will do the same? Li Qingqi asked on behalf of his third brother. No. Li Yi waved his hands. Indeed, King Song and the others can't give you any real power. Even if they do, they won't be able to shake your Majesty's position. Brother Yi, they won't do anything even if they have real power. If it's you, Brother Yi, I'll give you a county. I'll be completely at ease, Li Qingqi said. That's right. It's actually a waste of your talent to govern a county. Empress Wang absolutely supported him. She was counting on her uncle to keep the baby in her belly. If they don't know how, they can ask someone who knows how to help. For example, in Sanyuan County, arrange for a relative to be the county magistrate. Tell him that the county's revenue will be doubled next year, and the people will have a better life. The rich in the county must not be exploited. Find another relative who doesn't get along with him or even has a grudge against him. Send someone to investigate every few days. Your Majesty will also send people to investigate openly and secretly. Send a few more groups of people. The former doesn't know the latter. If they catch the problem, they will be rewarded. Li Yi's idea was very, very bad. Let the relatives find someone to make a place rich, and the enemy forces will supervise. Li Qingqi wiped his sweat. He was shocked. Brother Yi, who usually looked so gentle, actually, sure enough, the Prime Minister was magnanimous and won people over with virtue. Find a capable person. Can a capable person definitely double the rent? Li Longji didn't think it was possible. I have no problem with it. If it's doubled, I'll be embarrassed. As for them. So, Your Majesty should teach them at this time. Teach them to collect business tax, reduce the taxes of the people, vigorously promote renting fees, qingchuan, and new farming tools. If they do well, they will be promoted and have real power. At the same time, give them a percentage of the increased income. Li Yi threw out the matter of the reform and asked the relatives to do it. What if they don't agree? Li Longji was afraid that the relatives would unite to oppose. Divide the relatives into different groups and focus on treating one group well. Ask them if they are willing to be treated well. If they are not, ask the other groups if they are willing. For example, I have a mirror here. You can give it to His Majesty, and His Majesty will reward a small group of people. The other relatives will be envious and jealous. Li Yi's idea was to divide and rope them in. Li Longji knew how to do this, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Good. Brother Yi's heart is really loyal. You think about the Tang dynasty and His Majesty. Li Longji wanted to say that he was evil, but he quickly changed his words. Empress Wang knew what he meant. She covered her mouth and laughed. The sound outside suddenly became much clearer with the addition of the drums. Li Qingqi drummed his legs with his hands. He was good at drumming and liked music. Then he suddenly realized that the people outside were asked by those who refused to sell eggs and laughed at Brother Yi that day. They only spent 2,000 yuan because of Jianghu Xian. Otherwise, how could 2 million yuan be enough for 50 people to lead a group to perform outside in the cold wind for a night? Using connections, asking for help, and spending money, it was all because Brother Yi fought back. So Brother Yi was, after getting a good idea, Li Longji drank to his heart's content. Empress Wang controlled her diet and was taken to rest by the palace maids when it was time. Li was still growing and sleepy. He yawned, apologized, and also ran away. Li Longji put down his wine cup and showed a relaxed expression. He sighed with emotion. How many days has it been? I can finally feel at ease for a moment. Li Qingqi scooped a bowl of soup for himself. He blew on it and drank a mouthful. Then he said, Brother Yi is very sinister when he's up to no good. Only in this way can he beat others. Always good, but in the end he will be devoured even to the bones. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He was also struggling to balance the power of the Prime Minister and use Yao Chong. He knew that Yao Chong did many things wrong, but he couldn't do anything about it. What about Jianghu Xian? Li Qingqi asked about the person Li Yi said would die. Let's wait and see how domineering he is. There must be a sign. Li Longji didn't want to change Jianghu Xian's fate immediately. He felt that this matter was very interesting, so he took it as a joke. At this moment, Songda was leading the farmers to gather the livestock and place the food. The horses were not good horses. They couldn't fight on them, but they could pull carriages or plow the dry land. The cows were a little thin. The weather was cold, so they didn't fatten up. Zhuangzi had a way. The pigs were half-grown pigs. They could eat a lot and fatten up slowly. The boars were not castrated, so they were smaller than the sows. Needless to say, the sheep couldn't be killed. They also had to be fed for a while. Obviously, they bought them at a low price during the heavy snow and gave Zhuangzi the market price as an apology. What a profiteer. Steward, these guys need a lot of things in Zhuangzi to feed them. The farmers who knew how to raise livestock shook their heads when they saw the situation of the livestock. There wasn't much meat if they killed them. If they didn't kill them, they would have to pay more. Don't worry. Some places have suffered from the snow. Dongzhu didn't say there would be a big disaster, so there won't be. They are collecting livestock from Chang'an. After a few days in the city, the price of meat will definitely rise. Songda had learned how to analyze the situation. Meat was expensive. If he sold the animals in Zhuangzi that ate meat, he could earn back the money he spent on food. These animals that came later would be raised until spring. Chapter 111. The night passed and the sun rose. The rising sun was blocked by the clouds and it was gray. The wind was very strong. After breakfast, Li Longji and the others left. They were ready to cheat people and no help people. Li Yi drove the car to do a ward round to check on the people who had been punished yesterday. Shopkeeper Liang ran to participate in the soy sauce sale. The others who pushed him out came one after another, bringing food, livestock, copper coins, and silk. When they saw that the rice flour cakes were being sold together, the crowd cheered. Success, we can buy the rice cakes. We can go to Pyongkong Square. It's not easy for us. The sun is shining today. There are no clouds in the sky. It's spring. I see flowers in full bloom. Woo woo woo. Thus, the soy sauce was sold at the highest price in history. The lowest price was more than 30,000 yuan. After working for an entire night, everyone and the maids who took turns to rest were also very excited. The palace maid Tao Hong gave them pure cotton sanitary pads. Without needing to be taught, they knew that it was their period. After using it, soak it in cold water, wash it with salt, and then use soap. For the next month, Zhuangzi will give everyone in Pyongkong Square a bar of soap. Tao Hong said that the sanitary pads had to be washed. They couldn't be thrown away after using it once. She took out a new item, pure cotton underwear. Nowadays, everyone in Chang'an knew how to wear underwear. When Li Yi's invention spread out, everyone said it was good. However, underwear made of other materials naturally couldn't be compared to pure cotton underwear. There were businessmen buying white folded underwear from the West. The price was expensive, and due to the influence of textile technology, it wasn't smooth enough. Zhuangzi's underwear was better than the imported ones. The beauties took it and admired it. Xianyan was the leader. She said to Tao Hong, "We have to pay after taking it. Zhuangzi takes care of many people. Li Lang is kind and righteous, we can't take it for free." "Sister Yan, this isn't free. My Dongzhu said that this is called advertising," Tao Hong said with a smile. She took the sanitary pads and underwear and compared them, then said, "All the women in Pyongkong Square use sanitary pads and soap. If other people don't use them, wouldn't they look shabby? Is that so? Li Lang is indeed intelligent." Sun Yan praised. The other women voiced out one after another. "That's right. How could other people write such songs and poems? Our Li Lang is a godly doctor. Other literati are just armchair strategists, while Li Lang is training his own troops. Hellish training, making all the men cry. Li Lang will accompany them for a month. My period is bad. Li Lang gave me a prescription. Now the whole of Chang'an uses it. Li Lang looks delicate and pretty, but when he takes off his clothes he's muscular. Tao Hong, tell me, did you?" Just like that the building went awry. A group of girls were joking around. On the other side, Li Yi, who was doing his rounds, squatted down and looked at the patient's feet. "You're much better after a day. Don't be afraid of delaying work. If you're injured, don't walk too much. Take out your feet and roast them next to the fire. If you want to work, look at the wounds and calluses on your hands. If you know how to make bamboo, sit here and weave bamboo. You won't be short of your salary. Zhuangzi will tell you what to weave. Now weave a toilet seat." Li Yi said to the patient whose feet were badly ulcerated. His voice was gentle and his expression was sincere. There was no trace of the gloominess he had last night. He finally understood why the patient's medical compliance was so good. It was because it was free. Whatever the doctor said he would do. Anyway, it was free. After treating a patient, Li Yi went to the next patient's house and pondered. Should I charge for treatment? I'll set up a Chinese medicine pharmacy and buy the medicine processed by the pharmacy. If there's a mistake, I'll send them medical books. They deal with it according to the medical books. The compendium of Materia Medica is not good. There are mistakes in it. I'll modify the compendium of Materia Medica and add the compendium of Materia Medica. According to the Chinese medicine dictionary, I'll delete the animals and plants that don't exist now. This is the Materia Medica. When I have time, I'll do other acupuncture, typhoid, golden box, medical theory. Why are there so many Chinese medicine books? There are more Western medicine books. Medicine is simply not for people to learn. Li Yi shook his head hard. No, I'll take it slow. Otherwise it will affect my mood. Dongzhu. Godly doctor. Along the way, people who saw Li Yi greeted him respectfully. Li Yi understood that it was not because he was rich. If you were rich, people would at most listen to you and would not be respectful. It was because of his identity as a godly doctor that everyone recognized, so he had to maintain his identity and work hard to learn medical skills. Wanji, I know how to clean the toilet in winter. The ice pile is very high. Zhang Shua just came out of the toilet and patted Pei Yaoqing's shoulder. He was very happy. Pei Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shua's hand and said, I also know, but Zhang Shua, you have to wash your hands. Washing my hands is a small matter. Knowing how to do it is a big matter. Zhang Shua retracted his hand and wanted to wipe it on his body, but he held back. He wanted to wash his hands. In the past, he did not wash his hands after urinating. When he was in Zhuangzi, he saw the villagers washing their hands. He felt that if he did not wash his hands, he would be worse than the villagers. He saw the toilet. Above the pit was a toilet bowl, the kind that people can sit on. The toilet he went to had several places. Someone brought a mat and put it on top of the toilet. After the treatment, there was a water tank next to the toilet bowl. There was a basin in the water tank. He used the basin to scoop water. Once the water was flushed, the toilet bowl would not be frozen. He also asked the toilet boy what to do with the water. The toilet boy told him that there was a toilet bowl next to the toilet bowl. If there was too much water, he could scoop it out. If there was not much water left, he could scoop it out and put it into the methane pool. Zhang Shua remembered that there was no methane pool in Chang'an. But wasn't scooping the feces the same as in summer? He did not need to worry about a pile of feces. He also asked the toilet boy and learned that firewood ash and quicklime should be added. That way the smell would not be too strong. It turned out that the thing he had been searching for had been solved in Zhuangzi. A bamboo toilet bowl was easy to make. There was no need to make an inclined surface. He could directly go down and pour some water. This way, most of the smell would be suffocated inside, and there was no need to worry about children falling in. When I go back, I will tell His Majesty that the toilet in the Political Affairs Office should be made like this, Zhang Shua said. One problem was solved. What was left was the problem of road construction. Later we will do it in the government office and at home. Pei Yaoqing expressed his support. The troublesome part of this method was that the interval between the feces had to be shortened. Originally it was once every 3 months. After there was water it was basically once a month. It depended on how big the pit was and how many people used it. With the addition of the firewood, ash and quicklime, wasn't this the new compost method developed by Li Yi and Zhuangzi? Before noon, everybody left reluctantly in the carriages. They had to go back to sleep and entertain their benefactor in the evening. The children who had just finished eating ran out. The beautiful big sisters were leaving. They stood in a row and sang together when the carriages left. Long pavilion outside, ancient roadside, fragrant grass, bloom, green sky. No matter what season it was or what time it was, they sang a farewell song. The children's voices were crisp and melodious, spreading far and wide. It was the first time that the people in Nankou heard this song. Before, Li Yi had sung it for Li Longji and several others. When the children finished singing the first time and began to sing the second time, the accompaniment of various instruments and female voices came out from the carriages. This was the basic skill of everybody in Pyongkong Square. They just needed to listen to it once. Chapter 112. Sigh. Zhang Shua stood not far away and looked at the neatly dressed children singing farewell songs. He had many things to say, but in the end all he could do was sigh. Pei Yaoqing did not say anything. He did not know how to express himself. In his eyes the children were so cute. All of them were clean and beautiful. Their little faces were rosy and tender, making people want to pinch them and hug them for a kiss. These were the children of farmers and students. They were very ordinary. Zhuangzi could not do that, even the family teachings of the big families could not. The children of the families who came to seek a way out would probably be the same next year. Including the farmers and students, there should be more than 3,000 people in Zhuangzi. But everything was in order. Dongzhu did not even take care of the young man himself. He handled it with ease. Other than the most powerful steward, Songda, the other stewards were chosen by the people themselves. How many county magistrates have committed suicide out of shame in front of Li Dongzhu? Pei Yaoqing said after the children ran back. You first. Zhang Shua looked at Pei Yaoqing with disdain. You still have the nerve to say that. You are in charge of Grief Tian Square. You sent the people with frostbite to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. You are the county magistrate of Chang, and the #1 magistrate in the world. You have to be shameless. Is Zaifu going back? Pei Yaoqing did not seem to hear what Zhang Shua said just now. I have one more thing to ask. Yuanji is in charge of the Political Affairs Hall. Don't worry. Zhang Shua did not want to leave. The food in Zhuangzi was delicious. He came with a political mission. Why couldn't he leave after lunch? The wind was strong outside and it was unusually cold. When it was almost time for lunch, Li Yi came back. He was full of energy and did not look tired at all. Has the Ming residents eaten? Li Yi greeted the county magistrate and the old man when he saw them. I was waiting for you to eat together, Zhang Shua said. Just in time. Today we have the casserole, monkey head, stewed goose and stir-fried wood ear. Li Yi introduced the new dishes today. He wanted to let Zhuangzi make it before, but the farmers did not agree to eat the monkey head mushrooms. They wanted to sell them. Yesterday he had an extra 12,000 taels of goods and money. The farmers once again felt Dongzhu's ability to make money, which was why they were willing to do it. There were too many geese in the goose pen and it was crowded. The large geese were listless. He caught some and killed them and the rest became energetic. His dog was also well behaved. It didn't dare to bark loudly when it met Zhuangzi's people. When Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing saw the monkey head mushroom and wood ear, they were also very surprised. The last time I came here, I didn't see this wok, Zhang Shua recalled. I didn't cook it. I was too busy and forgot to cook it. Besides, it wasn't cold at that time. It's just right to eat casseroles in cold weather. Li Yi placed a casserole pot in the middle of the table. Why are you not selling the monkey head? Pei Yaoqing knew the price, especially the current price. They were no longer sold according to the weight. Instead, they would look at the size and then negotiate the price. Some cost a few thousand yuan, while some cost tens of thousands. If the villagers haven't eaten it before, why should others eat it but not the villagers? Li Yi's theory was still the same. What he planted should be eaten by his own people first. No matter how expensive the monkey head was, could it be more expensive than the toilet water, soap and mirrors? The toilet water and mirrors were never sold. As for the soap, it was because there were too many livestock and they always killed them to eat the meat. As a result, the oil was left behind. Otherwise, they could also cook with vegetable oil, but vegetable oil was more convenient for cooking. Therefore, they prepared to sell some and send it to the girls in Pyongkang Square to advertise. Zhang Shua reached out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of mushroom to taste. Then he picked up a piece of goose meat and asked, "Are they put in the small pot raw? The best way is to cook them." However, Zhuangzi didn't do that. First, Zhuangzi stewed them in a big iron pot. When they are almost stewed, they are scooped into the casserole pot. Li shook his head and explained. Then why do you move them into the casserole pot? Pei Yaoqing felt it was superfluous. Because they eat in a cold place. There is a charcoal stove with the casserole pot below. When the casserole pot is placed on the stove, it can be heated up while eating. Li was easy to talk to with his parents. He would tell you if you asked. Yes, the canteen is warm. Pei Yaoqing acted as if he had just discovered something. The villagers who entered the canteen to eat, including him, all took off their outer clothes. The whole of Zhuangzi was warm as long as one entered the house. There was no sign of a fire anywhere. The shack by the Ba River outside was a square frame with 16 shacks and a chimney. Zhuangzi was different. Ahem. Zhang Shua coughed. Pei Yaoqing quickly got down to business. Li Dongzhu, what do you use to pave the road in winter? Cinders. The cinders and ash left after burning the coal. Cinder roads are not as dusty as dirt roads. Li didn't have any good ideas about snow. How do you clear the snow quickly? Pei Yaoqing asked naturally. Now, I have a snowboard in Zhuangzi. It is made of bamboo that is bent and put together. It is better than a wooden shovel. Li introduced a tool. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing asked. Sprinkle salt. I don't need it in Zhuangzi. There is land. If there is too much salt, it will turn into water and can't be used to grow crops. Li suggested. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. No. If there is salt to be sprinkled, it is better to use it to clear the snow. That's right. Li agreed. After spring, the Ming residents will have nothing to do with you. You will be promoted next year. Who is the new Chang and county magistrate? I will have to discuss with him. Li blurted out the history and stuck out his tongue. Eat mushrooms. Monkey's head doesn't taste very good. The main thing is the texture. Zhang Shua was anxious. He already knew that Li had a special ability. He didn't care if Pei Yaoqing was promoted or not. He wanted to ask Li what he didn't say. Li Dongzhu, let's not talk about Pei Ming Residence's promotion first. What do you want to do? I can help you. Zhang Shua had an idea. I have cement. I want to build houses, repair methane ponds, and pave roads. I want cinders. 50 sets of cinders in exchange for 1 set of cement. I want to repair the roads in Chang, and that don't have stone slabs. Li proposed an exchange rate of 50:1. Why is it so expensive? Pei Yaoqing had just woken up from his promotion. When he heard Li's words, he was unhappy. He saw the roads in Zhuangzi. They were flat, clean, and sturdy. Ming residents, I will give you 100 sets of cinders, and you give me 1 set of cement. How about that? Li laughed with a look of disdain. What can you do with Chang and county magistrate? I don't know how to do it. Pei Yaoqing stuck out his chest and raised his chin. Li clasped his fist. Ming residents, I am convinced. This is the first time I have seen someone who can be so confident even though he doesn't know how to do it. However, next year has nothing to do with you. There will be a change. Congratulations to Ming residents for your promotion in the coming year. Pei Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua nodded slightly, indicating that Li Dongzhu was impressive. Pei Yaoqing misunderstood. He thought that the imperial court had decided that he would be promoted. He straightened his head and hesitated for a moment. At least this year is still Chang and county magistrate. Winter is not good. Does Li Dongzhu have a solution? For example, the people you helped. Sweep the snow and remove the ice. They will work as relief. The cinders are not worth much and no one thinks that they can be sold for money. Ming residents will accept it and look for me to exchange it for food to cook porridge. Li immediately gave a solution. Zhang Shua looked at Pei Yaoqing and signaled with his eyes. How is it? So fast. You ask him and he will tell you what to do. Why didn't Li Dongzhu donate the food directly? Pei Yaoqing muttered. I donated 400 cinders. Did Ming residents forget? Li reminded him. Pei Yaoqing, did you not take out the extra money yourself? Did you donate the money to the imperial court? Also, did I ask for money when your family brought the glass bottle over to pour the glycerin? Everyone else only gave 1,000 for a bottle. Brother E, you don't have to be like this. I was just asking. Pei Yaoqing was terrified. After all, he had taken advantage of Tianyun. The glycerin in his family was thrown into a bowl after he brought it back and poured into it every other day. Zhang Shua's eyes widened. He instantly understood what was going on. He was also present that day. His own small bottle of glycerin had been used up long ago. How could he forget to ask Her Majesty for more? What 2,000 cinders, 1,000 cinders after a discount? It does not exist. I am the Chancellor. Chapter 113. Pei Yaoqing saw that the Prime Minister's expression was not good, so he quickly spoke. Brother E, my dear Brother E, the rich families in Chang, and are not willing to donate more money. What do you think I should do? Pei Yaoqing wanted money, more money. He was not greedy, but he wanted to do well in Chang and in winter. If there were old people, it would be easy. They could not eat. The Tang dynasty law required the rich families and clans of the old people to provide money. It was more useful in local areas. In Chang, and who was rich? Who was whose clan? Li shook his head and pointed at the casserole with his chopsticks. Goose meat is the same as duck meat. It's fishy. Eat it while it's hot. Pei Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua expressed helplessness. Both of them had achieved their goal. They had asked all the questions and Li Yi had also given them the solution. That's enough. What else do you want? Can Li Yi manage the rich people in Chang'an? You, a governor of Chang, and can't get money. Do you expect Dongzhu, a young man at the age of dancing elephants, to ask for money? And you don't know who Li Yi is close to? It's easy for you to bully him. He may tolerate it. Think about the others. No, you can't bully him. He can prevent a group of people from entering Pyongkang Square. You, the governor of Chang, and can't do that. If you push him too far, he will do something to you. Pei Yaoqing nodded gently. He understood. The Prime Minister was magnanimous. Li Dongzhu won people over with virtue. I understand. Pei Yaoqing carefully tasted the casserole. It was really delicious. It felt better than the dishes in the heavenly world. Brother E, I'm back again. I've brought 60 cows with me. Let's take 30 each. I bought them at a cheap price, but they're very skinny. I'll leave them at your farm and bring back 30 when they're fat. Li Qingqi suddenly ran in. He had left in the morning. Brother, wash your hands and come to eat. Old man and Pei Mingfu are both here. The cows will be well taken care of. Li Yi did not stand on ceremony with his elder brother. If Zhuangzi needed cows, he could use as many as he wanted. Li Qingqi washed his hands and face, then sat down and looked at Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing. The two of them nodded. Brother E, will there be any disasters this year? Li Qingqi went to get some wine by himself. The wine was brewed by Zhuangzi himself. It just came out and didn't taste very good. Others were reluctant to drink it, but Li Qingqi did not care. Brother Yi's drink was his. No. Although it's snowing, it doesn't cover a large area. Li Yi couldn't find any information about it, which meant that no one had recorded it, or the area affected was small. Brother E, this is the new grape wine. It's really strong. Li Qingqi took a sip and smacked his lips. This wine is distilled from wine dregs and inferior wine. It's not mellow enough, Li Yi explained. He took out the wine dregs. He didn't want to throw them away, so he distilled them with cheap wine, pressed them and mixed them together. If it was left for a few days, the taste would be better. All right. Li Qingqi wasn't picky. He took a sip of the cabbage and said, Brother E, I would like to take advantage of the cold weather to raise money for charity. Big brother, how much do you need? Is 30,000 coins enough? Li Yi was even more straightforward. He directly asked for 30,000 coins. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head and felt sad. I'm willing to give you 400 coins, but you're still scheming against me? King Song hasn't said anything yet. 30,000 coins, didn't I call you Brother E? He looked at Zhang Shua and sent him a silent message. See, Li Yi gave a lot the moment King Song asked. No. Li Qingqi frowned and waved his hand. I know that Brother E is willing to help me, but I can't do that. I'm here to ask for a plan. How can I take money from my own family? I can also raise a lot. Zhang Shua looked at Pei Yaoqing. Do you understand now? You just want to take Li Yi's money. King Song isn't like that, so Li Yi treats you differently from King Song. Big brother, please speak. Li Yi also picked up a piece of cabbage. Brother E, do you have any ideas on how to get the rich to fork out money? Li Qingqi asked. Yes. Li Yi replied straightforwardly. Pei Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shua. Didn't I ask him just now? He didn't say anything, and you even used your eyes to tell me that it's impossible? What do you say now? Zhang Shua glared back. Do I need to explain to you? Do you believe that even if Li Yi says that you will be promoted next year, I won't let you get promoted no matter how hard I try? Pei Yaoqing suddenly remembered that the other party was the chancellor, and he was the head of Chang'an. Thus, his gaze immediately changed and he squeezed out a smile. No, I'm not. I just want to, but I can't figure it out. Zhang Shua's expression softened. That's because you two have never met before. Pei Yaoqing actually understood and nodded his head vigorously. Li Qingqi suppressed his anger and glanced at the two of them. What are you two doing? Flirting with each other? Are you trying to flirt with each other? Brother Yi, tell me if I want to help someone I should learn from your Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi's goal was clear, to get money from the rich and do good deeds for himself. Brother, don't be anxious, let's talk while we eat. Li Yi took a soup bowl and scooped half a bowl of goose and monkey head soup and put it in front of Li Qingqi. He was worried that his brother would have a stomachache if he didn't drink hot soup to calm down his stomach. Li Qingqi drank the soup and burped and he felt better. It's cold outside. Remember to drink some hot water when you go back to your room. If you're on an empty stomach, don't drink tea. The green tea I made won't work either. Li Yi added another sentence to tell his brother how to deal with it. I'll listen to you, Brother Yi. Li Qingqi nodded to show that he remembered. Pei Yaoqing and Zhang Shua also remembered. When it came to treatment, the two of them admitted that Li Yi never lied. Li Yi ate the cabbage. Speaking of which, I was lucky enough to meet the Winged Knights and spent a good time with them. They call Kuju football. Brother, you should know, right? I know, I play it too. The new rules are good. Li Qingqi said. Since that's the case, I'll bring the rich to play in an open space for 2 days. Then I'll tell the rich to contract the stadium and organize the competition. The 22 counties of the capital will send a team to play. Each team will get 100,000 yuan. The first team will get 2 million yuan, the second team will get 1 million yuan, the third team will get 500,000 yuan, and the 4th to 10th teams will get 200,000 yuan. Li Yi introduced the football league. Doesn't the top 10 teams get 2 million yuan? 22 teams only get 2 million yuan. Who's going to pay the extra money? Zhang Shua suddenly found a loophole and shouted. Old man, don't shout. King Song was impolite. What are you doing here, Zhang Shua? I'm talking to Brother Yi, is it your turn? I know you're the Prime Minister, but can you let my third brother and sister-in-law stay at your house for a night? If not for Brother Yi holding Yao Chong in my third brother's heart, you wouldn't know what's going on right now. Zhang Shua coldly snorted. Brother, don't be anxious. Old man, don't be angry. What you see clearly, the team also sees clearly. Only then can they participate in the competition. Li Yi hurriedly changed the topic. It wasn't a conflict of ideology or interest, so there was no need to be angry. Then who's going to pay the extra money? Pei Yaoqing helped Zhang Shua ask. The rich. Li Yi said matter-of-factly. The rich will lose out? Li Qingqi asked. No one will lose out. Brother, we're trying to raise money to achieve our goal, not to cheat people. If you want to cheat people, I have a way. Li Yi said frankly. It was too easy for him to cheat people nowadays. Chapter 114. What is it? Li Qingqi asked casually. He realized that something was wrong and corrected himself. Don't cheat people. Pei Yaoqing looked at Zhang Shua, who lowered his head to eat. Pei Yaoqing realized that he had to be more polite to Li Dongzhu in the future. He must not let him think that he was the one being cheated. Brother, we need a football field. It's simple. I've already grown the grass. Weave it into a big net and put it on the field. Then cover it with a layer of shallow soil. Li Yi said that he had alfalfa in his shed. In order to feed horses, cows, and sheep in winter, he took out a part of it for the football field. The grass in winter itself was money. The rich would naturally understand when they saw it. How do we make money? Li Qingqi was concerned about the most basic question. Advertise. Put up banners for the rich who can afford it. Others are not allowed to do so. Those who sell things are also not allowed to enter. Only those who spend money are allowed to enter. Originally, we could also open a gambling house, but my formula needs to be adjusted at any time. The data is huge. I don't have time to manage it, so I won't open one for now. Li Yi told him the way to make money. How do we open a gambling house? As the head of Chang, and Pei Yaoqing naturally knew about gambling houses. But he could not figure out how to play football. Betting on the winner or loser, the goal, the number of goals conceded, the first half, the second half, the goal. Li Yi gave a brief introduction. He had never gambled before, but there were people in his circle who were willing to gamble. He wanted to learn from them. He felt that it was too exciting. Brother Yi, I can do it. Write down your formula and I'll ask someone to learn it. Li Qingqi was interested. He used to gamble a lot. He felt that he was a gambling master. After gambling for so many years, it was more or less a capital. The people who opened the gambling house did not dare to make money from him, but they also did not want to give him money. They just played with him. Day after day there were wins and losses. In the end they were almost tied. Li agreed. If there was no gambling in the Tang dynasty he would not take it out. Since there was already a gambling house he might as well use the formula. Brother, I'll say it first. Ordinary people are not allowed to bet big. If the gambling boomed because of football I'll be punished by God. Li solemnly said. He knew how to gamble, dice, mahjong and poker. He was very proficient in all kinds of rules. Because he sold medical equipment he needed to know how to give money to people. It had to be delivered naturally, and when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. The more it was like this, the more he disliked it. It was boring. Instead of being able to feel joy while playing, she felt very nervous. How could she not be angry and act vexed? Otherwise, the person who was sent away would be unhappy. The person who earned money at the table laughed heartily. Seeing that the person who lost was actually so carefree and smiling, did he think that the person who lost was insensible? Therefore Li didn't want to get involved. He felt uncomfortable and unhappy. The happiest time was when he had just graduated and entered the hospital. He saw patients being cured one by one and left with smiles on their faces. Later on, Big Brother, remember, don't let the poor people bet. Li warned again. Little brother E, don't worry. Even if I don't do it, I won't harm you. Li Qingqi said to Li Yi very seriously. In his heart, he had already regarded Li Yi as his own younger brother. He was willing to stay at Jianghu, talk to little brother Yi, see what little brother Yi did and do it together. He wanted the emperor to do it, but was that something he was willing to do? He didn't dare to not do it. Even father emperor couldn't stand it. How did ancestor Li Shimin seize the throne? How did Empress Wei manage the country? How did the imperial army follow third brother's command all the way into the palace? How did father emperor ascend the throne again? Who did Princess Taiping ally to imitate Wu Jiang? He was always on tenterhooks. He always said that he liked music, played drums the best and played the flute well. Until he saw the Li family Zhuangzi and then he met little brother Yi. Only here was he most at ease. Little brother Yi had many tricks, could predict the future, superb medical skills, brilliant literary talent and knew soldiers and generals. In Zhuangzi, third brother and sister-in-law also came. The brothers talked more casually than in the fifth prince's mansion. Only little brother Yi could calm third brother's heart. Only little brother Yi could stabilize the harem. If little brother Yi lost his lifespan, no matter how much money he had, could he exchange it for a day of peace? Li Qingqi thought a lot. Li didn't know how much others were thinking. He explained to Li Qingqi some things about the modified football games. The 22 county teams will meet each other in pairs, divided into home and away matches. Chang'an County's home ground is Chang'an. We can build a football field in other counties. There's not enough time this year so we can't plant so much grass. But it's fine as long as we don't tackle the ball. Such a football competition in the capital would drive a large piece of the football industry. I'll provide the balls, but as for the numbers on the clothes, you can buy them if you like. In the future I'll design shoes specifically for football. We'll connect this industry chain, and the money we earn will be used for the people's livelihood. Big brother, remember what I said, it must be used for the people's livelihood. If you're short of money, little brother has a way to help you earn money. Don't touch the public industry. Li Yi told Li Qingqi that the money earned from football was to raise money to help the people. Then don't try to make profits with this money. Just earn a little and use the profits to operate the business. Li Qingqi listened attentively and expressed his opinion from time to time. Pei Yaoqing and Zhang Shuo were dumbfounded. How could a kuju game with a different name become so popular? It involved buying, peddling, spreading, trading, changing from farming to playing kuju, and other types of parishioners. Zhang Shuo frowned. He was the most shocked. As the prime minister, he never knew that kuju could be played so brilliantly and benefit the people. Why didn't he think of it? He didn't even dream of it. Using the wealth of the rich to make the people rich, make the people happy and provide them with countless jobs. This method was frightening. But it was only the reason why King Song left early in the morning, ran over to deliver the cow, and said that he wanted to earn some money to do something. The young man who said that he couldn't do anything in the face of Chang, and suddenly came up with a solution. Chang, and is sitting right beside you. Can't you, Li Yi, consider his feelings? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuo signaled to Pei Yaoqing with his eyes. Find trouble with Li Yi and teach him some manners. Pei Yaoqing's heart almost jumped out. He shook his head slightly. I don't dare. I'm afraid that he'll get angry and I'll be killed by him. You're the prime minister. Zhang Shua glared at him. Coward. Look at the situation. Pei Yaoqing nodded. Prime Minister, it's up to you. Oh wait. Then, Li Dongzhu, what do you think should be sold at the football stadium, especially to the commoners? My family also wants to do that. Zhang Shua spoke. Pei Yaoqing's eyes widened. He looked at Zhang Shua and said, Prime Minister, you're so shameless. Didn't you want to teach him a lesson? You're even more of a coward than me. Zhang Shua pretended not to see. What shame? You're talking about shame with me when it comes to such an important matter? Do you believe that I'll send you out tomorrow? Big brother, look, I want to invest money. How much are you willing to pay? If you pay a lot, I'll let you sell popcorn. Li Yi had a serious look on his face. This was his first business deal and he was helping his big brother do it. Chapter 115. Li Qingqi left. He went back to find someone to discuss how to improve the football industry. Zhang Shua also left. He went back to renovate the toilets and repair the roads. At the same time, he was annoyed by Li Yi calling him old man. Pei Yaoqing left with Li Qingqi. He was going to look for investors with King Song. There was no place to build a football field in Chang'an City, so they had to use official land outside. Li Yi took a stroll after the meal. When he felt better, he entered the dissection room. The weather was cold. Even if the dead were to be stored for a few more days, they would still be well preserved. Pei Yaoqing left with Li Qingqi and got into King Song's car. Li Qingqi didn't want to ride a horse, so he found an ordinary car. King Song. Pei Yaoqing said. Call me provincial governor. I want to be in charge of ideology and propaganda. Li Qingqi interrupted Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing was confused. What ideology? You are the provincial governor, how can you be in charge of the specific matters? However, he wasn't in the mood to dwell on this matter. Provincial Governor Li, where do you want to rent land? I will estimate the price for you. Pei Mingfu, you are thinking too much. I don't want to rent land. Chang'an County can take out a piece of land and I will manage it. After I get the money, I will pay taxes to Chang'an County. Li Qingqi chose to cooperate with Li Yi. This was the knowledge he learned from his conversations with Li Yi. Pei Yaoqing was confused. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how do you want to pay taxes? 30 cents. For every 30 cents you earn, you have to pay 1 cent to Chang'an County. Li Qingqi listed the tax rate. You don't want to give me the money from the rich? Pei Yaoqing was concerned. They are investors and future collaborators. What does that money have to do with you? Li Qingqi didn't want to give it to him. I lack money. This winter, I want no one to die of hunger or cold. Pei Yaoqing said righteously. If you lack money, you can ask from the Ministry of Revenue. Why do you need money from me? Li Qingqi was surprised. But Pei Yaoqing understood that it was unreasonable to ask King Song for money. However, he did lack money. Hurry up and collect the slag to exchange for food with my brother Yi. Those who have nothing to do, ask them to clear the snow and repair the roads. Li Qingqi reminded the other party to get down to business. I want to ask Li Yi to come over and help me plan. Pei Yaoqing knew the method, but he wanted to do it in an orderly and skillful way. It was just that Li Yi was in charge of every detail. He didn't trust anyone else. Pui. Li Qingqi didn't act like King Song at all. Do you have any shame? I've given you an idea and I'm willing to exchange it for food. Are you still not satisfied? How many people are there in each area? How are they going to split it? What if it doesn't snow after the distribution? There are other things that I don't know. Why don't I ask Li Yi to be a county officer? Chang'an County Magistrate is secondary grade 8. He's a county magistrate of the Xigong County Magistrate, which is the same as the Xigong Army officer of the state capital. He's very powerful. Pei Yaoqing wanted to give Li Yi a small official position to be in charge of civil engineering. He wanted Li Yi to do more work. Pui. Li Qingqi spat again. Why don't I dismiss you and let my brother Yi take over as the head of Chang'an instead? How can I be the head of Chang'an? I'm just a child, Pei Yaoqing muttered. Do you still think that he's under your rule? Li Qingqi showed a look of disdain. Pei Yaoqing didn't want to say anything. He wanted to go back and instruct his subordinates to do their work. He didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to get it done. When the carriage was about to reach the city gate, Li Qingqi said, I'll help you solve the work of some people first. Get them to flatten the ground. The ground hasn't frozen yet, and the layer of frozen soil isn't thick yet. It'll save you a lot of trouble if you start the construction as soon as possible. Pei Yaoqing smiled. Thank you, Governor Li. After entering the city, the two parted ways. Pei Yaoqing went to work on the slag and the census. Li Qingqi looked for a few of his younger brothers to get money and start a football league together. They would pay for the initial investment themselves. After which they would look for others, especially businessmen, to get advertising fees. Zhang Shuo ran back to the palace and went to the political affairs hall. Yao Chong wasn't there and Lu Huaishan was nowhere to be found. He turned around and went to Xingqing Palace. Sure enough, he saw two people there. He also saw Wei Zhigu. Then His Majesty flipped through the booklet page by page. Zhang Shuo moved closer to Yao Chong and asked in a low voice, "His Majesty is..." He's checking the family booklet and relatives. He said that he's going to select people to be local officials. Yao Chong replied in a low voice. "It's a pity that there's no imperial ancestral temple official. Otherwise we can just ask directly," Lu Huaishan said. Zhang Shuo didn't answer. It was impossible for there to be an imperial ancestral temple official. Because the retired emperor was there were many things that couldn't be said or done. Last year, Princess Jinsheng, who was married to Tubo, said that Zanpu's mother had died. Therefore, His Majesty temporarily arranged for Zhuo Qingdao's imperial ancestral temple official, Li Jing, to mourn for her. When he came back, he dismissed it. Has Yuanji one come out? Yao Chong looked at Li Longji flipping through the booklet and asked Zhang Shuo about the result of this trip. Simple, Zhang Shuo replied with 2 words. Of course it's simple after asking, Wei Zhigu muttered. Li Longji had just finished flipping through the booklet. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. As if he had made a decision, he opened his eyes and smiled at the ministers. Minister Zhang went to Zhuangzi? He asked. Replying to Your Majesty, he added a toilet and flushed it with water. It's easier to get water. Flushing it with water can solve the problem of accumulation, Zhang Shuo replied. What about the other matter? Li Longji asked again. The other matter of road construction will be carried out together with Chang'an's imperial magistrate Pei Yaoqing. Using work as relief, it will solve the worries of the imperial court and at the same time relieve the suffering of the people, Zhang Shuo replied. If that's the case, then do it. Think about what kind of trouble you'll encounter and how to deal with it. Li Longji nodded and said a few more words to criticize them. It was such a simple matter, yet they had to go to Zhuangzi to ask. If they encountered problems, then go and ask. What did His Majesty need them for? The 4 of them excused themselves and went to work. Li Longji began to call people. He called some of the relatives over and prepared to give them benefits. Then he would let them become officials in the nearby areas. Removing this income and increasing the business tax would offend a large number of people. He couldn't take the lead in this matter. It was good for the relatives. They could help him do things again. In Chang'an City, many people pushed small carts and went to various squares to collect furnace slag. There were also craftsmen who went to the toilet to see the situation and made new tools, including wooden basins for flushing water. Those who worked were those who didn't have food to eat. They went to do things and were given more food. Those who didn't want to work ate porridge every day. In any case, they had a bowl of porridge a day so they wouldn't starve to death. Those who were sick had doctors to take care of them. They could also eat some meat, such as half an egg. These extra expenses were obtained from Pei Yaoqing's begging. The women in Pyongkong Square also took out some. It turned out that they went to the temple every 10 days to add incense to the temple, and the temple preached scriptures to them. Now that they saw that Li Yi and Zhuangzi helped a lot of people, they were willing to take some money to help Pei Yaoqing. Li Qingqi also sent people to recruit people to work. In the west of Chang'an City, a piece of land was marked out. First, the snow was cleared and then the frozen soil was dug out. Next, an underground fire tunnel was built and a cloth wall was built outside. In addition, a circle of platforms was built for the audience. The whole city of Chang'an City felt much more lively. There was a lot of construction in the winter. Some people mocked that the imperial court was stupid. Why didn't they wait until the weather was warm? Why did they have to wait until winter? It consumed too much material and manpower. When Pei Yaoqing heard the words from the people, he sneered, "Foolish people, do you think this official doesn't know that winter work is not suitable? But winter work can solve the problem of people who don't have food to eat in winter." Chapter 116. The north wind was thick and the water flowed down like ice. A pair of cotton covers withstood the cold, and the warm soup on the stove dispelled 1,000 worries. Tying ropes, hanging baskets, shaking briquettes, and talking about stopping. The north wind was howling today and it seemed to be endless. The person in Zhuangzi had a scarf wrapped around his neck and a mask over his mouth, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. His exhaled breath rose and frost formed on his eyelashes and eyebrows. The children put on one piece of clothing after another, and they could no longer find the cute appearance of the students from before. However, the child in front of them was even cuter. He wore many clothes and looked like a ball. He opened his small hands and walked like a penguin. He accidentally fell and rolled for a while before he could get up again. Because he was wearing thick clothes, the child would not be injured when he fell. When the adults saw this, they would laugh. Some smiled and turned their heads to wipe their tears. Especially those who had just entered Jianghu this spring. In the past, how could their children dress like this? Every piece of clothing was money. In order to make cotton-padded clothes and gloves for the children, Dongzhu could not even bear to part with the quilts. It was because of the strong request of the people that 10 quilts and mattresses were made. One was for Dongzhu, and the other was for the nobles to have bedding. The children in Zhuangzi were like this. The children of the families who came to find a way to make a living did not have cotton-padded clothes, but they would add a few more silk clothes. Moreover, the children did not work and the students in Zhuangzi came to teach them. After practicing with a wooden stick for a few days, they also had brushes, ink, and paper. The place where they worked was like Zhuangzi. Every 16 households had a large clay pot on the stove, and there was no iron. In the morning, new meat bones would be put in the pot, and some dried vegetables would be added to it. When they were thirsty from work, they would come over to drink a bowl of soup. There was oil on the bones and it could quench their cravings and thirst. Instead of making coal blocks, they changed to shaking briquettes. They set up a rack and hung a shallow bamboo basket on it. They shook it with water and coal slurry, and the coal slurry turned into briquettes. Briquettes were not bad, but they were not as good as coal blocks because coal blocks could be placed in half on the fire to suppress the fire. This way the fire would be smaller and the temperature could be maintained for a long time. If the equal pressure of the coal blocks was slowly burned down, he could use the hook of the furnace to penetrate them, and the flame would jump up again. The surface of the Baishui River was already frozen, but the ice was not thick. They took the small boat to open the ice and told the water wheel to continue moving. The water from the water wheel flowed into the paper mill. In the paper-making workshop, large stoves were used to cook all sorts of things. They also had to add wood ash and lime. Then they would be fished out and transported to the riverside, where they would be crushed by a mill driven by a water wheel. There were also some who used foot crushers to smash the cooked things into pieces. There was no need to put it in a wooden bucket and pound it with a stick. Afterwards, he would scoop up the pulp with a layer of cloth and place it on a wooden rack in the house to dry. There was a fire in the house to raise the temperature. When they were dry, they would peel them off one by one to reveal paper. The paper made from different materials was different. The toilet paper was made from grass. The paper used for writing was made of bamboo, hemp, and tree bark. It was good to add some other things such as alum and lime. Paper making was a technical job, but the workers found that in Zhuangzi, it was a physical job. There were no technical obstacles. Dongzhu had arranged everything. It even included the disposal and reuse of the residual liquid. They just had to follow the process and did not need to consider anything else. Other than going to the toilet, the paper he made was for everyone to write on. In addition, they made their own ink. Burning the kiln would produce all kinds of charcoal ash. These were used as raw materials to make ordinary ink and ink. The brush used was bamboo with hair. It was difficult to find wolf hair. Rabbit hair also needed rabbit hair. There were other kinds of hair. It was not writing calligraphy. It was fine as long as you could write. The ink slab needed to find a suitable stone, fine. It did not need to reach the level where the ink was not easy to dry and the speed of the rock ink was fast. When making ink, the liquid state could be directly filled into a bowl, dipped in it, and written. Did they have to make it into an ink stick and then grind it again? Therefore, Zhuangzi had all the 4 treasures of the study. They did not need to buy them. Zhuangzi was poor and Dongzhu did not have money. They could only make it themselves. With the addition of the textile workers and kiln workers, they did not have enough manpower. Otherwise, we can't build a workshop. Ming residents, please take care of this matter. Li Yi invited Pei Yaoqing for a meal in Zhuangzi. He went to Chang and city to invite Pei Yaoqing. When Pei Yaoqing received the invitation, he rushed over without saying anything. It was obviously unrealistic for a person who only owned 1,000 mu of land to invite the head of Chang and to a banquet. However, when Li Yi invited Pei Yaoqing, he came without hesitation. He invited Pei Yaoqing before lunch and said it would be tomorrow. However, Pei Yaoqing rushed over without eating. Li Yi also did not eat. They could eat together. They talked while eating. Before eating, Pei Yaoqing endured his hunger and walked around the workshop first. He thought it would be like other workshops. A group of dark and thin people, wearing thin clothes and shivering in the cold, were working hard in the cold wind. What he saw was a group of people wearing several layers of clothes, hats, masks, gloves, and furry boots. They were talking and laughing as they worked. At this moment he looked at Li Yi and sized him up again. It was as if he did not hear what Li Yi said. Ming residents eat first. I specially made the Mandarin duck hot pot. One side is spicy and the other side is chicken bone soup. Li advised. To thank the county magistrate he made spicy hot pot. It was different from the previous hot pot with charcoal in the middle. This hot pot used fire damp at the bottom. You have taken over Zhang family's village's land. You don't have enough land? If Zhang family goes to the county to sue me, I will definitely award the workshop to Zhang family. Pei Yaoqing was talking about another matter. He was also using his authority to threaten Li Yi. He always lost in front of Li Yi. Now that the opportunity to get back at him had appeared, he had to use it quickly. Don't worry, Ming residents. I promise Zhang family that you can come to me if you are sick. Li Yi retorted. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head, picked up the vegetables and boiled them. He was sad. He forgot that Li Yi was not only a money-making Dongzhu, but also a miracle doctor. With the miracle doctor beside the village, so what if he used the village's land? If he dared to cheat the miracle doctor of his workshop today, he would die in front of the miracle doctor tomorrow. Moreover, he did not dare to judge Li Yi. So many people were alive because of him. If the county magistrate directly awarded the workshop to the village, those people would rush into Chang, and then go all the way to the county office. Didn't they see the invitation? It was said that they would come tomorrow. How many people do you need? Do you need someone in your family who is sick? Pei Yaoqing took a bite of the spicy tofu skin and asked with sweat on his nose. Li Yi's chopsticks paused. He thought for a while and nodded. Come on. I don't have much to do recently. I can treat people too. He decided to use living people to practice. Anyway, the actual situation of the patients was like that. If he could not treat them, the Imperial Physician Department could not treat them either. He had the examination equipment, medicine, and surgical instruments. At the same time, he also learned Chinese medicine. If he could treat them with the equipment, he would use Chinese medicine. If Chinese medicine and acupuncture did not work, he would think of other ways. It was just that his acupuncture skills were not good enough. But it did not matter. There were videos. Thinking about it, Li Yi scooped up the chili oil soup and drank it. He sweated and felt comfortable. Don't you think it's spicy? Pei Yaoqing shivered. It's spicy. And this spiciness is not the taste. It's a kind of pain feedback from the injury. But it's different from other pain. Some patients can be revived after drinking this soup. The subject of medicine is very magical. As Li Yi spoke, he put the tofu into the pot to freeze. At the same time, he lowered the heat. The soup boiled and splashed out. Chapter 117. Pei Yaoqing watched Li Yi add things and adjust the fire. Then he realized something. From the first time he met this young man, he was very natural. His actions and words were not deliberate at all. He would not give you any hints or make any requests. He always said what he wanted. When he was with him, if he did not think too much, he would feel very calm. This was a kind of qi cultivation skill. How did this young man practice? Brother Yi, how much do I lack in the Chang and decree? Pei Yaoqing asked sincerely. Chang and city is short of resources. Previously, we forced people to buy things and then gave them IOUs, which means we owe them first. When you took office, you only bought things from the rich and gave them money first. The people who have nothing are better off, and the rich who have things are better off. This is called material circulation, and there is no accumulation of debt. Therefore, the people who do not have many things and the rich who have many things that cannot be exchanged for money are all grateful to you. Li Yi talked about what Pei Yaoqing had done. He had done it before and was still doing it now. His ability to balance relationships was very good. He did not offend anyone. Pei Yaoqing smiled. So Brother Yi also knows. I also have no choice. He was humble. But this is not enough. Li Yi was very honest. I told you you can't do it. You did too little. Pei Yaoqing nodded. If it was someone else, he would definitely refute. But since Li Yi said it, he admitted it. At least he was not as good as Li Yi and Zhuangzi. Brother Pei, drink wine. Don't drink too much in winter. Li Yi left for a while and came back with wine glasses and wine. He first poured wine for Pei Yaoqing. Then he said, the problem of people's livelihood is a problem of coordination. Coordination of technology, coordination of industries, coordination of work positions, coordination of material circulation. Pei Yaoqing looked at the wine glasses, and goblets. They were beautiful, good-looking, and charming. Especially when the red wine was inside, he felt his heart and soul being drawn in. His hand touched the wine glass and stopped. He looked at Li Yi. More specifically? More specifically, the rich have money but do not know what to do to make money. The ordinary people have no money and do not know what to do to make money. You are the head of Chang and you think of ways for the rich to make money. To make money they need to hire workers so the common people can work. Li Yi spoke of the most common problem he had faced in his time. Officials were full of ways to make money, and then they would think about which one was suitable for their own place. Brother Yi, please be more specific. Pei Yaoqing indicated that he understood, but he wanted an example. To be more specific, I'm planting rice. The water in the field has already frozen. In a few days I will build fences around the fields and fill them with water to make an ice rink. I have something to play on ice. Let the rich people in Chang and come over to play. Of course, I didn't need to hire anyone else. I had people in Zhuangzi who were in charge of managing the ice rink and making the toys. Isn't this just a business deal? I don't have Zhuangzi. I can rent a place from the government for a winter, fill it with water, hire people to make ice and let others play. I've earned the money I've invested, the players are happy, and the people who have been hired have jobs. Li Yi said. He had to do this in winter. He could not do it now. Only the children could play with ice carts. Good idea. I will go back and find a place to build an ice rink. Pei Yaoqing said. Brother Pei, if that's the case you'll think of everything that I do. Then what about your subordinates? Think of a few more. Li Yi was speechless. If I Zhuangzi want to do it then you should follow. I don't care. I have other ways. But you are a county magistrate. Why don't you find someone to think of a few more ways? Pei Yaoqing had not drunk any wine, and his face turned red. Indeed, Brother Yi was talking about how to do it, not who can do it. The problem is, he can't think of anything. Brother Yi, can you tell me a few? I will drink first. Pei Yaoqing said and wanted to drink. Don't drink all of it. You have to taste it slowly. Li Yi stopped him. What if he drank too much? Pei Yaoqing was embarrassed. He took a sip and smacked his lips. It's delicious. Tell me a few. Li Yi nodded. Okay. Since Brother Pei wants to solve the problems caused by the people, I will give you some ways to make money. Pei Yaoqing was shocked when he heard what Li Yi said. That's right. These are good ways to make money. I can ask Brother Yi and tell the other rich families. Then the rich families can make money. Isn't that, Brother Yi, don't say any more? Pei Yaoqing was upset. If he used Li Yi's money to make up for others, what's the point of being the Chang and county magistrate? Li Yi was stunned. He immediately understood what Pei Yaoqing was thinking. He smiled. It's okay. I have more ways to make money. The people are the most important. But, Pei Yaoqing could not continue. He took a deep breath and said, as long as I am still an official, I will protect anyone who dares to provoke Brother Yi's Zhuangzi. Thank you, Brother Pei. Li Yi gave a fist salute. Then he said, my method can be used for both fame and profit. The streets in Chang and are very wide, especially the Vermilion Bird Avenue. It is wide. The Gate of Heaven influence is even wider. It is 3 times as wide as the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Pei Yaoqing said. The Gate of Heaven influence is also fine. Li Yi suddenly thought of something. Why was the Gate of Heaven influence wide? Because it passed through the palace. If there was a situation the army would have to enter or attack quickly. How wide was it? More than 400 meters. To the north of the street was the Taiji Palace. To the south were the Taichang Temple, Imperial Ancestral Temple, Honglu Temple, Minister of War, and so on. Usually ordinary people could not walk on that street. There were walls of the palace on both sides. It was a city within a city. However, there should be no problem if there were entertainment activities in the winter. The emperor would not stay on the street. Behind it was the Forbidden Park. There were 3,000 winged knights there. How? Pei Yaoqing was tempted. Brother Pei, do you know about ice? The ice that freezes in the river during winter. Li Yi asked. Pei Yaoqing's eyes were filled with resentment. Brother Yi, what do you mean? I thought of a way to come up with it, but I am not stupid. Not only do I know about ice, but I also know about ice storage. It is very expensive to take it out during summer. Brother Yi, you want me to store more ice? Pei Yaoqing asked. If there is no place to store ice, you don't have to worry about it. They have already stored it. Li Yi waved his hand. Pei Yaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Brother Yi was not stupid. Brother Pei, do you know about carving? There are wood and stone carvings. Ice carvings are very beautiful. If you put candles inside, it will be very beautiful at night. Li Yi said as he gestured with his hands. Pei Yaoqing opened his eyes wide and nodded. Yes, if you can carve ice, how do you make money? If there are many ice carvings, you can put up lanterns. During the Lantern Festival on the 15th of the first month, there will be many people buying and selling things. Everyone will be willing to write poems or something. For example, if there are lanterns, there is no entertainment. If there are lanterns, there is no light, there is no spring. When spring comes, people are like jade. If the lanterns burn the moon will be like silver. Is that right? Li explained. Pei Yaoqing. He felt that he had been dealt a heavy blow. We are talking about making money and you just casually spout out poems? I can't keep up with the rhythm. I am very good at it, but I can't be like you. Casually speaking, swoosh, a poem came out. It was not a poem for the sake of writing a poem, but an example. Are you bullying me? Pei Yaoqing thought as he took a deep breath. Brother E, let's talk about ice carvings. I know what it means. How do I find people? Brother, you understand, right? It is simple. The ice lantern is mainly to promote its beauty to those who are willing to invest in it. Talk about that. For example, the night hall's flowing shadows are twice as beautiful. Who is frozen until the end? The candlelight is only suspected of being hugged by a cup of water. When the fire is together, beads of cold should fall. Li Yi explained patiently and gave ideas. Pei Yaoqing. Chapter 118. Brother Pei, tell them that the person who paid to make the ice lantern will have his name. You can even get a scholar to write it down beforehand. Li didn't care about what Pei Yaoqing thought. His goal was to promote entertainment. This could be considered as the development of society and increase lifespan. Pei Yaoqing nodded his head. At this point he already knew what to do. He understood the relationship between the scholars and the wealthy. He was one of them. Needless to say, the merchants could earn money from the lanterns and ice lanterns. Even during winter they could still be used until the ice melted. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the lanterns would compete with the ice lanterns. Thank you, Brother E. One ice lantern is enough. Pei Yaoqing was afraid that Li Yi would come up with other ways to earn money and he couldn't resist learning it. His Majesty was a frequent visitor. If he knew about it, he would definitely be angry. Previously, when Empress Wang rubbed Brother Yi's head, His Majesty only smiled. How intimate was that? But thinking about it, it made sense. Coming to Zhuangzi, all of his worries could be thrown aside. There was a young man who could ask about politics at any time. More importantly, the young man's medical skills were superb. The Imperial Physician Bureau was unable to treat frostbite, but when they brought the patient to Zhuangzi, the young man treated him and even gave him a prescription. No matter how black-hearted a person was facing such a young man, he had to consider whether the young man's heart was even blacker. Pei Yaoqing immediately recovered. He recalled the methods Li Yi used to deal with shopkeeper Liang and the others. If he didn't know about it, he would have been bewitched and thought that the young man in front of him was cultured and refined. Also, 2 days ago he told King Song that he was gambling, making money and conning people. Now he was conning people as well, but he was conning people along with him. Li didn't know how to read minds, so he didn't know why Pei Yaoqing's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Brother Pei, I realize that nowadays we are using more plant wax and beeswax. Even oil lamps are made from rapeseed oil. Why don't you stay here and learn how to make use of marsh gas? Brother E, you are a genius." Pei Yaoqing replied and started to praise him. He was convinced by the marsh gas lamp. It was bright enough and more importantly it was cheap. Students from poor families did not dare to light up their lamps at night. If it was snowing, it would be brighter outside than usual, and they would wait until the sky turned dark. Around the time of the full moon, there would be snow in the north, so one could also read books under the moonlight. But now, in Zhuangzi, all they had to do was build something like a biogas pool and plug in a pipe, and the flame would come up. It was bright and warm. Upon thinking of this, Pei Yaoqing couldn't help but shake his head for these students. When the manager of Zhuangzi went to recruit people, he only asked if they were willing to clean up the livestock and poultry feces. Many students refused. How much knowledge did he have to be so arrogant? Brother E would do it personally. Even when practicing medicine, he would kneel down to save people. Are you more knowledgeable than Brother E? Brother E will crush you to death. Last year 42 came. This year, even though they knew that Brother E was taking care of the students' families, they didn't come because they needed to do some work. Only 220 students who had nowhere else to go entered the village. If you guys aren't stupid, then what are you? You have no one to offer, yet you still want to be virtuous and virtuous. Brother E would meet His Majesty once every few days, and the prime ministers would take turns visiting him. King Song was a frequent visitor. Didn't I, the Chang and imperial envoy, rush here after receiving an invitation? I heard that King Song said that all 42 students would pass the examination next year. Pei Yaoqing thought as he continued eating. It was too delicious. The spicier it was, the more he wanted to eat it. Why was it so satisfying? Li was also sweating profusely. The palace maids and eunuchs were eating by the side, waiting for Li Yi's summons. The four of them had changed classes yesterday and they were extremely anxious. Every time they changed classes, it would take nearly 30 days before it was their turn. After changing classes, they counted the days and waited. The first class had already cried many times. Back then they were unwilling, so Li didn't make things difficult for them and changed classes. Until now they had always wanted to be themselves. It was a pity that the other three classes didn't agree. Li drank a mouthful of water and said, "Butter and lamb fat can be used to make candles. Especially now when the weather is cold, it is more convenient to make candles in the snow. Someone has made it before, but it's not easy to burn it." Pei Yaoqing felt that he had finally grasped a technique that Brother Yi didn't know about. "You use hemp, right?" Li asked. Yes. Pei Yaoqing suddenly felt guilty. So Brother Yi knew about the lampwick. The wax made from cow and sheep's oil is too strenuous to support the hemp. The oil drips too much, so we have to use something else. Li Yi broke Pei Yaoqing's last shred of hope. "I know what the lamp heart is." "Is there an unpleasant smell?" Pei Yaoqing quickly asked. Li shook his head. "No, you just have to deal with the lard. It's simple." Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath. Whenever he heard Li Yi say simple, he would be traumatized. He felt that there was nothing difficult in front of Li Yi. In the imperial harem, Empress Wang frowned as she looked at the palace maid Xier, who was clutching her stomach in pain and crying. Four imperial physicians from the Imperial Physician Bureau came. They took her pulse and shook their heads. "Empress, it's been a few days. It's incurable." One of the imperial physicians shook his head and gave the answer. "How can I not know? She was still kicking the shuttlecock yesterday, Xier," Empress Wang said as tears fell. She remembered that she was covered in sweat when she kicked the shuttlecock yesterday. After a while she said she was tired. It was clearly painful, but she endured the pain. "If you cure she I'll give you a mirror," Empress Wang said to the four imperial physicians and took a small mirror. The four of them looked at the mirror and were tempted, but they still shook their heads. Another imperial physician sighed, "Empress, you can't save her." "Then what use do I have for you?" Bam. Empress Wang threw the mirror to the ground. "We are useless." The four imperial physicians lowered their heads at the same time. "Yes, you are useless. She don't be afraid." Empress Wang suddenly remembered. She who was enduring the pain, smiled. "Empress Xier's family?" "What family? You won't die. Go and call Gao Lishur here." Empress Wang shouted. A young eunuch ran out. In less than half an hour, Gao Lishur arrived. At the same time there were two eunuchs and two palace maids. They were pushing a flatbed cart. The young eunuch went to find him and explained the situation. Gao Lishur didn't need to ask to know what it meant. "General Gao, send her over. If she dies before reaching the place." Empress Wang stared at Gao Lishur and said, "I promise I won't let Xier die." Gao Lishur replied directly. "Quick, tell Brother Yi that Xier is my personal palace maid." Empress Wang pointed at Xier. "I understand. Xier is someone I must protect. She is my person." Gao Lishur didn't lose his mind. It was impossible to tell Li Yi that the Empress was his. He could only take responsibility for himself. Xier was put on the cart and pushed by 5 people. As soon as they left the palace, there was a carriage waiting for them. They carried Xier and rushed towards the east of the city. Xier clutched her stomach and gritted her teeth. She let out a soft moan. Gao Lishur sat beside her and said to her, "If you reach the place alive, you can live. If you can't hold on now, no one can save you. Your family outside the palace is counting on you." "Yes." Xier's eyes showed a determined look. She gritted her teeth even harder. Chapter 119. While Xier was on the way, Li Longji came. He knew that Xier was the Empress' favorite as she was always so sensible. "How is it?" Li Longji asked as soon as he came. "She was sent to Uncle. I told Gao Lishur about Brother Yi and he understood immediately. As long as Xier reaches there alive, Uncle will definitely cure her." Empress Wang spoke of her worries about whether she could reach there alive. She believed that if she was sent to Uncle alive, he would not let her die. Uncle was so amazing. All the imperial physicians said that she was fine and gave her a prescription. In the end, the prescription was just to comfort her that she could not have children. In the end, Uncle said that it might not be useful, but she could use other methods. It was just that it was too difficult for men and women. Then she had a baby. This was the difference in medical skills. The imperial physicians were afraid. They knew that it was impossible, but they did not dare to say it. Uncle was not afraid. There was a way. It was just that the method of taking medicine was not good and might not work. Uncle did not dare to guarantee that she would get pregnant after taking medicine. The other method was harder for men and women. It meant that it was more powerful and could guarantee that she would get pregnant. When you give birth, go to Brother E. If it really can't be done, ask Brother E to do it. I don't care. Brother E is also your biological brother. Li Longji said. He and Li Yi were only one son apart in age. 30 years old versus 16 years old. Empress Wang was younger, but to be precise, she could be Li Yi's mother. Li Longji thought it through. The Empress's child was the most important. Brother Yi's character was not bad. If it really reached that step, he would let the Empress acknowledge him as her brother. Uncle said that it is reasonable. We will go tomorrow. The fetus should not be too big. It is not easy to give birth. Empress Wang touched her stomach and smiled. Now, the most important thing was that whoever gave birth to a heavier child would be better. In reality, that was not the case. The child's health and weight had nothing to do with each other. Reward? Li Longji said with a smile. He rewarded the 4 imperial physicians. The imperial physicians tried their best. They knew that it was an intestinal abscess, but they could not save her. However, the 4 imperial physicians did not feel happy because of the pressure. Could it be that there was someone who could cure this kind of intestinal obstruction? They want to find that person and ask, "Tell me, how did you save him?" Your Majesty, we are incompetent. However, I would like to know who can be saved. The imperial physician who spoke before couldn't help but ask. Do you know the recipe for cassia fructus decoction to treat frostbite? Li Longji replied patiently. Is that person? Your Majesty, I would like to ask the doctor. The imperial physician wanted to challenge, no, communicate. When she recovers, Empress Wang said softly. Her words were like knives stabbing into the hearts of the imperial physicians. They sentenced she to death, but Empress Wang refused to admit it and asked someone to send she out for treatment. If she died, even if they didn't want to admit it, they would still be happy. But if she was alive, then the Imperial Physician Bureau was the most powerful existence in the world. You said that someone who was bound to die could be saved by others. What did that mean? On the other side, Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Pei Yaoqing were talking. When you're in administration, don't think that the people will do what you think. You have to consider human nature. The most important thing is how the officials below operate. Li Yi knew that the officials of the Tang dynasty didn't know the specific situation. Pei Yaoqing was considered good. At least he knew how to balance the relationship so that no one would be at a disadvantage. It was not surprising that such a person could be the prime minister in the future. Brother Yi is right. Pei Yaoqing admitted. It was not easy to be the head of Chang'an because there were countless high-ranking officials in Chang'an who could do it. So we can't ask for money from some people. As long as they give us a status, we can say that the ice sculpture belongs to them. Li Yi imparted the experience that Pei Yaoqing already knew. He was afraid that Pei Yaoqing would make a mistake. It was meaningless to offend those who couldn't be offended. The purpose was to make some people earn money and some people live better lives. It was enough to achieve the goal. As for the other things, that was the next step. Brother Yi, can you not give me too much money for the candles of the cattle and sheep? Why don't I send you the oil so that you can earn less? Pei Yaoqing said. He lowered his head as he was embarrassed. Why should he let others earn less? Just because they were easy to talk to? 3 caddies of oil for 1 caddy of wax. I won't earn a single cent, Li Yi gave a figure. Pei Yaoqing nodded. Okay, this was good. Bring over 3 caddies of butter or sheep fat, which was fat, in exchange for 1 caddy of wax. The fat had to be boiled, and then it had to go through a series of processes to be processed into candles. Brother Pei, you can add some incense. If my family wants to use it, I can make it for them. Li Yi was ready to bribe. The ratio of oil to wax was 3-to-1. He had more than 20% of the profits. He was used to giving benefits to others. If there was money, everyone would earn it together. Brother Yi, that thing for your woman's menstruation? Pei Yaoqing suddenly said another thing. Li Yi continued in less than a second. There are also perfumed soaps, but they are not very good. I am afraid that others will feel uncomfortable using them. Brother Pei, please find someone to try them. I will be very grateful. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi again. This young man really knows how to talk. What do you mean by try them? You make it sound like they are begging you to use them and are grateful to you. I want to talk about the gold jewelry. Can you also make 2 sets for me to try wearing? Pei Yaoqing was thinking about whether to make a bigger bottle to store the glycerin. The small glass bottle was too small. Brother Yi is so sensible. Before he could say anything, a voice came from outside. Li Yi, come out quickly. Someone has intestinal blockage and is dying. Li Yi stood up and ran out without looking at Pei Yaoqing. For eunuchs and palace maids threw down their chopsticks and followed. Pei Yaoqing followed. When he saw the person beside the car outside, he was silent. It was Gao Lishir. In the car, quickly take a look. He is dying. Gao Lishir did not look at anyone else. Li Yi ran over and took a look. He nodded, he won't die. Follow me to the courtyard. A group of people ran to the courtyard. Li Dongzhu, this is my... Gao Lishir wanted to introduce. General Gao, you don't have to say anything. Li Yi interrupted Gao Lishir. He did not care about the relationship between the patient and Gao Lishir. After pushing the patient into the examination room, Li Yi directly opened the palace maid's clothes, put on the coupling agent, put the ultrasound probe on and scanned. He put down the probe. Enter the operating theater, Tao Hong, according to the requirements. Two Tao Hong responded at the same time, yes. The group of people changed their clothes and Pei Yaoqing was blocked outside. He was a man and they were palace maids and eunuchs. Li Yi changed his clothes, washed his hands and looked at the patient again. Local anesthesia directly used a scalpel to make an incision. Incision, search, ligation, removal, cleaning, fluid extraction, suturing, placement of drainage tubes, injection of antibiotics and hanging up. He moved to the nursing room and gave a few instructions to the patient who was awake. He mainly told her not to be afraid, that nothing was wrong, and that she would be alive and kicking again in 2 days. After a set of procedures, he put on a mask and let out a long breath. Okay, stay here for the next 2 days. Don't eat first, I will give you nutrition. If you encounter the same situation in the future, don't wait until you are about to die. If it is in the early stage, there is no need to cut it. Look at now, I have lost a lot of things. There is still food in the intestines, and I don't even have time to wait for the digestion to reduce inflammation. As Li Yi spoke, he asked everyone to go out. The group of people were all wearing sanitary clothes, masks and hats. They were not lacking anything and they had to be disinfected later. Okay? She's alive? Gao Lishir asked. It's very difficult to die. It's just an intestinal abscess. It's normal and there are no other problems. Everyone hasn't eaten, right? Coincidentally, I haven't finished eating either. Tao Hong, stay and take care of her. Chui Lu, I'll get someone to send you a jianbing. Li Yi said as he arranged the caregivers. Chapter 120. Tao Hong was naturally the Tao Hong who was working in Zhuangzi. Tao Hong was still in a state of shock. Not only her, but apart from Li Yi, even Shi'er, who was saved, was in a daze. How did she survive? Not even half an hour had passed. An incision was made on the stomach with her eyes open, and then the intestines were cut out. It was just that owner Li was a man, that Dongzhu shameful. Tao Hong whispered. Li Yi was stunned and shook his head. There is nothing in the eyes of a doctor, only life. Don't look at a doctor with other thoughts. Li Dongzhu is right. Gao Lishir slowly exhaled, expressing his agreement. The way he looked at Li Yi was different from before, but he saw it today. The experts of the Imperial Medical Department were helpless against intestinal abscesses, and all they said was this official is incompetent. However, when she was sent here, Li Dongzhu only took a glance and said it was fine. Sure enough, Li Dongzhu was busy cutting out the intestines and she was no longer in pain. From today onwards, intestinal abscesses were no longer a terminal illness. At least they could be treated in front of Li Dongzhu. The group went out and Tao Hong stayed behind to talk to Shi'er, who was in a daze. Gao Lishir ordered people to quickly return to the palace to report the good news to Empress Wang, and he followed Li Yi to eat. He wanted to confirm it again and come back to see Shi'er later. Pei Yaoqing had been waiting outside. Gao Lishir personally brought people to deliver the intestinal abscesses. The imperial physicians in the palace couldn't do it? Could she survive? When he saw them, he immediately asked, did she survive? She didn't die at first, it was just a small illness. If Brother Pei's family? I still wish Brother Pei's family good health. Li Yi wanted to say, if anyone in your family had appendicitis, send them here. But when he thought about it again, how could there be a doctor who wished for someone to fall ill? What was the difference between this and a funeral director telling the deceased's family that they were welcome to come again? If there is a patient in your family, you must find Brother Yi. Pei Yaoqing said. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't fall ill? He could die from typhoid or a small cut on his hand, let alone an intestinal abscess. But when did intestinal congestion become a minor ailment? It was already past noon. It was almost 3:30 in the afternoon. It was winter and the sun was setting in the west. With the clouds, the sky gradually darkened. First, I'll make a pancake and send it to the nurse. Everyone ate the mandarin duck hot pot absent-mindedly. It was so spicy that they stuck out their tongues, but their mood recovered quite a bit. They all had mixed feelings, especially Gao Lishir and the others who came later. When they saw that Shi was about to die, they hurried over and became worried. After the situation passed, the aftereffects of the adrenaline secretion appeared and he collapsed. After drinking the spicy hot pot soup, his mind went blank. Speaking of popularity, the popularity refers to raw meat. Usually it's sashimi or even beef and mutton. However, it's better not to eat raw meat if possible. Li Yi saw that everyone was not in high spirits, so he talked about the food and told everyone not to eat it raw. Then he talked about various aspects of dietary hygiene, as well as nutritional supplements. On the other side, the people who came out with Gao Lishir from the Imperial Palace hurried back to the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Harem. They were called in while panting. "Empress, your Majesty, Shi is alive. Send Li Dongzhu over, said that he's fine, and then go in." General Gao said that he should make an incision, cut out the bad intestines and sew them up. Shi should hang a bottle of water, blink and talk. No pain. Li Dongzhu said that he'll stay for 2 days. He'll won't die. The messenger panted and spoke with joy on his face. "Reward." Empress Wang opened her mouth and said one word. She turned around and looked at Li Longji. "Your Majesty, I told you that uncle can save her. Look, she's alive in less than 4 hours." The palace maids and eunuchs congratulated them. Their thoughts were simple. Today Shi's intestines were blocked. The empress sent her to another place and she survived. If she fell sick one day and the imperial doctors couldn't save her, would she be sent there too? The 4 imperial doctors who had left were waiting outside. When they saw someone go in to report, they applied to go in as well. "Tell all the imperial doctors no need to worry about the trouble. I'll reward them again." Empress Wang refused. "What's there to listen to? Do you think you'll know? Don't talk about my uncle's medical skills. You won't even know how to use the things in the room." Thus, the 4 imperial doctors received another round of rewards. They were very depressed. Before the palace closed at night, Gao Lishir and the others rushed back. They described in detail how Li Yi saved Shi. The intestines of the abscess were damaged. The stomach was cut open and the bad ones were cut out. Empress Wang was shocked when she heard it. "That's right," Gao Lishir replied. "This official saw it with my own eyes. Shi's intestines were cut out, but she was fine. Just now this official went to take a look before returning. She only said that it was a little painful. After all, there was a cut. Not to mention a cut on the stomach, even a small cut on the hand would be painful." Empress Wang expressed her understanding. She turned her head and said to the people in the palace, "If there's an illness in the future, don't learn from Shi. You'll make me worry." The eunuchs and palace maids were so moved that tears flowed out of their eyes. They nodded vigorously. Li Longji did not go to other women's places at night. He stayed at the empress's place and the couple chatted. On the other side, Zhuangzi. Li Yi went to see Shi again. She was his first appendectomy patient in the Tang dynasty. He regretted that he did not use the mirror surgery method because he was not familiar with it. However, he was more patient when it came to suturing. He practiced more during the process of learning from the cadaver. As a result, after the wound healed, the scar was not so scary. "Tomorrow get up and walk around a little. You can't eat for the time being. You have to wait until you fart. Don't worry, you won't starve to death," Li Yi said to Shi. He explained the situation and tried not to use any terminology. Shi's face was red. She lowered her head and answered softly. "Shi, I'll bring the food over and let you smell it." Tao Hong was naughty. "Umph." Shi pouted and snorted. She looked angry. Li Yi gave her a bottle of antibiotics and a bag of nutrient solution. He asked Cui Lu to look after her and call him when there was nothing left. When he went out, there was laughter coming from inside. She was the empress's personal maid and had a high status. In the past, Tao Hong and the other maids had to flatter her. But now Tao Hong and the others were not afraid. They followed Li Yi. As long as they were on duty, they would have a chance to see the empress and his majesty. "It's true that I have to start training doctors. At least I have to bring in nurses first. Otherwise, if there are more hospitalized patients, I won't be able to sleep at night." Li Yi went back to his study to write a new compendium of materia medica. He needed circulating nurses and scrub nurses in the operating room. The hospitalized people had to have nurses in the ward to do the work. How long does it take to train a nurse? "I can't teach everything. Practice first. Don't learn knowledge first." Li Yi continued to mutter. If he trained nurses in a professional class, he did not dare to think about how long it would take. Know how to insert needles, how to mix medicine, recognize surgical instruments, and clean the operating room. There was no need to rush to learn other knowledge. He could take it slowly in the future. Thinking like this, Li Yi felt that the light would come soon. The light came when the sun rose. At the same time, a group of patients came. They had colds, coughs, stomach pains, constipation, vomiting after eating. He did not see any more serious illnesses. They were probably already, Brother Yi, these. Pei Yaoqing sent them here alive and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi nodded. He did not care about anything else and put the patients in separate places first. Then he checked them one by one. He asked for symptoms, listened to them, used equipment, took medicine, and injected them intramuscularly. He also saw that they had angular stomatitis and oral ulcers and treated them. He had a bowl of wonton in the morning and a bowl of wonton at noon. He treated all 51 patients until the sky turned dark. It's too fulfilling. Li Yi took a bath and muttered listlessly. Chapter 121. Wah wah. Accompanied by the cries of the baby, Li Yi placed the tape on the baby's forehead. He smiled and said to the baby's parents, "Look at the situation. After 2 more days of acupuncture, the upper respiratory tract infection will be fine. Don't worry." Li Dongzhu, my Juer is still a little hot. The child's mother looked at Li Yi and said. She wished that her child could recover in the blink of an eye. 38.5 degrees. It's fine. When I came yesterday it was 39.6 degrees. Li Yi made a comparison and called Chang An. The child of Fang Laosi, who came with us from another county, was the same age as my Ju. On the way here he was like this as well. Before we could reach Chang, and when the father thought of another child, the symptoms were the same. Fever, coughing, and in the end he couldn't even cry and died. Your child won't. Li Yi didn't want to say anything. If he said too much he would feel uneasy. All he could do was to see the patient and try his best to save him. If he couldn't save him, there was nothing he could do. As for those who died elsewhere, he couldn't help but feel sad. As he spoke, he went to see the other patients and asked them about the condition of those who were taking medicine. After looking around, it was almost noon. Li Yi prepared to eat. The second steward arrived. He was the chosen steward to assist Song Da in his work. He was considered an assistant. Dongzhu, someone from Wanyan County is here to see you. The second steward explained the situation to Ren Baqian. How did Wanyan County know that I know how to treat illnesses? Li Yi muttered and signaled Sun Xan to bring him to see the patient. In front of the main courtyard there were 3 horse carriages. There were male guards and female servants. There were more than 20 people in total. Shopkeeper Yu, my Dongzhu is here. The second steward said as he walked to the middle carriage. Come in. A voice came from inside. The second steward's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yi waved his hand and walked over to open the carriage door. In the carriage there was a man in his 40s sitting. On his left and right there were 2 women massaging his legs. Li Yi took a look at the height of the carriage and the layout of the interior. He realized that he had to bend over when he entered, so there was no place to sit. He stood outside and asked, Shopkeeper Yu, where are you feeling unwell? You're Li Yi? The man sized up Li Yi and shook his head. You can't tell? I can't tell. Li Yi spoke the truth. He did not have Bien K's ability. Moreover, it also depended on the type of illness. Some illnesses could be seen from their complexion and the way they walked. Right now the carriage was not bright enough and he was sitting there being hammered on the leg. How could he tell? You don't have the ability, the man said again. Yes. If Shopkeeper Yu is ill, please find someone else to treat him. Li Yi cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, I've seen it. I even invited a doctor from the palace. He said that it's gonorrhea, so he took some medicine. It's not good to eat it. Shopkeeper Yu said. Li Yi frowned. The first thing that came to his mind was that the other party was too indulgent in that aspect. However, he was a doctor. The private life of others had nothing to do with him. He did not care about morality or the law. Follow me into the courtyard. Li Yi said. Can you guarantee that he will be well treated? Shopkeeper Yu asked. I can't guarantee it. Without seeing the illness, I can't guarantee anything. Li Yi replied. I am on good terms with Li Dagong, the county magistrate of Wanyan County. We have many friends. Li Dongzhu, do not harm yourself. Shopkeeper, you mentioned the county magistrate of Wanyan County, Li Yuanhong. What a coincidence. I am also on good terms with Chang An. Why don't we have a drink together some other day? Li Yi retorted. Treat him or not. If you don't want to see him, then forget it. What are you talking about? What county magistrate of Wanyan County? Is he as good as Chang An? What about Wanyan? The county magistrate of Wanyan County was now Li Yuanhong, the future prime minister. Indeed, anyone who could become a county magistrate around the capital would have a chance to rise. Is that so? Shopkeeper Yu smiled. He reached out to pull the two women apart before getting off the carriage. When he got off the carriage, he saw the palace maids and eunuchs standing not far away. He swallowed his saliva and panicked. Li brought him in and arranged his seat. He asked him to take off his pants and observe him with a torchlight. Li also used a small piece of cloth to remove the obstruction. After seeing him, Li did not need to do any further examinations to know what was wrong with him. The hysterectomy was caused by overgrown foreskin. This was not gonorrhea. This was easy to treat. If you want to cure it, you can use circumcision. This was also easy and simple. But it can be cured. 2,000 renminbi. Li said. Huh. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned. He stared at Li in disbelief. After a few seconds he said, I have a business in Chang'an. I heard that you do not charge for treating patients. Why do you charge me 2 million renminbi? Different diseases. Li explained. Charging for treatment was a matter of course. I don't charge people. Those people must have money. Without money, what am I going to charge? You know the county magistrate and a group of servants. You even have 3 luxurious carriages. If I don't charge you, you will not be worthy of your status. Li Dongzhu, are you trying to make fun of me? Shopkeeper Yu stared at Li. Li looked at him calmly. That's it. You can look at me or not. Your disease is gonorrhea now. Gonorrhea is a general term. As for Chinese medicine, unless you apply boric solution, then just leave it to dry. Don't wear any clothes. After the scabs form, you will be fine. I'm not telling you. You are rich. What if you cannot cure me? Shopkeeper Yu asked angrily. Are you going to kill all the people that you found not able to cure you? You asked someone to invite the doctor of traditional Chinese medicine out of the palace. Is your money refunded or not? Li did not guarantee anything. Who said that doctors must treat patients? What's wrong with charging money? Good Li Dongzhu. Shopkeeper Yu sneered. Ching Song, who was at the door, came in. If you don't cure me, don't delay my Dongzhu's meal. Okay, I will go and raise the money. Shopkeeper Yu put on his pants and left. Li went to pack his things and wash his hands. Then he realized that he had lost money. Did I check him for nothing? There was no registration fee or examination fee. It seems that he is not willing to come. Rich people are so stingy. Shopkeeper Yu returned to the carriage and the group left. He knew the reason. One was that he acted rich and the other was that he was rude. But so what? He had a lot of connections. He would deal with Li later. Li went out to eat and saw Pei Yaoqing standing outside the courtyard. Is that Shopkeeper Yu Huaid? Pei Yaoqing asked Li. It is Shopkeeper Yu. I don't know his name. I asked him to pay for the treatment, but he refused. He said it was expensive. Li complained. That's not right. Pei Yaoqing supported Li and asked, how much do you want? Only 2,000 coins. Li gave the number. Pei Yaoqing. Until the two of them walked to the dining hall, he did not say anything. He really did not want to talk. When Li finished getting the food, Pei Yaoqing was still holding the plate in a daze. Brother Pei, which dish do you like to eat? Go get it yourself. Li said to Pei Yaoqing. Ah, okay. Pei Yaoqing turned around to look at the dishes. At the same time, he secretly told himself not to offend Brother Yi. Otherwise he would not be able to treat his illness. Others could not treat it, but only Brother Yi could. 2,000 coins. After getting the food, Pei Yaoqing sat opposite Li. Brother Yi Huaid will be back. He is rich, the richest man in the county. Yes. Li was in a better mood. He did not bully anyone. As the second richest man in the county of the capital, how could he lack 2,000 coins? Moreover, the 2,000 coins were not only for the medicine but also for the surgery. Circumcision was very demanding. If you don't believe me, ask all the great doctors in the Tang dynasty. Who could do it? Chapter 122. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li and wanted to ask if he and his family needed money for treatment. However, he felt that it would be petty to ask. If he did not ask, what if he could not treat the illness? If he looked for someone else, he would not be at ease. Among the 51 patients he brought yesterday, a few of them were treated by the doctors from the Imperial Medical Department. It was said that it was up to fate. If they could survive, they would be able to live. Then they were sent to Jianghu. There was no such thing as life or death. Brother Yi dealt with them quickly. The child had a fever and coughed. After a bottle of medicine was injected, the cough became lighter and the fever was not as bad. This was called medical skills. Furthermore, he had the support of Her Majesty. Offending Brother Yi? Thinking about it, Pei Yaoqing took a bite and was stunned. Brother Yi, what is this dish? It's delicious. Li Yi took a look. Kunlun purple melon, I call it eggplant. I bought a lot of it in the summer and cut it into pieces to dry it in the shade. Now there are 2 pieces of eggplant with meat filling in the middle and egg white on the outside. Then they are fried in a pan with oil. The outermost surface is crispy. The eggplant in the middle is tough because it is dried in the shade. The meat filling inside is soft. The texture and taste are not bad. The more I eat, the more I like it. It can be eaten as a snack or with wine. Li Yi introduced the fried eggplant box. It was indeed delicious. The best way was to slice the eggplant and dry it in the shade. If it was not dried, the texture would be worse. Pei Yaoqing listened as he ate. He felt his soul sublimate. Yes, that's it. It's delicious. Brother Yi, do you want me to find trouble with you, Huaid? Pei Yaoqing was ready to use his strength. He was the Chang and county magistrate. So what if he was a rich foreigner? There is no need for that. Patients always have many ideas. As a doctor, we should not bully them. Li Yi was serious at this time. He also made an oath when he was studying medicine. At that moment he was a supreme glory. Later on some people changed, but he did not. I admire you. Pei Yaoqing put down his chopsticks and clasped his fist. Brother Pei, there is no need for that. Speaking of which, the butter and mutton fat should be sent here as soon as possible. It will take some time to make the candles. Li Yi changed the topic. There was nothing much to say about this kind of medical ethics. It was enough to have a clear conscience. I'm collecting them. There are fewer cows and more sheep. Even if the cows die, they're still cooked into pancakes. The smell of sheep oil is strong, so they're often roasted. Pei Yaoqing explained the situation. He wanted to make an ice lantern, and it would be better to use a candle than an oil lamp. Brother Pei, if you can make the ice lanterns, you can order people to go to the other counties in the capital to look for rich families and spread the word. You can hire people in Chang, and who do not have enough money to help you. This winter will be easy. Li Yi's words were sincere, saying that he would help the poor people to survive. Pei Yaoqing nodded, thinking about how to earn money and help the people earn money. Even if this year passed, he would still be able to use it next winter. As an official, he would bring blessings to a region, not to mention Chang. After thinking for a while, he said, it's just that there are many sick people in the winter. In the past, I could only blame it on fate. Now that there is Brother Yi, I would like to find some prescriptions. As he spoke, his face turned red. Asking Li Yi for medical prescriptions, if it were anyone else, they would definitely fall out with him. Pei Yaoqing is right. I'm currently writing a book of cursive script. It will take at least 5 to 6 days and at most 10 days. It can be used as a reference for doctors. Li Yi started to talk about the Compendium of Materia Medica that he had written. The Compendium of Materia Medica directly contained prescriptions, but there was no dialectics or theory. Once a diagnosis was made, one could use the Compendium of Materia Medica to prescribe medicine. The prescriptions could be added or subtracted, depending on how the doctor did it. Brother Yi has written a book of cursive script? Pei Yaoqing was surprised. He had written a book and was so good at it? It's just a copy. Most of it was written by the predecessors and I only added some changes. Li Yi said humbly. It was indeed the truth. He wanted to write a Compendium of Materia Medica? Ha! Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi with a strange expression and suddenly laughed. Ha! Brother Yi, have you buried the person properly? If someone goes to report it to the authorities, don't blame me for not being friendly. He wanted to laugh when he thought about it. Pyongkong Square had already spread that Li Lang's works were all plagiarized, and those who were plagiarized had no way out. Those literati also joked that one day Li Dongzhu would plagiarize their poems. It was a small matter to be plagiarized, but it was a big matter to lose their lives. The two of them ate and chatted. Pei Yaoqing asked about the details of politics from time to time, and Li Yi also answered them one by one. For example, how could the Changping warehouse of the 2 cities in Chang and be found out about the corruption problem? Li Yi's solution was to first collect the accounts of the Changping warehouse of the 2 cities and say that it would be checked in detail half a month later. This would give those corrupt people half a month to make up for the grain. The accounts could not be checked, and once checked there would be problems. When the accounts were checked, they would say that there was a mistake in the accounts, but there was no shortage of grain. The purpose was not to catch anyone and behead them, but to ensure that the grain was in place. Otherwise, it would be easy to kill but difficult to get the grain back. Pei Yaoqing wrote it down one by one. On the other side, Yu Huaid angrily left, wanting to find someone to teach Li Yi a lesson. It was not that he could not afford to pay for the treatment, but he felt that he had lost face. He said that he knew the county magistrate for 10,000 years, but he still dared to ask him for 2,000 coins. Even if I take out 5,000 coins to find someone to deal with you and make you kneel down to treat my illness, I will not give you 2,000 coins. Yu Huaid had already spoken, and he was holding his breath. Then he looked around and found shopkeeper Liang, who had a lot of say. He deliberately applied for a membership card in Earthly Paradise and successfully made an appointment. He booked a table on the second floor of falling flowers and flowing water. In the evening he found shopkeeper Liang, shopkeeper Feng, and shopkeeper Chow to eat hot pot and barbecue buffet. He also specially bought the best wine. It did not matter if he spent money, but the matter had to be settled. The 3 shopkeepers gladly accepted the appointment, and the 4 of them sat down. In the flowing water there were small boats carrying food. I heard that shopkeeper you bartered a lot in Tubo. You will definitely do well this time. Shopkeeper Chow flattered him first. You flatter me. If there was no war it would have been fine. Now that there was a war, the journey was difficult. Finally, I brought the things back alive. Shopkeeper Yu was modest and proud at the same time. He dared to fight and he could see the opportunity. He was lucky, so this time he could at least double his family's property. Even in Chang, and he deserved a place for himself. Shopkeeper Feng said with a smile, anyway, if there are good things from Tibet, shopkeeper Yu, don't forget us. Of course not. There are good things. In a few days I will ask you to go and sell them. If you really like them and have a lot of goods, you don't have to participate in the sale. You can take the goods directly. Shopkeeper Yu did not say anything. If there were many people fighting for the goods, there would not be any extra goods. The highest bidder would take the goods. If that's the case, then we will thank you here. Tonight we will go to Pyongkong Square. The 3 of us will arrange it. Shopkeeper Liang wanted to pull strings and get the goods at a low price. As the few of them talked and ate, shopkeeper Yu suddenly sighed. I haven't been back in Chang'an for many years. There are already people who don't recognize me. When the 3 of them heard this, they looked at each other. Shopkeeper Liang continued, is there someone who is blind enough to offend shopkeeper Yu? It's not that I offended him. It's just that there are many diseases in Tubo. I wasn't careful and my lower body felt uncomfortable. I didn't touch any of the women there, but the imperial physician said that I had contracted gonorrhea. I heard that many people had gone to Li Yi in Zhuangzi near the Ba River. Li Yi had some tricks up his sleeve, so I went to look for him. What do you think the result was? Shopkeeper Yu began to talk about business. The 3 of them suddenly trembled and asked in unison, what happened? That Li Yi is so young. I couldn't see his skills, but he said that my symptoms could be treated. Shopkeeper Yu said. Then let's treat it. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding. I was just depressed and cold to him. I also doubted his medical skills. Who would have thought that he would offer 2,000 taels? I can't take this lying down. I've already thought it through. Even if I have to spend 5,000 taels, I will make that child kneel at my crotch and treat me with a smile. The 3 of you. What's wrong? Why is your complexion so bad? Are you not used to the falling flowers and flowing water banquet in this world? As shopkeeper Yu spoke, he realized that the 3 people he had invited had strange expressions. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva in unison. Their faces were pale. Chapter 123. Shopkeeper Yu, you've been at the border of Tang territory for a long time. Now that you're back, we should congratulate you. Why don't we collect 2,000 coins to treat your illness? After more than 20 breaths, shopkeeper Chow spoke first. Yes. Shopkeeper Yu will pay the money. Shopkeeper Feng expressed his support. We'll go tomorrow. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are excellent. Shopkeeper Yu, don't worry. Shopkeeper Liang promised. The 3 of them expressed their intention. They'll pay you 2,000 coins to treat your illness. There's no problem. Shopkeeper Yu's face darkened. Everyone, do you think I can't afford 2,000 coins? Some people in this Chang, and don't remember me. I want to let some people know that I'm back. Brother Yu's words are correct. However, let's treat your illness first. It's only 2,000 coins. There's no need to be angry. Shopkeeper Liang played along. We'll pay for the treatment. There's no need to be depressed. Shopkeeper Chow advised. No, I must let that kid know how powerful I am. I must turn his sky upside down. Shopkeeper Yu's momentum grew. Oh, I just remembered that there's a mistake in the accounts. Shopkeeper Yu, you eat? I have to go back and take a look. Shopkeeper Feng stood up. At the same time, he took out his membership card and went to the counter. Transfer shopkeeper Yu's money back. This meal is on me. he said to the waiter who came out of Pyongkong Square. The waiter gave him a meaningful smile. He picked up a pen and filled in the account again. I don't know what I ate at noon. My stomach is going to make a fool of itself. Shopkeeper Yu, I'm sorry. Shopkeeper Liang covered his stomach and stood up with a painful expression. I'll go with you. Is it because of the meal I'm treating? Shopkeeper Chow looked at Shopkeeper Yu apologetically and helped Shopkeeper Liang to go with him. Yu Huai sat at the table and looked around. He frowned. He realized that something was wrong. Why did the three of them run away when Li Yi was mentioned? Was there something fishy about this? He didn't want to eat anymore. He put down his chopsticks and stood up. He wanted to go to Pyongkong Square and find some acquaintances to teach Li Yi a lesson. He found a few more people. One of them was the Deputy District Magistrate of Chang, and Fan Ai. A group of more than 10 people entered Pyongkong Square. Outside the inn by the broken bridge, loneliness blooms without a master. Everything is crushed into dust, only the fragrance remains as old as before. The sound of music came from one of the floors in Zhongqiu. Good. What a good, I have no intention of struggling for love, but I'll let all the other flowers be jealous of me. The girls of this Pyongkong Square indeed have the intention of fighting for spring. This song is about people by the broken bridge outside the relay station like peonies blooming. Shopkeeper Yu clapped his hands and praised. The person next to him smiled, implying that Shopkeeper Yu was right. However, a scholarly-looking man heard it and sneered. He's writing about plum blossoms and peonies. Ha ha ha. Do I need you to teach me? First the peony, then the plum. Do you think I don't know? Shopkeeper Yu couldn't maintain his composure any longer and retorted. The man dressed like a scholar glanced at him and turned to leave. I'm not going to argue with you. We're not on the same level. Looking down on me? I'll let you know. Shopkeeper Yu had a belly full of anger today and wanted to vent his anger on the scholar. A person at the side advised, Shopkeeper Yu, there is no need to lower yourself to the level of a student from Jianghu Hall. No, I can't. Mia? Jianghu Hall? Today I'm inviting everyone to seek pleasure. Please let him go. Shopkeeper Yu was about to continue looking for trouble when he suddenly recalled a name, Jianghu Hall. Jianghu Hall was originally the Hongwen Hall. After a period of time until now, because Crown Prince Li Hong had the word Hong, it was changed to Jianghu Hall. This Crown Prince was the son of Wu Zetian. If it was said that the Imperial College was already impressive enough, then Jianghu Hall was even more impressive. There were the children of the various princes, the Prime Minister's children, the first-rank Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, the Grand Preceptor's children, the children of the nobles. Shopkeeper Yu probably felt that there was no point in arguing with children, so he chose to forgive them. How magnanimous. Today I went to Sha's place and heard that she composed a new song for a song. County Premier Fan Ai gave him face and didn't say anything, changing the topic. Recently he was under a lot of pressure. The county magistrate kept coming up with good ideas, making him seem incompetent. He wanted to pull in some sponsors and solve the problem of the people's livelihood. He asked the maidservant. Mistress Xia had sent off a group of guests an hour ago and was resting. Bolts of silk and satin were thrown out. Xia and the others agreed. Come on, let us sing songs and drink wine for you. The group of people were very happy. Unless they made an appointment, they really couldn't find such a good time. They couldn't even find money. When they went in, Xia and everyone were ready. They didn't look tired after receiving a group of people. After the two sides introduced themselves, Xia greeted everyone one by one. She then played the zither with her bare hands and sang softly, If only life was like the first time we met, no matter how sad the autumn wind is, the painting fan. Wings and branches joined together on that day. Beside him there were female dancers looking sad and sorrowful. This could also be considered a poem. The first round began with a flat ending. Shopkeeper Yu was dumbfounded. He stared in a daze and felt very immersed in the scene. Good, what a fickle lover. I should catch him and beat him to death, he said angrily. This time he understood and didn't feel that he was talking about peony. Benefactor Yu is indeed a sentimental person. Why don't we drink together? However, you are not allowed to bully this little girl. Shadejia smiled like a flower. Good, a drinking game. Shopkeeper Yu smiled and nodded. A drinking game naturally couldn't be a toad with one mouth, two eyes and four legs. It also couldn't be a little bee flying into a bush of flowers. As for the two brothers, 7 coincidences, 8 horses. Don't even think about it. Our drinking game uses the 4 seasons as a poem. It's called the 7 rhymes. It's particular about ending with a flat beginning. The first line determines the rhyme. There shouldn't be 3 consecutive flat lines, 3, 4, 5 or 6 lines. It starts with spring and ends with. Shadejia explained the rules. The county magistrate coughed and signaled with his eyes. I'm not in charge today. Look at shopkeeper Yu, can he play? Oh, my head hurts. This won't do. Why don't we use all things as a poem? There's no limit to the rhyme. Let's make the 7 rhymes. Shadejia immediately changed her words. As for whether the poem would be the 7 rhymes according to what she said, it was no longer important. She just needed to accompany her benefactor. Good, all things are good. Shopkeeper Yu was relieved. I'll go first. I want to express my feelings. Li Yi from the east of the city is too domineering. Shopkeeper Yu said first. My second line is that Sha Sha is the most enchanting. Someone immediately agreed. I have a third line. Shopkeeper Yu rushed to say, I want Li Yi to kneel in front of me. The others were in a dilemma. What a bullshit poem. Just as they were about to say something to change the topic, Shadejia spoke up. She smiled and asked, who is this Li Yi that Shopkeeper Yu is talking about? Why is Shopkeeper Yu so unhappy? It's the Li family Zhuangzi by the Ba River. That Li Yi doesn't know what's good for him. He treats the poor and doesn't charge a single cent. But for my gonorrhea he actually asked for 2,000 taels. I took 5,000 taels to teach him a lesson and didn't let him earn a single cent. It's late today, tomorrow? Shopkeeper Yu faced a beautiful woman and directly said it. As he spoke, the smile on Shadejia's face faded. Before he could finish, Shadejia's face turned cold. She asked the county magistrate, Young Master Fan, have I offended you? Fan Ai was shocked and looked at Shopkeeper Yu. He didn't know that there was such a story? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Shadejia touched her forehead. Little Yu, I'm dizzy. Let me see the guests out and return those things. Understood, Lady Shah. A maid beside her also had a cold expression. She said to the group of people, My wife is not feeling well and can't entertain you. Please forgive her. Come, follow me to see the guests out. What's wrong? What's wrong? Weren't you fine just now? Why can't you do it? Shopkeeper Yu looked around and complained. The others couldn't wait to teleport away from him. The group of people were asked to leave the courtyard. The things that were given just now were all returned. Shopkeeper Yu, I have something to do in the county. I'll take my leave first. Fan Ai cupped his hands and turned to leave. The others also found excuses to leave. They didn't want to play anymore. This won't do. Shopkeeper Yu, you're too much. Everyone left. Only Yu Huaid and his followers were left. They carried a lot of silk and satin and were in a daze. I don't believe that I can't play by myself. Let's go to the next courtyard. Yu Huaid was angry. Soon he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. He was in the same situation as shopkeeper Liang. Even when he was chased out of Pyongkang Square, he still couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? He didn't even want money? Has Chang'an changed now? Yu Huaid muttered with a grin. Chapter 124. Yu Huaid found that the situation was not right and knew that things were troublesome. It was very troublesome now. He could not go back home because of the curfew. He could only use his membership card to go to Heavenly Earth from Pyongkang Square. Of course, there were places to eat and drink in Pyongkang Square. He could also rest, but there were no women to accompany him. He took his men to a tavern in Pyongkang Square and ordered his men to find out what was going on with Li Yi. Not long after, his men returned. Shopkeeper, sorry for the trouble. Li Yi wrote dozens of poems and songs for the girls in Pyongkang Square. The whole Pyongkang Square, even in Beitu, refers to Li Yi as Li Lang. Some time ago, shopkeeper Liang and others offended Li Yi and Pyongkang Square rejected them. Later, shopkeeper Liang and others found someone to talk to and paid 12,000 taels to get Li Yi's forgiveness. The man said to Yu Huaid. He looked around as he spoke, feeling guilty and afraid that he would be kicked out again. It was winter now and there was no place to stay outside. One night would probably be. Yu Huaid sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Yi is so vicious? The man continued. They called Li Yi the prime minister who was magnanimous and Li Dongzhu who repaid evil with good. Yu Huaid trembled and his heart turned cold. He finally understood. No wonder shopkeeper Liang and others were willing to pay 2,000 taels to treat his illness. When he did not respond, they all ran away. And Pyongkang Square's face changed so quickly that even the county deputy was afraid. What? How can he be so domineering? Even more so than me. How can he be so domineering? No one in Chang'an can control him? Where's the Chang'an order? Chang'an order. Yu Huaid shouted and suddenly remembered what Li Yi said today. At that time he thought that Pei Qian was bragging, saying that he knew Chang'an and Brother Pei. Could it be? No, this Chang, and is not decided by the head of Chang'an. Why can't the other officials see it? Yu Huaid realized something was wrong. Chang, and is not the Chang, and that commands Chang'an. There are countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an. At this moment the other shopkeeper returned. When he heard the shopkeeper's words he sighed. He said, "Boss, Li Yi has launched a new fermenting method as well as the green storage method as well as the cutting and burying method, the raising horse, the threshing divine artifact and the shelling divine artifact. Countless people were alive, and the imperial government promoted it in all 22 counties. If they succeed next year they would expand the entire Tang dynasty." He didn't take a single cent, saying something like, "Being conferred the title of Marquis is not my intention, I only hope that Haibo will be peaceful." There was also a 3-character classic for teaching children and a prescription for treating frostbite called cinnamon frying. Everything he did was beneficial to the people. "Boss, we can't win against him." The followers all understood that Li Yi was too arrogant. He took out everything for free. How many people in the world had benefited from his kindness? Why did the imperial court not care about his influence on Pyongkang Square? Compared to this small matter he had done far too much. If they were in his shoes they would not care about him either. They might even help him deal with people. The followers who inquired about the news came back one by one. Yu Huaid finally knew who he was dealing with. Heavenly World was opened by Li Yi. It was said that Her Majesty was behind it. Her Majesty had newly trained the winged knights. It was said that Li Yi personally helped to train it. The use of charcoal in Chang, and was figured out by Li Yi. More than 200 students were desperate in winter. Li Yi provided a place for them to live in Zhuangzi. People in Sorrowful Field fell sick. The county magistrate sent them to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Yes, it was the free doctor. His soy sauce could not be cracked by others. His 100 boiled eggs made countless businessmen bow their heads. He had given the toad to the Zhang family village, and the Zhang family village had even erected a longevity tablet. The imperial plantation above had a close relationship with him. Gao Lishir always went there and brought back a lot of things. He provided the women in Pyongkang Square with their underwear, sanitary napkins and soap for free. He was not in Chang'an but Chang, and was indebted to him. At this moment Yu Huaid trembled. Shopkeeper Liang and those people were so powerful. They actually asked their relatives for help and then spent 12,000 yuan to apologize. According to this, 2,000 yuan is not much? Yu Huaid was the first to admit defeat and found an excuse for himself. "Boss, it's not about 2,000 jin. Pingkong Square knows about it, Boss Liang and the others know about it, and County Deputy Fan Ai and Young Master Fan. You said that you wanted Li Yi to kneel and treat you, but your illness is in that area. Li Yi has knelt to treat patients. There was a woman who did not eat for 2 days and fell by the Bashui Bridge. Li Yi knelt and saved her. He pulled her back from the King of Hell. If you want him to kneel, you have to die once in front of him. Only then will he use his benevolent divine hands." It is said that the King of Hell retreated when he knelt, the judge did not dare to write, and the black and white impermanents turned around and fled. The attendant was on the verge of tears. What kind of person did the boss offend? Defying the heavens and changing my fate? Yu Huaida's lips were purple, his face was pale and his voice trembled. He drank, trying to numb himself with alcohol. At dawn the curfew was lifted. Yu Huaid collapsed and convulsed. The attendant did not even think about it and drove the boss to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Li Yi drank goat's milk in the morning, ate mutton steamed dumplings and a fried egg. He felt very comfortable. He was only 60% full and could eat at any time. He did not need to eat until he was full every meal. He was very happy. Big brother, third brother and sister-in-law were all here. They ate together. However, the 3 of them ate mutton soup and steamed dumplings. Sister-in-law deliberately adjusted the mutton soup. She added a lot of dried vegetables. The dried vegetables were soaked in the mutton soup. Anyway, sister-in-law ate happily. Empress Wang finished eating and pretended to take a stroll. As she strolled, she found Shi-Er who also got up to take a stroll. Shi-Er needed to exercise to prevent her intestines from sticking. Of course, she could not eat and continued to eat. Empress Wang said that she wanted to talk to the poor girl. Li Yi and big brother and third brother went to visit Zhuangzi. Shi-Er, are you feeling better? I wanted to come over yesterday but I didn't have an excuse. Empress Wang looked at her personal palace maid and asked with a smile. Shi-Er's eyes reddened and tears fell. She wiped them and said, Empress, even if Shi-Er dies in the future, I will not complain. What death? You want to die with Uncle here because of an intestinal abscess? Are you joking? Uncle's medical skills are amazing. Empress Wang was still smiling. Then her face suddenly became serious. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you are not allowed to please me. I will bear with it. Fortunately, uncle is here. Otherwise, if you really died, the imperial physicians would be helpless. If you died, I don't care about your family outside the palace, but you have to think about how I will lose a good personal servant. Does it still hurt? If it hurts, I will ask uncle to give you medicine. If you don't recover, don't go back first. It is difficult to die with uncle here. As she spoke, Empress Wang wiped Chier's tears. However, the more she wiped, the more tears fell. Empress, that intestines were cut out. I saw it. He also saw it. He saw it. She covered her face and looked embarrassed. She don't have any other thoughts. Uncle is a doctor. A doctor has the heart of a parent. It is the same for anyone. Empress Wang hurriedly persuaded. She could not let anything else happen. So what if he saw it? He could give concubines and concubines to others. She was about to continue comforting when a heart-wrenching scream came from outside. Help, Li Dongzhu, save my shopkeeper. Uncle has saved people before. Everyone wants to find him. Uncle is alone. Can he save the world? Empress Wang frowned slightly when she heard this. Li Yi, who was strolling outside, heard the commotion and rushed over. You saw shopkeeper you. Shopkeeper you looked like he was about to die. Prepare the cart. Li Yi shouted and rushed over. He took off his fur coat and laid it on the ground. Shopkeeper you was carried out and placed on it. He knelt there and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Yu Huaid finally got what he wanted. But he knelt. He knelt for a patient. Chapter 125. The stretcher trolley was pushed over and carried up. Li Yi continued CPR and rushed all the way to the resuscitation room. He went in to give oxygen, check the electrocardiogram, inject epinephrine and administer dexamethasone. In less than 15 minutes, Yu Huaid opened his eyes. Don't move, Li Yi said and checked the electrocardiogram again. Then he took off the oxygen mask and replaced it with nasal inhalation. Yu Huaid seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the change of scene. He asked the three questions in his heart. Where am I? Where am I? What did someone do to me? It's okay. You can live 2 minutes later. You're still not experienced enough and wasted a lot of medicine. Li Yi was distressed about the medicine. In fact, giving oxygen and adding epinephrine was enough. It was caused by emotional agitation, lack of rest and insufficient oxygen supply in a short period of time. The car ride was bumpy, and the lack of oxygen was obviously better. If it continued to be bumpy, he might wake up. Of course, he might never wake up again. After muttering, Li Yi gave him a bottle of saline and diazepam. Change to another place and then watch. Call me when the water is about to run out. Li Yi shook his sore and numb arms and said to the little follower who came in with Yu Huaid. The trolley was pushed, and the oxygen tank on the other side was placed next to Yu Huaida's head. You saved me? Yu Huaida's whole body was numb, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Rest first and sleep. Li Yi did not want to say anything else for fear of agitating the patient again. He would talk about money when he was better. $2,000 was definitely not enough. It was more difficult than anti-inflammatory and circumcision. The key was that he was under a lot of pressure. The defibrillator was ready and the antidiuretic hormone, amiodarone, and lidocaine were next to him. He had to establish an intravenous channel at any time. He felt a sense of exhaustion and needed to recover for 2 to 4 hours. The trolley was pushed to the observation room next door. Li Yi persuaded the others to go out, and he cleaned up the resuscitation room himself. After the onlookers came out, they looked at each other. The palace maid's eyes were full of stars. In other words, Li Dongzhu was too handsome just now. Good skill. Li Longji's eyes were full of praise. Yu Huaida's servants didn't know what to say. They silently settled the people down and looked at their boss. They wanted to tell Yu Huaid that he had succeeded. Li Yi was indeed kneeling in front of him to treat him. He was amazing. However, these words were spoken. Owner Li did not care about the grudges from before. He came up to save them. He didn't say how much money he would take first. Looking at the things in the room, he didn't recognize any of them. This must be the work of a deity. The doctor from the Imperial Medical Department that the boss had found was very arrogant. At a glance, he said that it was gonorrhea. It was useless to take medicine, and he didn't dare to say anything bad about the other party. Yu Huaid was still in a daze. Previously, the lack of oxygen and the addition of diazepam, also known as Valium, into the intravenous drip would make people sleepy. Not long after, he fell asleep. His complexion looked normal and his expression was comfortable. Of course, it was comfortable to breathe in oxygen. Li Yi tidied up the emergency room and came out. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed his head. Uncle saved another life. It's my duty. Li Yi had no time to fix his hair. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Brother Yi, take a rest. Li Qingqi said. No need. Li Yi waved his hand and said to his two brothers, go and check on Zhuangzi. Sister-in-law, don't go out, it's cold. Okay, you two go. Empress Wang turned around and took Xier's hand into her room. Empress, why don't you bring Li Dongzhu to the Imperial Medical Department? With Li Dongzhu around, the palace will not be afraid of any sudden illness. Xier's drainage tube was a little painful. She was much better now after taking painkillers. She considered sending Li Yi to the palace so that he could save people at any time. Empress Wang smiled and shook her head. It's like being locked in a cage. Uncle won't agree. Do you want to put a knife on his neck? No, if he doesn't agree he might die. Xier first thought of the dark side. You still have to stay in Zhuangzi for a few days. You can go back when you can eat. What books do you want to read? I'll find them for you. Empress Wang valued this personal palace maid and wanted to continue using her. Xier shook her head. No need. Li Dongzhu bought a lot of books. Whenever there is a new book in Chang, and Li Dongzhu will buy it and let the students copy it. Yes, although uncle is Dongzhu in Zhuangzi, he is an official and educates the people. How can such a person only be a doctor? Empress Wang said. Thinking of so many things Li Yi had done, she smiled. The three people outside went to the migrant workers area. Only eunuch Qing Song followed them, and the other three accompanied the empress. The guards came up, worried that someone in the residential area would suddenly explode. The migrant workers were as usual. The children were studying, the adults were working, and the elderly were not idle. Since they could not do heavy work, the elderly were weaving bamboo. They did not go out of the house, but there were windows. The windows were covered with paper. There was so much paper that they could make it themselves. The women were weaving and humming songs. Their days seemed to be very important. The men were making paper and shaking briquettes. All of them were wearing masks. It was very cold outside, but the men did not care at all. They were sweating as they worked. According to their saying, those who were cold did not work hard. Peaceful. Peaceful. Li Qingqi gave a two-word evaluation. Li Longji also felt a kind of power. Under this kind of peaceful power, he yearned for a better life. Brother Yi, the same people can't survive anywhere else. Why did it change when they came to Zhuangzi? Li Longji was asking about politics. Because they are uneducated and have little experience. They repeat the same kind of work in other places. Once there is an accident, they will panic. Li Yi said fundamentally that the lives of the people were limited. What should be done? Li Longji asked again. The treatment should be based on reading. The people should read not only the 4 books and 5 classics but also miscellaneous subjects. Life is first and the imperial examinations are second. It is quick to treat the symptoms. Find a smart official and order him to lead. Some counties only have a few hundred households. The county magistrate can think of a way and take care of them. The people need someone to lead them. They have the strength and are not afraid of hard work. If they can save a little extra money, they will work hard. Li Yi said something that everyone in his time knew. Li Longji thought for a while and nodded. It's the officials who are incompetent. It's them who are unwilling to do it. Li Yi felt that ability was a problem, but attitude was more important. The officials wanted to control the overall situation. They looked at the big picture and ignored the details. It was too tiring. He continued, if I were the county magistrate of a neighboring county, I would send people to Zhuangzi to take a look. After that, I would go back and analyze it and organize people to shake the dust balls. When there are more dust balls, I would organize people to transport them to Chang and to sell. I would see what the people in the county need and discuss the price with the big merchants. I would buy them in bulk and the price would be lower. I would bring them back to the people. The people would benefit and save some money. Otherwise, they would be idle in the winter and have less income. Li Yi explained the situation. At that time, many officials would think of ways to help the people sell things such as potatoes and fruits. Then they would buy fertilizer. They had to do it. If others did it, they would be punished. Li Qingqi clapped his hands. Yes, shaking the dust balls is a good idea. Brother Yi, say a few more. Brother, I think that if we put a knife to the neck of the officials will think better than me. They can do it. We have to have confidence in them. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 126. Li Longji did not say anything. He frowned and looked at the people working happily. His gaze was deep. The 3 of them continued to walk. It was time for the children in Zhuangzi to eat. Someone pushed a cart over to the children in Zhuangzi and gave them the same fried dough twist. Brother Yi, did they give it to you too? Li Qingqi knew that the children in Zhuangzi were treated differently from the children here. They are given extra benefits if they work well. Previously, the children's lives were different. It was not targeted at the children, but to let the people here do their work seriously. Li explained the reason. Now that they were on the right track, what was the use of limiting the children's benefits? If the children ate well, they would be healthy and less sick, and he would be relaxed. Children did not understand the principles of adults. Anyway, they would eat it. The fried dough twist was soft and sweet. They ran to wash their hands and reached out to take the fried dough twist wrapped in rough paper. They ate it in small bites and put it away halfway. They have a small appetite and can't eat any more? Li Qingqi was puzzled. The children in Zhuangzi had a big appetite. They are keeping it for their families. Their families can't eat in the Zhuangzi cafeteria. Li Yi knew the reason without asking. Can they eat half of it? Li Longji seemed to feel that it was not good. This fried dough twist is bigger than the children in Zhuangzi. Li Yi said with a smile. I see. Brother Yi, you are the people in Zhuangzi. You are so kind. Sure enough, like Dongzhu, like the villagers. Li Qingqi suddenly understood. The villagers knew that the children would leave the fried dough twist for the adults, so they deliberately made it bigger. Not only did they fulfill the children's filial piety, but they also let the children have enough to eat. Only by nourishing things silently can one show one's true nature. Li Longji thought of a problem. They are working in Zhuangzi this winter. When spring comes next year, where will they go? They don't have a place of origin, so they won't go anywhere. They will continue to live and build a house by the Ba River. The Ba River should not be used so simply. Li Yi gave the answer. You would not chase them away. They would continue to live and work. In that case, Brother Yi won't have to pay the rent for them. Good. Li Qingqi agreed. Li Yi shook his head slightly. Next summer, change their citizenship. By then, they will have earned a lot of money. Because I don't have land, I don't want to pay rent, I have to give it to the vassal states, and I have to transfer. If the imperial court doesn't change, I have laws to avoid. As for Zhongyong, I plan to have Zhuangzi pay a portion of it while they pay a portion of it. Then I'll pay a portion of the medical fees. In the future, I'll have to charge them for medical treatment. Li Yi explained his plan. He wanted to use the corporate method to set up funds and insurance. For medical insurance and mediocre funds, Zhuangzi could provide the bulk of the medical insurance. For example, if one person paid 10 coins per month, Zhuangzi would pay 9 coins and 800 coins, and they would pay 200 coins. Then he would treat a cold and a cold. Even if the people outside came over, they would be too busy. The money that Zhuangzi had paid for ended up in his hands. What should the poor do? Li Qingqi couldn't bear it. In the past, he didn't care about the people's livelihood. Now, he thought of some people who couldn't afford to be treated and ran to Zhuangzi for medical treatment. Before next year, I have a herbal medicine book here. Many small diseases and medicines will be written in it. It will be widely spread. Li Yi gave the answer. Li Longji and Li Qingqi instantly understood that Brother Yi wanted to impart medical skills. Although it was a herbal medicine book, it could save countless people's lives. Brother Yi, you're the real great doctor. Li Qingqi cupped his fists and bowed. Li Longji also cupped his fists. It's all copied. Li Yi was embarrassed. How could he have the ability to write herbal medicine? He couldn't even memorize it completely. We know. The two said at the same time as if they agreed with him. Li Yi, the three of them passed through the residential area and came to the Ba River. They stood on the embankment and looked at it. Someone was breaking the ice there so that the water wheel could be turned and water could be drawn to the workshop. In winter, the water level dropped significantly, and the water wheel moved into the river. No matter how cold the weather is, Brother Yi, can you take a section of the river water and put it in the cellar? Li Qingqi thought that it should be the ice stored after it was frozen solid. The poor people couldn't eat ice in summer. Whether it was stored in winter or made with saltpeter in summer, the price of each bite was not low. It's already being made. There's no need to use river water. There are many impurities in river water, so we'll use well water. In summer we made a few pressure pumping wells. Today there will be a windmill. Li Yi pointed at the location of Zhuangzi. He wanted to use well water. The best water for making ice was pure water. Pure water had a uniform density, so ice wouldn't melt easily. The ice in the indoor skating rink was pure water, so it was so expensive to skate. Windmill? Let's take a look. Li Qingqi was immediately interested when he heard what Li Yi said. The three of them turned around and went back to Zhuangzi. Sure enough, there was someone pressing water at the location of the well in Zhuangzi. A pressure well was something for children to play with in summer. When water was drawn from an open well, it would be frozen inside. Therefore, it was necessary to remove some ice, otherwise the bucket wouldn't be able to go down. In winter, the edge of the well was also frozen. When the ice was removed from the well, one might accidentally fall in. Therefore, Li didn't want to use an open well but a pressure well. Previously, it was frozen, so they used hot water to open it. It was just right to make ice. Everyone took turns to press the water. As long as the water kept flowing, it wouldn't freeze. Outside the well, there was a cement trough and a cement floor. The well water flowed out and flowed along the trough into rectangular wooden boxes with iron sheets inside. Then, the boxes were placed neatly and waited for the ice to slowly freeze. The frozen boxes were pushed into the ice-thawing trough. Some warm water was diverted from the heater in the ice-thawing trough. When the outer layer of the ice in the boxes separated from the walls, the ice was poured out and transported into the ice cellar. The ice cubes were separated by straw mats to make it easier to take the ice in summer. At this time, the hand gourds played a big role. They hung the ice cubes up and placed them on the straw mats before pushing them away. It was strenuous and a waste of manpower to press the well down. Li designed a windmill. Like a water wheel, it was set up. When there was wind, it would turn and move the arm of the pressure well up and down. Other people would come over occasionally to clear the ice at the edge of the trough. The windmill was already done. It was brushed with tung oil and prepared to dry it. Li knew that his two brothers wanted to see it, so he might as well install it. First he set up the frame. Then a few hand gourds hoisted it up at the same time. There were a total of 5 pressure wells. They were distributed to various places in Jianghu. He made 3 windmills. The location of the windmills was very important. The first windmill was set up and the pin was pulled out. The windmill spun and connected to the arm of the pressure well. The windmill spun quickly. The arm of the well moved up and down quickly. However, not much water came out. The windmill spun slowly. The arm of the well also spun slowly. The water flowed out one by one. Big brother, third brother, please take a look. You can use the windmill to grind rice and flour. Ordinary people can't afford it. It's more expensive than a mill. Li told the two of them that this thing was expensive. Expensive? It saves effort if it's expensive. It can keep spinning. As long as there's wind in summer, many people can use it to do things. Li Qingxi considered sustainability. For example, a water wheel. In autumn, there were a few water wheels by the Ba River. Many people would rather transport their grains dozens of miles away to grind them here. Some of them were even transported here on boats. They would be transported back after processing. Otherwise, without livestock to pull the mill, manual labor would waste time and be very tiring. Even though they already had a few small tools, it was still faster than water wheels. Since the price is high, why do you still want to do it? Li Longji asked Li. Because my villagers are priceless, Li said softly. The farmers at the side puffed out their chests with pride on their faces. Chapter 127. Looking at the villagers, Li Longji knew that Brother Yi was trying to bribe them. Of course he succeeded. If someone bribed them, Brother Yi would do as he said. The villagers weren't stupid either, but they cared more about saving manpower. If they pressed water outside in the middle of winter, their shoes and trouser legs would get wet. With the windmill, they only needed to clear the ice in the canals. When it was time to harvest, they could grind rice everywhere. This windmill was very beautiful, more beautiful than the windmills that looked like sails. If the wind doesn't blow from that direction, what should we do? Li Qingxi looked at the windmill and felt that the sails were more useful. There's a shaft below. After the wind turns, people push the shaft to turn. Li Yi pointed at the base of the windmill's main shaft. The windmill he built wasn't very big, but it was enough to move the mill. If people could move the mill, it didn't matter if it was slower. It's like a revolving restaurant on Earth. Li Longji thought of something. Exactly. Li looked up at the windmill and smiled. It was expensive because he used iron pipes as the pillars. The transmission shaft was made of wood that was brushed with tung oil, so there was no need to worry about rain. He had his own plants. If Zhuangzi only planted, raised, and built workshops, he would have fewer ways to earn money. The Ba River flowed by. If he didn't make good use of it, he would be letting down such a good geographical location. There were connecting poles of different lengths beside the windmill. After the windmill turned, the transmission had to be adjusted. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be used unless the wind only blew in one direction. Otherwise, it would be able to turn if it was maintained. Li Longji looked at it and felt that it was good. After spring next year, he would set up a few in the palace. There was also work to do in the palace, so it was comfortable to look at. Big brother, third brother, it's past noon. Why don't we go eat? Li Yi reminded them. They were busy just now, so time flew by. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, it was the beginning. After Li Yi mentioned it, Li Longji and third brother felt hungry. The three of them went to the cafeteria and did not disturb Empress Wang. Empress Wang should be taking a nap after lunch. Li Yi filled a bowl with chestnut chicken, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, fried meat with dried cucumber strips, vinegar cabbage and a portion of rice. He didn't fill it with soup. She was going to drink orange juice after dinner. It had to be hot. Li Longji and Li Qingqi didn't get any staple food. They boiled a bunch of wine and wanted to drink some. The wine was bought cheaply by Li Yi and was distilled to 50% alcohol by himself. In order to promote blood circulation for the people who made ice cubes, they could drink a cup in the morning, a cup in the afternoon and a cup in the evening. At night there was no ice, only water. They wore boots made of thick woolen felt, cotton trousers and cotton padded jackets. Li Yi did not want to treat anyone who had rheumatism. Rheumatoid arthritis was more difficult to treat than 100 appendices. He always considered what the farmers should pay attention to in their daily life from a medical point of view, including diet, hygiene and working environment. He couldn't say that he still did it even though he knew that he would get sick if he didn't do it properly. He could only treat them if they got sick. The farmers didn't know that Dong Zhu felt that it was shameful for a doctor to not take precautions before a disease appeared. They only felt that the owner was the best in taking care of people. No matter what kind of work she did, she was the best assistant. Hiss, ha. Li Qingqi took a sip of the 50% alcohol and made a sound like a normal drinker. Little brother Yi, this wine is strong and satisfying. He frowned and praised. When the medicinal herbs are brought over, it will be raised to 60% alcohol. It's 50% alcohol now. If you use 60% alcohol to make medicine, it will taste bitter and sweet. Li Yi mentioned that he was going to make medicinal wine and said, when the time comes, different medicinal herbs will make different wines. It will be used as medicine. Little brother Yi's medical skills are excellent. Only shopkeeper Yu is unreasonable. How can he treat a patient without paying? Li Qingqi said as he picked up a piece of fried tofu from the braised pork. Shopkeeper Yu he. Li Yi was stunned. He put down his chopsticks and rushed out. He didn't pull out the needle, but the blood flowed back. Why didn't anyone call him? Didn't they say that they would call him when it was almost gone? Oh no, there was a medical accident. When he hurried to the observation room, he saw Yu Huai talking to Cui Lu with a smile. Where's the needle? Li Yi asked directly. Dongzhu, I pulled it out. I saw you giving injections to Shi-Er and the other patients. When you pulled out the needle, it was almost gone. They asked me about it, so I pulled it out. Cui Lu was very nervous, as if she had done something wrong. Li Yi let out a long breath and squeezed out a smile. Good, it's good that you pulled it out. Cui Lu, you did a good job. He didn't care if Cui Lu had any nurse's disease, he just pulled it out. When he was in the hospital, many patients pulled it out themselves. It was a small problem and not a big deal. Yes. Cui Lu nodded happily. Li Yi went over to check again. After confirming that there was no problem with shopkeeper Yu, he said, pay the rescue fee. 3,000 cubes, don't think it's expensive. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Yu Huai shook his head. When he woke up, he saw the equipment in the emergency room. He also heard from the servants how he survived. At that time, Li Dongzhu spread his coat on the ground and knelt down to save him. He didn't mention any conditions. He just saved people. In addition to last night's experience, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Li Dongzhu. Just based on his ability to save people, how many members of the imperial family would want to curry favor with him? No wonder the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace were guarding him. It had something to do with him. Li Yi's smile was sincere. It was fine as long as he paid. This 3,000 cubes, it's not just for the rescue. After 2 days, shopkeeper, you can leave again. Stay in Zhuangzi for more observation. Li Yi decided to give him a free service. Well said, well said. About me, my gonorrhea, can I add 2,000 cubes? Yu Huai looked at the palace maid and said shyly. Yes, it's easy to cure. I'll apply it externally, take it orally and circumcise it. It's not a serious illness. Li Yi happily agreed. A small operation to earn 2,000 cubes, no problem, no matter how much he wanted, it was more. This hospital had always been free of charge. Finally, money came. Li Dongzhu, one of Yu Huaida's followers whispered. He squatted down and used his right hand to press on the back of his head. I have a bump here. Sometimes when I move, I feel that it's stuck. Can it be cured? Li Yi bent down and touched it. It's simple. You have a sebaceous cyst. It's a sebaceous tumor. It's pressing on the nerves. Just cut it. The hair around it needs to be shaved first. Really? How much is it? The servant asked guiltily. It's free. How can a doctor stare at money? You have to have the heart of a parent. Li Yi's voice was gentle. Yu Huaid, who was sitting on the bed, instantly widened his eyes. He suspected that Li Dongzhu, who was in front of him, had been possessed by something unclean. Otherwise, why would there be such a big difference between before and after? When can it be cured? The servant raised his head and asked expectantly. After I finish my meal, I'll cut it off for you. Then I'll give you a tetanus shot and an anti-inflammatory drug. You can leave after that. I'll give you 2 pieces of gauze and a small bottle of medicine to change the dressing. You can apply it yourself. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at Yu Huaid. If you're hungry, ask someone to go to the cafeteria to get food for you. Remember to prioritize light food. Don't eat too much. After he finished speaking, he left and went back to eat, leaving behind the grateful servant, Cui Lu, who was covering her mouth and laughing, and Yu Huaid, who still suspected that Li Dongzhu's soul had swapped. Chapter 128. When Li Yi returned to the cafeteria, Li Longji and Li Qingqi had put down their chopsticks and were talking. Obviously they were waiting for him. It's okay. Cui Lu helped pull it out. In the future, I'll tell the people who receive the intravenous drip to pull it out themselves when they see that it's gone. At most, if there's a blood clot, they can just cover it with a hot towel. Li Yi said with a look of lingering fear. It's not Brother Yi's fault. They didn't ask you to pull it out. It's not like they didn't mention it. Li Qingqi complained. Li Yi smiled and didn't say anything. It really was his fault. How could a hospital not even arrange for the intravenous drip to be pulled out? Brother Yi, this mutton stew is yam. The mutton is chewy. It's good. Li Longji saw that Li Yi was blaming himself and changed the topic. The mutton brisket is first stir-fried and then stewed with water. The lamb brisket won't shrink in cold water and is easier to rot. Li Yi explained the trick and poured water. Many stewed meat dishes were like this. The farm consumes a lot of food every day. Li Longji was good at accounting. They ate meat for every meal and changed the cooking method. If the farmer was happy, Dongzhu would have to bear the cost. Li Yi said indifferently, you'll only have the strength to work if you eat well. You won't get sick. It's good enough for those who work hard to eat 2 bowls of rice for a meal. If you don't give them meat, they'll eat 7 or 8 bowls. They'll still be hungry and won't have the strength to work. Without fat and protein, it's not enough to rely only on carbohydrates. Li Longji and Li Qingqi tried hard to understand Li Yi's words. It felt like the body needed several things and eating food could only make up for one thing. Li Longji thought for a while and said, it's better to ask the people to raise more livestock and poultry. It's not easy to raise livestock. I have all kinds of incubation methods. Once the hens leave the nest, they won't lay any more eggs. Artificial incubation with more hens can also continue to lay eggs. Li Yi told them about artificial incubation. This year was Zhuangzi's experiment. Others didn't have thermometers, so they needed to find a way to control the temperature without thermometers. At the moment, it was about time. It would be promoted at the beginning of spring. Mulberry trees and hemp were planted in the fields of the common people's homes, which were suitable for raising chickens. In order not to be confused with the neighbors, they usually tied a rope. Whose poultry was tied to the left leg? Whose family owned the right leg? 2 legs, long rope, short rope, wing clipping, butterfly knots. Very good. Li Longji could only say so. He was embarrassed. Every time he came to Zhuangzi, he would chat and ask about politics. Other courtiers used a memorial to explain the method and the pros and cons. Many people were promoted because of a single memorial. However, in Brother Yi's Zhuangzi, Brother Yi would just do it. Whichever method was useful or not, Brother Yi would first do it in Zhuangzi. After seeing it, he would naturally know whether it was good or bad. For example, artificial incubation began last year. Various types of eggs, the number of hatched eggs, and how to raise the chicks, ducks, and geese were all the results of repeated attempts. He then told the people, and the people only needed to do as they were told. All the mistakes had been corrected. Big brother, you can't eat too much mountain medicine. Li didn't know how to read minds, so he didn't know what his third brother was thinking. He saw his eldest brother eat the mountain medicine in the bowl and pick up the bowl to leave, so he knew to get the mountain medicine and quickly advised him. Li Qingqi sat down. He didn't lack meat, but he felt that the mountain medicine today was fragrant. Next year, I will use the mountain medicine to make vermicelli. I don't know if the southern part of the Tang dynasty makes vermicelli. If not, I can teach them. It's not easy to preserve mountain medicine. Plastering the broken parts and smoking it with sulfur can't make it wet. It's better to make vermicelli to preserve it. If you are hungry, you can eat a bowl of vermicelli. You can make it into starch jelly and dry it. Soak it in water or boil it. Can be a staple food for a few days. Li Yi saw that his eldest brother wanted to eat the mountain medicine, so he suddenly thought of further processing the mountain medicine. Vermicelli was cooked, so it was easier to preserve than mountain medicine. Mountain medicine should be prevented from melting and oxidizing. As for skin allergies when handling mountain medicine, Li Yi believed that the people of the Tang dynasty didn't care. When the time came, he would give a method to handle the mountain medicine and itchy hands. Rubber gloves were out of the question, and people couldn't afford oilcloth gloves either. The only method that could save money and was effective was heating. Whether it was to heat the mountain medicine or to heat the hands that were stained with mucus, it was fine. I'll go back and ask around if there is any bean powder. It's cool to eat it in summer. Li Qingqi recalled seriously. Okay, thank you. As long as it's beneficial to the people, you should take the first credit. Li Yi gave his eldest brother a motivation. He didn't need a false reputation. If someone helped to promote it, he could even pay for it. Li Yi began to briefly introduce how to make vermicelli. There was a method to make starch in the Qi people's key skills. The yam vermicelli needed further processing, which was different from bean powder. In the observation room, Yu Huaid also started to eat. His group of male and female followers also ate. The observation room was big and there were many hospital beds. There were no other patients at this time. The other patients were in the inpatient department or temporary home. Dozens of people ate together, but Yu Huaid ate lightly. His followers didn't care about that. They chose the meat tongs and each of their plates was filled with meat. Boss, the zhuangzi of Lidongzhu is too rich. What we eat is the food for the villagers. We can eat at any time without resting for 24 hours. The coachman reported the situation. He is naturally rich for treating gonorrhea for 2,000 CUN. Yu Huaid was still concerned about the price. He didn't feel that the 3,000 CUN for the treatment was too much. It was to save lives. It was to snatch people back from the gates of hell and compete with the king of hell. But how could the gonorrhea cost 2,000 CUN? If he hadn't been so unreasonable at that time, would he have only needed 200 CUN? The female servant who was massaging Yu Huaida's legs ate a piece of braised pork with soy sauce. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. Then she said, "Eat as much as you want. But you can't throw it away if you can't finish it." "How can we throw it away?" Another person massaging Yu Huaid said, "If we dare to throw it away, we will be beaten to death." The others whispered to the people around them. "If we become a villager of Lidongzhu, we will definitely be loyal to him." "How can we become a villager? I want to be a villager too." "This is actually lamb chop. Villager eat it? There is no sand in the white rice. It is fragrant. Pig liver is delicious. I can read and wrote braised pig liver. What is braised pig liver? I secretly filled half a bowl with wine. It is grape wine. Why are you sneaking? That wine is for people to drink. I didn't see any villager drinking grape wine. A few of them went to drink that very spicy wine. I heard that those who work in the cold water drink strong wine. The others are afraid of delaying their work and are unwilling to drink. If it were me, I would also not drink. Dongzhu is so good. If he drinks wine and does not do things properly, he will feel uncomfortable." Yu Huaid ate and listened. He was a little afraid. Were his subordinates planning to rebel? Looking at the situation, he had to treat them better in the future. But he had never eaten this food before. This was a small fry from the third floor of the earthly paradise. As he ate, he suddenly thought of an important matter. "Yanzi, did you say how you collected money for the meal?" Yu Huaid asked. When he asked, he was not sure. "I asked. We are paid 30 CUN a day. We can eat as much as we want. The horse feed is also included. There is also a place to stay. Boss, why don't we go elsewhere to buy food? Then we can take turns in the carriage." The servant answered carefully and looked at the others. "No, we will eat in Zhuangzi. 30 CUN. There is meat for every meal. It is not expensive." Yu Huaid interrupted his subordinate. In fact, he was a little distressed, but he did not dare to ask his subordinates to buy food from other places. This meal was the daily life of the villager. If his subordinates went out to sell cheap food, wouldn't they be laughed at by the villager? If Li Dongzhu saw that he was not treating his subordinates well and got angry and raised the price, it would not be a problem of a few days' worth of food. The group of people showed a happy expression as expected. Then they threw out words of thanks to their boss and ate 2 mouthfuls. Yu Huaida's slightly distressed heart gradually became comfortable. Chapter 129. Li Yi, who was 70% full, did not care about his brothers anymore. He went to find the manservant for a small surgery. It was just an acne. He used a clipper to shave the hair. He cut it open, observed it, and used a pair of pliers to pull it out. He slowly shaved it out with a small knife and disinfected it with iodophore cotton. He did not even need to suture it. He gave a tetanus shot and antibiotics. He showed the patient the diseased glandular sac that was the size of a soybean. "Does it hurt?" Li asked. The manservant thought for a while and replied, "It hurts. It hisses and then twitches. Then it goes numb. It only hurts when you press it." "Yes, because you are young, I did not give you anesthesia. Otherwise your head would be in a daze. Your whole neck and half of your head would be uncomfortable. It would also be easy to have a runny nose and tears." Li Yi explained why he did not give him anesthesia. Even if it was immersion anesthesia, the patient would feel that half of his head was missing something. Anesthesia also interfered with the healing of the wound. Unless the acne had turned into an abscess, he would have to add anesthesia and then clean it carefully. "Okay, thank you, doctor." The manservant carefully moved his head left and right and found that it was indeed much easier. It was the pain and the feeling of sweat on his arm or hand. "Observe and change the dressing tomorrow. Don't wash your hair. When you sleep, try to turn your head to the other side." Li Yi's voice was steady and calm. The manservant nodded vigorously. Li Yi said to Yu Huaid, who was watching the entire surgery, "I will do it tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow. Now the rest of you can go out. I will help you clean up and use a new bedding. Don't wear the underwear. I will pay for the new bedding." Yu Huaid was very sensible. "It is already included in the overall treatment fee." Li Yi refused. This was not how money was earned. He had to be professional. He could not charge people randomly. This was a contract. The others left and he let Yu Huaid handle it. Then, he found a dress for Yu Huaid to wear. He left behind anti-inflammatory medicine and told him to take it every 6 hours. He was not allowed to drink alcohol. Li Dongzhu, is it that simple? Yu Huaid felt that the process should be very complicated. Otherwise, 2,000 words. Composing a poem is also simple. The 7 verses only have 56 words. How many words can you write in the imperial examination? Many people know how to write. It's just a matter of combining words. Is it simple? Li Yi gave an example and turned to leave. Yu Huaid sat there and muttered to himself, "What you said makes sense, but why do I keep feeling that something is wrong?" Li Yi went to the ward and found nothing serious. The 6-month-old baby's body temperature returned to normal. He giggled and smiled at Li Yi. Then, his forehead was pricked by a needle and he started crying again. Li Yi used a pair of tweezers to pick up the sugar he brought and stuffed a few granules into the baby's mouth. The little guy smacked his lips. At first he was stunned, but then he revealed a happy smile again. His little hands and feet moved and he opened his mouth to ask for more. Don't let the child eat too much and don't let it become a habit. I see that you don't have enough milk. From tonight onwards you'll have to change your diet. Add a boiled egg and eat fish. Don't eat too much rice. Eat more sauerkraut and drink a bowl of goat milk before going to bed at night. Li Yi turned his head and gave medical advice to the child's mother. The child needed to eat, but he didn't want to feed the child milk directly. As the mother, she didn't feel shy at all. Instead, she nodded seriously and remembered it. The man beside her also tried his best to remember. He didn't think that the young genius Dr. Dongzhu had any thoughts about his wife. Li Yi nodded and looked at the others. All the patients were full of gratitude and none of them showed him any disdain. Li Yi was in a good mood. As a doctor, he just wanted to be recognized, even though these people didn't know how to give penance. After the ward round, Li Yi went to find his eldest brother and third brother. They were preparing to eat barbecue skewers in the courtyard. He also wanted to drink some wine to relax. The excitement from today's rescue had not fully recovered. It was because he had never participated in serious rescues before, let alone being alone. Li Dongzhu, can I have dinner with you? Yu Huaid came over and wanted to have dinner with him. No. Before Li Yi said anything, Empress Wang spoke first. Have dinner with us? Do you want to listen when we talk about politics during dinner? There are actually women here. I'm sorry for being rude. Yu Huaid didn't dare to say anything else. He had already heard that there were relatives of the royal family coming over for dinner. He turned around and was about to wear a dress to the canteen when he saw someone standing behind him. He was shocked. Who are you? Yu Huaid took a step back and asked. The person ignored him and shouted inside, Chang, and ordered Pei Yaoqing to come here. Is Li Dongzhu here? Come in. It's so late. The woman's voice came from inside. Then Pei Yaoqing went in. Yu Huaid was stunned. It turned out that Li Dongzhu really knew the Chang in order. But why didn't Li Dongzhu speak? However, he didn't dare to say or ask. He could only bring the person to the canteen. The dress wasn't very comfortable, but it could be worn and didn't look out of place. Wasn't it normal for a man to wear a dress? Pei Yaoqing came in and cupped his fists. Sorry to disturb everyone. I have an urgent matter to ask Li Dongzhu. He wanted to say this official, but changed his words. He wanted to say, Brother Yi, but changed his words again. Take a seat. Li Qingqi greeted warmly. He couldn't let anything go wrong. Li Yi was grilling the skewers while two eunuchs stood beside him. Two palace maids went in to accompany she. Otherwise, if everyone was eating and drinking, she wouldn't be able to eat by herself. Brother Pei, you're here. Wait for me to finish grilling the skewers. Li Yi looked back and greeted. There's an outsider here. Call Ming residents. Pei Yaoqing said in a businesslike manner. That's good too. Are you not going back to Pei Ming residence tonight? If he came out at this time, he couldn't go back. The Chang and order wouldn't work either. Stay here. Pei Yaoqing said honestly. He couldn't be modest anymore. Otherwise, if Her Majesty called him out, he would freeze to death overnight. Li Yi grilled a bunch of mutton skewers and came back. Qing Song and He Yen took over the grill and continued grilling. Li Yi took out a small pair of scissors and cut off the slightly rough parts of the skewers. He gave it to his sister-in-law first. He put the rest of the skewers on the tray. Big brother, third brother and Chang, an order can be taken by themselves. Ask away. Don't you have something urgent? Li Qingqi picked up the skewers and said to Pei Yaoqing. Okay. Yi Dongzhu. There are a lot of cooking fires in the city. If the ice sculptures are placed there, there will be a layer of dust from time to time. How can they last until the Lantern Festival? Pei Yaoqing asked the key question. Whether it was burning firewood or charcoal in the city, there would be dust. Put them in the shed during the day and install lights at night. Tell the higher-ups not to impose curfew when there are ice sculptures. Especially the Emperor. The 3,000 winged knights are very good at fighting. Don't be afraid. Li Yi didn't even consider cleaning them. He didn't have the skills to do so. If you put them in the shed, will there be people looking at them during the day? Pei Yaoqing felt that the economic benefits were not good enough. Right outside the shed. For example, if the ice sculpture is a horse, right outside the shed, floating clouds gather and scatter in the blink of an eye, light riders can't sleep for 1,000 miles. Beacon smoke rises alone to report safety, because of the border of Hot Blood Town. Isn't this more poetic and picturesque? Draw a few pictures on it and you can outline it with simple lines. Look, I'll use the back of my chopsticks to draw for you. Birds fly in 1,000 mountains, people disappear in 10,000 paths. A man in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river. Isn't it simple? What you need to show is a kind of loneliness and strength of character. Just a few strokes are enough. As Li Yi spoke, he dipped his chopsticks in the wine on the table and drew a picture of a lone fisherman in a cold river. The people at the same table. Chapter 130. Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath and looked at Li Longji. He really wanted to say, Your Majesty, can you cancel my virgin exam? I'm ashamed. Haha, brother Yi, haha. Li Qingqi laughed. He didn't know what to say. The Chang, an imperial decree, asked about the dust, but Li Qingqi said that he built a shed during the day. That's not a problem, but Li Qingqi gave an example. What was that? How can you be so casual when writing a poem? Li Qingqi recited 1,000 mountains and birds flew away, but he drew a proud painting with his chopsticks. In layman's terms, Li Qingqi was thinking, if I didn't know Li Qingqi's character, I would be sure that Li Qingqi was just pretending. Haha. Empress Wang also laughed. She stretched out her hand and naturally placed it on Li Yi's head to rub it. Li Longji simply picked up the wine cup and drank it. There was nothing to say. Brother Yi was only capable of this. Other people had to hold back for a long time when writing a poem. Some good sentences were accumulated on a daily basis and used at critical moments. Brother Yi didn't need to. He didn't care about poems. He wrote poems casually. He didn't use poems as an example. Look, Pei Mingfu. In this way, the paintings and poems in the shed and the ice sculpture in the shed during the day contrast nicely. Am I right? Li Yi wiped his chopsticks and put the wine aside. It could be distilled and made into medical alcohol. Of course, if the alcohol evaporated after the meal, he could throw it away. Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath and told himself to be calm and indifferent. He drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. Pei Yaoqing put down the wine cup and said, How can there be so many poems and paintings to use? Yes. There are many scholars looking for ways to contribute to the imperial examination in February next year. Ask them to write essays. Li came up with an idea. Essay was a proposition. For example, Essay on Ancient Origin Grass. Bai Ji had written it before. It was called Essay on Ancient Origin Grass. The requirements were very strict. The essay had to be a modern poem, also known as a modern poem. What Bai Ji wrote was the 5 laws. The first sentence did not enter the rhyme, but began and ended on a flat note. Li's intention was to ask those who wanted to donate to write it down. Didn't they all think that they were talented? Then the ice sculpture will be there. Write and draw according to the ice sculpture. Don't tell everyone that you can't do it. You are all scholars. Alright, let's do it. Li Longji expressed his support and asked those people to write and draw. What a great opportunity. Since there was no one to donate to, wasn't there now? Is Li Dongzhu going to write it? Pei Yaoqing couldn't control himself and asked out of the blue. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hands. No, I only know how to copy. How would I dare to do such a thing? It's so embarrassing. Please let me off Pei Ming Mansion. Pei Yaoqing lowered his head. He didn't want to chat anymore. Was it too late to leave now? Has the curfew started yet? I want to go home. Li Yi did not care about what Pei Yaoqing was thinking. He got up and went to the grill to bring back 2 skewers of lamb tendons. He placed them on a big plate in front of Empress Wang. Sister-in-law, eat this. I didn't add any chili powder or other condiments. I just sprinkled some salt. This will be hard when it's cold. When it's hot, it will be soft and will be absorbed by the body. Drink the hot orange juice. It can replenish the body's needs. Li introduced. There was a lot of collagen in the lamb tendons. The collagen could not be absorbed after eating it, but it could be combined with vitamin C to obtain 2 kinds of amino acids. Thus, when the body lacked these amino acids, it could synthesize collagen again. With a child in the stomach, there was naturally a possibility of a lack of amino acids. Thus, the body would automatically synthesize them. When it came to complicated biological problems, the body did not need it. It was useless to eat it. It just tasted good. Once the body needed the raw materials, it would automatically synthesize them. Empress Wang did not need to know about biology. She just needed to listen. She quickly ate it before it turned cold. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi and wanted to bring him home. Then he could ask him what to eat during meals every day. Now that the most crucial problem had been solved, he felt at ease. He also drank some wine and chatted about topics of romance and poetry. It was just that he was a little restrained when chatting. The pressure was too great. What if Li Yi interrupted and he said something wrong? Li Yi did not talk about poetry at all. He would talk about how to grill skewers for a while and then personally grill 2 skewers. At the same time, he asked the 2 eunuchs to grill the skewers while eating. How could they serve others when they were hungry? Right? Yu Huaid had not eaten when he arrived at the canteen. There were too many types of dishes. He was looking at them. There were mushrooms, chicken, mutton, pork, roast duck, garlic sprouts, wood ear eggs, salted duck eggs cut in half, lotus root, bamboo shoots, fried vegetables soaked in dried vegetables, oysters, fish, shrimp, loach, pear and orange, pieces of fruit, tofu. He counted once. There were a total of 60 dishes, not including daylily river snail soup, dried shredded tofu, black bean and scallion soup, as well as fermented bean curd, pickled vegetables and pork skin, meat jelly, and so on. He saw with his own eyes that a villager came over and asked for a bowl of noodles. He asked for wide leek noodles and then picked up a side dish to eat. He did not touch the other dishes at all. He thought for a while and knew what it meant. The villager only wanted to eat what he wanted to eat and did not want to eat other dishes. There were also people who ran in, scooped a bowl of soup and drank it before turning around and running away. Are you used to eating this on a daily basis? You don't even feel tempted when meat is placed there. You can eat it whenever you want. Yu Huaid mumbled and shivered. He was afraid. When he came yesterday, he had considered relying on his own guards to do something forceful. The villager was relatively weak and would hide when faced with danger. Today he understood. If he had made a move yesterday, he would have been beaten to death. Was this what the villager ate daily? How loyal would he be to Dongzhu? Moreover, this Dongzhu was a divine doctor. If he wanted to eat, he would have food. If he was sick, Dongzhu would treat him. Whoever touched Dongzhu, the villager would fight to the death. Eat bland. I can only eat bland. I can't eat garlic sprouts. Yu Huaid raised his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. After serving the dishes, he found a place to sit down. His men also took their plates and sat around him, giving him a sense of security. Then, when he saw that his men had scooped up so much meat, he suddenly felt ashamed. There were also those who chose shumai as their staple food and dipped it in soy sauce. Yes, soy sauce was expensive, but weren't you afraid of getting it by dipping it in so much? How embarrassing, how embarrassing. As Yu Huaid ate, he suddenly felt that 2,000 yuan for a gonorrhea treatment was not very expensive. Just as he was thinking, a group of people dressed as scholars came in. I smell the mellow winter grass, like the falling snow of pear blossoms in spring. The north wind whistles and brings the cold, the steam steams and keeps the summer warmth. It's so comfortable. A scholar threw a poem as soon as he entered, then went to get a plate to serve the dishes. Frozen clouds cover 1,000 miles, the warmth of several degrees smokes. They all say the 4 seasons are different, I see the soul of autumn. Another scholar also said, then went to get food. Yu Huaid hurriedly lowered his head, thinking in his heart that after his gonorrhea was cured, he would go ask shopkeeper Liang and the others what Li Dongzhu liked. He admitted that he was afraid. He finally knew how strong the Li family Zhuangzi's foundation was. It was no wonder that the Chang, an imperial magistrate, had to shout outside when he arrived. Zhuangzi was so strong that he was unreasonable. If the imperial court knew, they would have to make an example. People's livelihood, treatment, education, and charity. Nothing could be faulted. Not to mention a businessman like himself, even if the prime minister met him, he would have to think carefully before making a move. This won't do. I have to find them. Shopkeeper Liang and the others apologized to Li Dongzhu. I don't blame them. Yesterday they made it clear enough. I didn't understand. At this moment, all of Yu Huaida's doubts were cleared. This Zhuangzi was more of a paradise than a paradise. He had never dreamed of it. He did not dare to dream. Who would have thought that governing a Zhuangzi could be like this? Chapter 131. 8 rivers around Chang'an, ice and frost on the railing. Rich people find it boring, poor people look forward to leisure. Chiseling wet clothes, drinking wine and toasting. The shopkeeper left temporarily, but the new crop of Chinese tomatoes was still there. The next morning, Pei Yaoqing and Li Longji had breakfast together and waved goodbye to Li Yi. Li Yi first changed the dressing for the patient with seborrhea and turned to check on Yu Huaida's condition. You still have to stay for a few more days. There's inflammation now, so you can't operate. Don't worry. Li Yi observed and chose a safe method. If the incision became infected now, it would be a medical accident. Yu Huai didn't know what Li Yi was going to do. Otherwise he would probably refuse. At this moment he was very obedient and followed the doctor's instructions very well. In late October, Yu Huaida's inflammation was completely gone. He muttered something like, "The Imperial Medical Department is full of quacks," and was arranged for surgery by Li Yi. Anesthesia, surgery, suture with a no-take suture, bandage and end. For the next few days it's best not to wear anything and then take this medicine. Take 2 pills once a day. This is the amount for 5 days. Come to change the dressing tomorrow and arrange for the next change according to the situation. In the next half a month you can't find a woman or a man. You can't do it yourself. Li Yi gave medical advice. Anyway, no family member signed anything. The patient himself didn't sign anything. Yu Huai didn't seem to hear Li Yi at all. He was staring blankly at the thing that was cut off on the plate. After a while he came back to his senses. You cut it off for me? If you don't cut it off you'll get gonorrhea next time. And as a man let me tell you this. Li Yi understood that the patient was emotional. He quickly comforted him and whispered the benefits of cutting it off. In the end he almost said that there was an accident. The anesthesia didn't seem to work, so he quickly gave him an injection and fed him medicine, estrogen medicine. Is it really like this? Yu Huai didn't care about being injected with another needle. He was excited. It was actually like this. Half a month. You must take the medicine for the first 5 days. Li Yi saw that the patient's mood was stable and quickly changed the topic. So Li Dongzhu is also a kindred spirit. Yu Huai was about to change the topic again. Aya? Li exclaimed. What's wrong? Yu Huai stopped smiling. There are some dishes that you can't eat. Seafood, fish, prawns and crabs. Leeks, garlic sprouts, coriander, scallions, ginger, garlic, mustard and anything spicy can't be touched. Li Yi, who had changed the topic, told her to pay attention to her diet and nothing else. Yu Huai let out a long sigh and said, I'll stay here tonight. Deal. Li Yi nodded. Chang, and was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people who had little or no work in winter were hired by the government office to make shaved ice. The money would be provided by the merchants and the rich, while Pei Yaoqing arranged for the bailiffs to pull in investors. Tell Benless people how beautiful the ice sculptures are and who funded them. Some of them have to be placed in front of the shop. Squire Guan, let me tell you, it's more beautiful at night. There are lights in the ice just like a fairyland. If you put 2 of them in front of your shop, who wouldn't take a second look? The bailiffs told a local rich family that there was an official in this family, but the current generation was disappointing. Squire Guan was tempted. His family had 2 houses and rented out the other one. The rent in Chang and was not low, so he was rich. Squire Guan was tempted. His family needed fame so that his children could find a way out. How much is one? He asked. Squire Guan, what kind of sculpture and the size? The bailiffs patiently said. The prices were different. After that, the bailiffs carried 2 bolts of silk and told Squire Guan to give priority. The bailiffs trotted back to the county office and went to the storeroom to register. After registering, he was given a sign which said, 50 yuan. This was his commission for the promotion. He turned around and looked for the next target. Pei Yaoqing was leisurely and was not in a hurry. He followed the reward method provided by Li Yi and found that it was indeed useful. Except for him, the other deputy county magistrates were all running around. No one was lazy. As the county magistrate of Chang, and he was not in a hurry. Someone would take the initiative to discuss the ice sculpture to raise money. At this time, in the 8 main rivers and ponds of Chang, there were people chiseling ice. They first chiseled cracks around the ice. The ice was pierced and a rope was pulled under the ice. At the other end, another hole was chiseled and the rope was tied. The surrounding ice was chiseled and pried open. A piece of ice was separated. The people on the shore pulled the rope, while others laid straw and put up boards. It used to be difficult to pull the ice, but now they all used hand gourds. Clatter, 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 the ice was slowly pulled up. Thick logs were put up on a shelf. The big ice was hoisted up. The cart below came and put down. A piece of ice was basically a cart. The laborers worked hard. The rich people sat upstairs and watched. When they saw someone accidentally fall into the water and climb out, the people upstairs would laugh happily. The bailiffs who usually watched from the ice chiseling ground would also laugh. However, it was different this time. They tied a rope to the people chiseling the ice. When the people fell into the ice, they were immediately pulled and pushed into the temporary shed. They took out old clothes and drank a bowl of ginger soup. The Ming residents had agreed that the person in charge of the ice section would be deducted the salary of the person in charge who was injured or had an accident. The bailiffs thought of many ways to improve their living standards. They took a pile of old clothes and threw them into the shed. They built a small charcoal stove and set up a clay pot to cook ginger soup. They did not dare to make people sick from the cold. That would be a waste of time. If they fell into the water and slipped under the ice and drowned, they could not expect to get a penny this winter. Take a rest. Wipe your hair and sit by the stove. Don't worry. Pay your salary. The bailiff saw that the person who came back to change clothes was about to rush out again. They quickly stopped him and persuaded him. Don't be afraid. We can't delay. How can we take the money and not work? The person wanted to leave. I'm afraid. Sit down and talk. The bailiffs forced the person down and then began to talk about family matters. There were still 4 days until the 12th lunar month. Yu Huai took the oral anti-inflammatory medicine and put on a dress before boarding his own horse carriage. Li Dongzhu, I will come find you tomorrow and give you the money. Yu Huai shouted to Li Yi in the carriage. Li Yi nodded and said, I don't want grain. There is a lot of grain in the manor. I know. Goodbye. Yu Huai shouted and closed the door. The 3 horse carriages and the group of people left. The price of grain will drop, but next year. Ignorance is the scariest. Li Yi muttered and turned back to the courtyard. A new cadaver was sent in and he began to study. The next day Yu Huai came to deliver the money. There were bolts of silk and strings of copper coins. Steward Songda asked someone to count the money. Yu Huai also asked someone to bring out a box from his carriage. He opened the box and said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, I have something good for you. This kind of radish is sweet. You must have never seen it before. Li Yi poked his head out to take a look. He smiled and asked, Is it good? I will buy it. There are still some left. From Tubo there are people from the west selling it. I used a lot of tea leaves to exchange for it. When I came back I gave it away and they all said it was delicious. Unfortunately there are no seeds. Otherwise I would definitely plant one. If Li Dongzhu wants it I will give you 2 more boxes. Don't talk about money, don't talk about it. Yu Huai told him where it came from and waved his hand, refusing to sell it. No, 1 caddy and 5 carrots. When you go there in the future, if you see something rare or not seen in the Tang dynasty, you will definitely pay a high price. Li Yi insisted on giving money. This was a carrot. He had heard that it existed in the Han dynasty. However, he had not seen it in the Tang dynasty and no one knew about it. The only information he could find was a sentence in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The Yuan dynasty came from the Hu and smelled like a carrot. Li Shizhen said that during the Yuan dynasty, radishes were already called radishes. The radishes of the Hu were naturally carrots. There was nothing wrong with that. As for the lack of seeds, this could be planted without seeds. After planting it, it would produce seeds. Chapter 132. You're really buying? Yu Huai couldn't help but ask when he heard the price of 500 carrots. Yes, I'll buy as much as you have. Li said confidently. I can sell you 500 kilograms. I still have some left to give away. Yu Huai said. Song did don't count it. Pack it back for shopkeeper Yu. Li heard the number and it was exactly 5,000 carrots. He had saved and circumcised the carrots and was worth 500 kilograms. Yu Huai happily ordered someone to send the money back and bring back the carrots. Shopkeeper Yu's business is not small, Li said with a smile. He was thinking about how many carrots he brought back from the Tubo border. The second richest person in the capital office was indeed rich. He had to ensure his safety along the way and he had to make connections. No wonder he was so arrogant when he first met him. He had the capital to be arrogant. I barely make ends meet. Li Dongzhu hasn't tried it before. Why did you ask for so much all of a sudden? Yu Huai lifted his skirt and expressed his doubts. I've seen it in a medical book. Li gave a reason. Is it medicine? Yu Huai's eyes lit up. All food is medicine. But for this radish I call it a carrot. It's not wrong to say that it's medicine. Children have rotten mouths. If you eat more carrots they won't rot. There's also night blindness. It's called sparrow blindness. Eating carrots can also improve it. Li said what he wanted to say. As for the other aspects of carrots, he couldn't show them at the moment so he didn't mention it. When it came to medicine, Li smiled and said, Shopkeeper Yu has helped me a lot. When I wrote the medical book, I didn't write the carrots because I haven't seen them before. Now that Shopkeeper Yu has brought them back, you can write them down in the medical book and add them to the common people. Li praised Yu Huai. He still hoped that he would get more good things from Tubo in the future. Otherwise, why would he buy the carrots for 500 kilograms? 1,000 gold market horse bones. Yu Huai's face turned red. He didn't expect that he could do good things for the common people. Li Dongzhu, you treat me so nimble. I can drink wine. I'll prepare some wine as an apology. Yu Huai was happy. Not only did he get his money back but he also did something big. Shopkeeper Yu, you don't have to be like this. If there are any good things in the future, remember this Zhuangzi. Li shook his head gently. The carrots were here. They weighed 1,000 caddies. If they were planted in the greenhouse they could eat a lot of them first. No. You must make amends. Yu Huai insisted. Now he could not enter Pyongkong Square. If he could not enter while recuperating then he could not enter. Even if he recovered he still could not enter. What should he do? The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Li invited the other into the courtyard to inquire about Tubo. Yu Huai was also willing to talk about the customs of the western regions. While they were talking it was almost noon when the carrot delivery team returned. 3 carriages carrying 1,000 caddies of carrots, covered with tarps to keep them warm. Songda found someone to weigh it. It was a little more than 500 kilograms. The other box was not counted. Shopkeeper Yu, I'll make carrots for you. Li wanted to cook personally. He chose a few carrots and cut off the top section. He even used a bamboo knife to make it so that the metal would not oxidize and hurt the top section. He cut the carrots into pieces, dipped them in oil and put them into a casserole with yam and lamb belly to continue cooking. He cut them into slices and stir-fried them with black fungus and egg. He shredded them and mixed them with dried cucumber strips and sesame paste to make a cold dish. These 3 carrot dishes were placed in the cafeteria for Yu Huai to taste. It's delicious. Li Dongzhu's cooking skills are not inferior to his medical skills. This, carrots, cooked noodles, raw crispy mixed with sesame paste starch jelly have a different taste. Yu Huai praised as he ate. At the same time he noted that he knew how to slice, stir-fry, shred and mix. As for stewing he knew how to do it. Li smiled and nodded. He was not modest at all. He was indeed better than the cooks of the Tang dynasty. The two chatted happily. After the meal, Li sent Yu Huai out of Zhuangzi. He turned around and shouted, "Quick, let me choose all the carrots. Take out the rotten ones and put the shriveled ones aside." He was anxious because the carrots were clean and there was no mud on them. Why did they have to be washed? It would not be easy to preserve them. Eat carrots for the next 2 days. Cut off the head and use a bamboo knife. Don't spoil it. I want to plant it. Li instructed. The farmers were busy. These carrots were good stuff that cost 5 grams per caddy. Slice them and send them to the oven to dry. They can still be eaten after soaking. Soak the cut carrots in water first. Don't rush to oil them, Li said. He put the cut-off head into a pottery basin. The water in the vat in the house was not so cold. He poured a little in, but it did not go over the top of the carrots. Then he asked someone to distill the humus. He let the distilled liquid cool and added it to the pottery basin. The others followed suit. They had never planted carrots like this. After working for more than 4 hours, all the carrots were processed. Very good. Buds will sprout in 2 days. Send them to the greenhouse to plant them. As for those with buds, plant them in the greenhouse now. Li was satisfied. What he needed to do next was to wait. He would wait for about a year. If there was enough nutrition, he could plant them a month earlier. What he wanted was seeds, not food. It would not take so long to plant them. On the other side, Yu Huaid went back and began to organize his carrots. When he gave them to people, he would tell them that it was medicine and not ordinary. At the same time, he also announced that he had a good relationship with Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu had cured his gonorrhea and they ate together. He said this to Pyongkong Square and also to Chang'an. The last day of November, Li Longji brought Empress Wang over. He asked Li Yi to check the child first. Brother Yi, I heard that you bought carrots for 5 grams per caddy? Li Longji asked casually when he saw carrots during the meal. It's a new kind of crop. Like other carrots, they can keep seeds but can't be eaten. If they are eaten, they can't be planted. So carrots are more expensive than cabbages. Li Yi introduced the growth cycle of carrots. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, there are no seeded carrots around Chang'an. They can't survive the winter. Yes, they can't. They can only live in places that are not cold in winter. But I have a greenhouse to plant carrots. Next year there will be a lot of seeds. In spring or summer I will sell them to people to plant. The South needs to cultivate the seeds. I don't know if the agriculture temple has learned to build greenhouses. There will be a lot of vegetables in winter. People won't get sick, especially diseases caused by vitamin deficiency. Li Yi's attitude was not good when he mentioned the agriculture temple. In his opinion, there should have been officials from the agriculture temple who came to ask him about this matter. He was also willing to answer. Yes. Li Longji was sure that the carrots he signed and allocated were planted together with the Sixli village and the hot spring vegetables. But he thought of a question. Brother Yi, how did you plant them without seeds? Water seedlings and soilless seedlings. When they grow buds they can be planted. In fact, if I don't find it troublesome, I can take something from the bottom of the carrot's leaves and cultivate them into complete carrots. Li Yi was full of confidence when he said this. He had a petri dish and he could get the culture fluid if he wanted. Li Longji felt that he was used to Brother Yi's ability, but he was still surprised when he heard it. Brother Yi can do this? Next year, I will teach students other classes besides mathematics. I will teach them the method of finding the roots of all things. In a few years there will be a lot of talents. Li Yi said with deep eyes. Chapter 133. Empress Wang was nibbling on a piece of carrot when she heard Li Yi's words. She quickly chewed and swallowed before asking, the method of finding the root of all living things? Examine objects. Li Yi replied with 2 words. Oh uncle, you're talking about the lateness of objects. Empress Wang finally understood. Of course. Li Yi nodded. What are they? Empress Wang was still curious. The sun and the moon alternate, the stars rotate, the 4 seasons change. The river flows to the east, the wind blows, the water rises, the clouds gather and disperse. Li Yi gave a general explanation. Are there any policies to benefit the people? Li Longji felt that the sun, the moon and the stars were too big and wanted to know about the small aspects. The fields are rich in grain, the merchants are prosperous. Traveling 1,000 li in a day, traveling 1,000 li in a carriage, treating people and ruling the country, becoming a jinsher. Then uncle, you have to choose the right people and don't let bad people learn the skills. Empress Wang expressed that she believed that her uncle had this ability. Li Longji also believed it. At the very least, Li Yi had managed to do it. There was no need to talk about doing business, but he was a divine doctor. As for running a country, it was clear just by looking at the thousands of people in the manor. The only thing left was to travel 1,000 miles in a day by boat. It should be possible, but he had to wait for Li Yi to find the time to do it. That way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Therefore he agreed, yes, choosing the right people is important. That's right. Li Yi agreed. Can we find people from the Imperial College? Empress Wang suggested. Li Yi refused, don't look for the Imperial College. The 42 people who are willing to do things will be the priority. Okay. Li Longji felt that the 42 students who were waiting to take the exam would do. They were hardworking and serious in their work. After their families came over, they had specially sent people to investigate and their backgrounds were clean. As for why they did not pass the exam, it was because they did not have enough literary talent. If Brother Yi wanted to teach them literary talent, it would be easy. Do you still have carrots? I want to take them back and cook them in earthly paradise. Empress Wang liked to eat carrots. Li didn't feel much about this. He always felt that raw carrots were delicious. The taste and texture of cooked carrots were bad, although he always ate cooked ones. Yes, but the raw ones are gone. If they are not washed, they can be stored for a winter. Li said helplessly. Yuhuai, why are you so hardworking? Li Longji sat there rolling his eyes. He knew that Yuhuai was still alive, so. On the first day of December. After receiving the order, Pei Yaoqing went out and led the team to a house in Qinren Lane in the southwest of the East Market. The Yamen runner knocked on the door. Is shopkeeper Yu here? This county's Ming Fu has arrived. Yuhuai ran out in a dress. When he saw Pei Yaoqing, he had a deep impression of him and hurriedly opened the door. The Ming residents actually came in person. I suddenly feel that, let's talk inside. It's cold under the skirt. Pei Yaoqing had some understanding of Yuhuai's situation. Thank you for the Ming residents' understanding. Yuhuai showed a grateful expression. When the group entered, Yuhuai invited Pei Yaoqing to take a seat. He tidied his dress and sat beside him. Pei Yaoqing looked at him and wanted to laugh. He came back with great ambitions, but in the end he bumped into Li Yi and Zhuangzi and got a big bump on his head. Is the Ming residence here because of the ice sculpture? Yuhuai spoke first. Ice sculpture is a small matter. I heard that shopkeeper Yu has carrots? Pei Yaoqing went straight to the point. Yes, I have some. Yuhuai understood. To be able to say the words carrots, Li Yi must have told him. How much do you have? Pei Yaoqing asked again. Yuhuai hesitated. Someone in the palace wants it. 5 carrots per caddy. Who do you want to give it to? Why don't you entertain them at Pyongkong Square another day? I will go. Pei Yaoqing told him not to worry about not having anything. He was just going to help him get to know some people. It's free. Yuhuai shook his head. He felt that the whole room was bright and sunny. When someone in the palace forcefully takes your things. 5 carrots per caddy. Pei Yaoqing insisted on paying. After all, he wasn't the one paying. There's less than 300 caddies left. No, it's more than 200 caddies. Let's count it as 200 caddies. Yuhuai chose to earn less. He turned around and said to his subordinates, Go wash all the remaining carrots and give them to, wait. Pei Yaoqing hurriedly stopped them and said sternly, They can't be washed. Bring the mud and send them over. This was a deliberate order from the yellow door, and it wasn't just one sentence. Thus, Pei Yaoqing left with more than 260 caddies of unwashed carrots. He gave Yuhuai an additional 5 ice lanterns. At noon that day, Empress Wang was in the palace watching someone use a bamboo knife to cut carrots. She was at the side giving instructions. Li Longji was also there. Leave more than half an inch, cut 20 carrots and send them to the heavenly earth. Bring them back. Basin, not copper basin, pottery. Put 20 carrots in it and add water. If there's more, pour it out. She looked like an expert. She had just learned how to do it in the cultivation room yesterday. She also asked for a lot of distilled nutrient solution. There was no special equipment in the palace for distilling humus. The smell during the distilling process was unpleasant. This is so strange. Change the water and soak it for a few days. It will grow green buds. Then put it in the soil. Carrots will grow under it. Empress Wang had never encountered such an operation. According to her idea, the carrots would grow out, cut them and eat them. Then she would put them in the soil, grow them again, cut them again. Every day she would cut some carrots and plant them. In the end, she would have carrots to eat every day. Li Longji stood at the side and watched. He was thinking about Li Yi's words. Carrots were easier to preserve in winter than big carrots. Then there was a shortage of vegetables in winter. Eating carrots was very useful. The corners of the mouth would rot and things would be blurred at night. If the soldiers ate carrots and fought with the enemy at night, the enemy would not be able to see clearly at night. It would be advantageous. Every vegetable that could be stored for a long time in the north was worth promoting and planting. My Tang dynasty is different from the past. Li Longji thought and suddenly said, full of confidence. The ice was still being chiseled. Ice sculptures were being made. Many rich families who could not afford to store ice in winter bought meat and sent it to the chiseled people. They asked the chiseled people to help them chisel more ice and bring it home to put in the ice cellar. Those who did not have ice cellars hired people to dig the frozen soil. The chiseled people had formed a one-stop service organization. If anyone wanted to dig an ice cellar, they would dig it and put the ice in it. The money earned would be divided among everyone. The more skilled the chiseled people were, the faster they worked. This winter would be easy. Their shoes, warm leather pants, thick gloves and tools were given by the yamen. They could take on private jobs as long as they did not delay the yamen's work. Pei Yaoqing knew, but he did not care. In summer, the rich families would have more ice and the poor people would have better lives. It would be considered a political achievement. At the moment, he was strolling beside the carved ice sculptures. The ice sculptures were covered with a shed made of the worst cloth. During the day, the ice sculptures were covered to prevent dust from falling and to add to the scenery. In the cold weather, the literati and literati were exhaling and studying what to draw and what to write. The students and townspeople who were going to take the exam next year had priority. Didn't they have no way to contribute? Didn't they complain about the rich and those with connections? The opportunity had come. If they wrote well and drew well, they could leave their identity information below. When the time came, they could choose based on it. If they could not even do this, it would be useless to contribute. The most difficult thing is the poem. A student put his hand in front of his mouth and exhaled to warm himself. He said to his friends, "No, the most difficult thing is the painting. My painting is still good. I should write my name first." Another person said, "The boat of friendship was about to capsize." Pei Yaoqing could not stand it anymore. He stood there and said, "Write whose painting and poem. If you can write a policy on ice sculpture, you should have priority." Then he shook his head. These students were stupid. They were not as good as Brother E. If it were Brother E, he would just draw and write at random and then go to the next place. Chapter 134. Ming Residence. Ming Residence. It's actually the Ming Residence. The students immediately became lively and rushed to greet Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing smiled in response, then looked at the ice sculpture and realized it was a rabbit. He smiled, "Good rabbit. Next year's rabbit, you guys are also very good. Seeing your deep friendship, good. You residents has a poem. A white rabbit walking east and looking west. Clothes are not as good as new, people are not as good as old." With that, he carried them and continued to walk. The students behind him respectfully sent him off, then turned back to study how to draw and write poems, no longer arguing like before. They understood the meaning of the Ming residence. Pei Yaoqing looked at a few more places and was dissatisfied. He even heard that they had to pay someone to write for them. Looking at these people, he could not help but think of Li Yi. That day, Li Yi casually said and drew, fishing alone in the cold river, birds flying in the mountains. "I wonder what Brother E is doing now? I've been busy recently and can't find the time to visit." Pei Yaoqing muttered to himself, shook his head and continued to walk. Li Yi, who was remembered, had just finished the last stroke and the compendium of Materia Medica was organized. He exercised his wrists, put on his fur coat and walked out. Outside the hall, the palace maid Tao Hong, who was waiting for orders, was knitting a woolen sweater. Li Yi taught her. He found that the wool of the sheep that he bought for meat had to be shaved and made into felt. There was not enough cotton, so the farmers could only wear fur clothes, which were quite heavy. Pigskin, sheepskin, wearing them out of the manner they would be able to show off around. Sheepskin was still goat skin with hair. The skin of the sheep was already ripe, so the hair could be shaved and made into felt. Li Yi could not bear to do that. What was the use of felt? Sweaters were better. He washed the wool, removed some of the fat, combed the hair, spun the thread and began to knit. He used to know how to stitch and used it to practice the dexterity of his fingers. He knitted a large piece like a sack of chips. But now that he could see pictures, he could look up information from the system and use other needle techniques. He taught the palace maids and eunuchs. Tao Hong was not very familiar with knitting, while Cui Lu and two eunuchs ran out to teach others. Li Dongzhu, "Look, I've knitted so much." Tao Hong put down the bamboo needle and thread and showed it to Li Yi. "Good, the more I use this method, the more proficient I'll be at it. Knitting and chatting can be done at the same time. The knitted sweater can be worn to keep warm, but it can't be worn close to the skin. It'll itch." Li Yi praised and talked about the drawbacks of the sweater. "It's still better than the hemp ones." Tao Hong didn't feel that the clothes were prickly. Weren't there still people who wore hemp clothes? "Yes, it's better than hemp. When you go back after your break, ask the people in the palace to go to the eastern and western markets to buy wool. It would be a pity to turn it into a felt." Li Yi came up with an idea. The bad wool could be used to make blankets and the good wool could be used to make clothes. The fine wool of tubo was made into woolen cloth, but woolen cloth was woven according to the method of weaving. He had some in Zhuangzi. The last time Tubo came to deliver the alliance letter in exchange for soy sauce, he had given it to him as money. Yes. Tao Hong put down her things and stood up. She knew that Li Yi was going outside, so she had to follow him. She also took the medicine box with her. Li Yi saw that Tao Hong's medicine box was heavy. After thinking for a while, he walked out and went straight to the workshop. When he reached the workshop, he found a craftsman. "Master Tong, I'll draw a picture for you. You can make it." As he spoke, he took a piece of paper, a ruler, and a charcoal pencil to draw a picture. Soon he drew a picture of a drawer and passed it to Master Tong. "This is simple. It's just a piece of copper. The cylinder is telescopic. The wheels and axles are also made of copper. Altogether, it should weigh about 8 to 9 caddies." He could tell what it was used for at a glance. First he talked about the weight. "No matter, it's better than carrying it on my back," Li Yi said. The roads in Zhuangzi were good, so he dragged it and walked. When he reached the outside, he sat on his four-wheeled carriage. Master Tong looked for people, and everyone worked together to compare the sizes of the different parts. Li Yi smiled as he looked at them. The craftsman in Zhuangzi had a standard size and wouldn't make it blindly. Half an hour later, the group of people finished making the drawer and assembled it. They even oiled the parts where the drawer was rubbed. Li Yi took Tao Hong's first aid kit and placed it on the drawer. He then tied it with a rope made from the inner skin of a football. "Try it. Pull it." Tao Hong took it and pulled it 2 steps. She nodded. "It's easy. Let's go and take a look at the riverside." Li Yi was satisfied. He turned around and walked out. He didn't carry the drawer, nor was he responsible for pulling it. He knew that if he did that, the palace maids and eunuchs would be disappointed. Tao Hong smiled, revealing 2 dimples. She followed behind him as she pulled the drawer. There was no choice, this was the workmanship. The craftsman waited for them to leave. Master Tong called out, "Quick, make a few more. Who knows when Dongzhu will need them again." The group of people continued to work. By the Ba River, more people were chiseling ice. Li Yi stood there and watched. The people working had nothing to do with Zhuangzi. They were hired by the Zhang family village. The ice wasn't used by Zhuangzi either. The Zhang family village had already dug the ice cellar in the village. Last year they made money by selling toads. Now they were planning to see if they could make money by selling ice next summer. At the same time, the villagers could enjoy it. The village gave them 30% higher wages than Chang'an City. They built a few small huts and made stoves. On the stove there was a big iron pot stewing pork bones and big slices of fatty meat. Next to it was a stack of pottery bowls. They used a big pottery jar to cut the pickled vegetables into shreds and soak them in water. Then they squeezed the water into balls and threw them into the pot. The people working came over to scoop a bowl to eat. Basically, it was just pickled vegetables. The fatty meat had been boiled away. Dried coriander and chopped green onions were thrown into the bowls. The people working said it was comfortable to drink. "Dongzhu, they are learning from our Zhuangzi." Tao Hong saw it and said to Li Yi, "They are learning well." Li Yi was satisfied. It showed that the people in the Zhang family village did have savings. At the same time, they were not so stingy with others. Because Zhuangzi had once given the villagers very good working conditions, the villagers were learning. Educating the people was not only about telling them what to do, but also about how to fight. If they couldn't do it, why should they ask the people to do it? "Let's go and taste their soup." Li Yi smelled the pickled vegetables and wanted to eat. "It's definitely not as good as our Zhuangzi's." Tao Hong was now a little fangirl. Everything about Zhuangzi was good. Dongzhu. 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 When the people in the Zhang family village saw Li Yi, they greeted him one after another. After that, they continued to work. Li Yi nodded in response. He was glad that Zhang Zhao's desire for power was not so strong. Otherwise he would have to fight. The villagers of the Zhang family didn't add his surname when they called him, which meant that they treated him as their backbone. He took the spoon and bowl and scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup with some pickled vegetables. He turned around and handed them to Tao Hong. He took another bowl and then filled it for himself. He blew on it and drank a mouthful. Then he smacked his lips and said, "What do you lack?" "I didn't put star anise. It lacks the taste of seasoning water." Tao Hong drank a mouthful and immediately gave the answer. "Yes. It also lacks the ginger slices. However, there is no lack of salt." Li Yi also tasted it. Star anise and ginger are not as expensive as our Zhuangzi. Tao Hong was proud again. The other thing is that the pickled vegetables are always fresh and the cooking time is short. After Li Yi finished speaking, he drank the soup and went out to take a look. The people guarding the shed hurriedly ran out and reported. Not long after, the villagers carried 2 big pots over. There was no need to think about the star anise and ginger, but they could cook it for a while. Chapter 135. Ha. 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 Ah. Ah. Open. Ah. There was a leader on the ice. The others stood in a row, one holding the drill and the other holding the hammer. The leader carefully observed the large piece of ice and adjusted the rhythm. The others followed his rhythm and dropped the hammer. When the last sound of open was heard, the person holding the hammer immediately retreated, and the person holding the drill slanted back at the same time to press the wood. With a cracking sound, a large piece of ice separated from the other pieces of ice. The people standing behind watched nervously. They were responsible for pulling the rope. If someone fell, they had to quickly pull them up. However, the ice was slippery, and the friction between the shoes and the ice was small. As soon as they moved, they slipped. On the other side, the ice that was cut open by the joint efforts of the crowd was pulled by ropes. The gourds moved along the ice and moved ashore. Dongzhu. Tao Hong saw that the people on the ice were unstable and suddenly thought of a good idea. At least she thought it was good. Dongzhu first cut a shallow hole in the ice. If you stand on it, won't it not be slippery? She said excitedly. Good idea. Li Yi praised first. When Tao Hong smiled with dimples, Li Yi said, But the ice is very flat. If the hole is small, the area of contact with the ice will be smaller. If the hole is big, you will directly sprain your ankle. Also, cutting ice can't prevent water from splashing on the ice. Unless you sprinkle sand on it, otherwise. Come, let's go into the shed. I'll draw 2 things. As Li Yi spoke, he suddenly thought of something and turned around with Tao Hong. After entering the shed, Tao Hong opened the first aid kit. There was a separate compartment next to it. There was paper, a charcoal pen, a compass, a ruler and other small tools inside. Li Yi drew a picture of an insole. Then he drew a few triangles around the insole and drew a 3-dimensional picture. The triangles on the insole were folded downwards, and the insole was changed into an oval shape. There were holes on it and a rope was inserted into the holes. After drawing this, Li Yi looked around. Tao Hong picked up 2 pieces of paper and handed them to the Jianghu family villager who was in charge of scooping the soup. Find someone to send the things Dongzhu drew to the workshop. Tell them to quickly make a few. The old woman who scooped the soup did not say anything. She took the paper out and shouted. Some villagers ran over, took the paper and ran away. When the blacksmiths in the workshop saw the blueprints, they called a few people over. After a short discussion, they found the thin metal plates that they had prepared beforehand and started working. Heat it up in the stove, cut out the shape and chisel the holes. He then used the pliers to adjust the angle. With 2 or 3 strikes of the hammer, a triangle was broken. There were a total of 6 small triangles. After smashing them, they were thrown into the water to quench. After a while it turned cold. More than a dozen things were brought to the riverside. Li Yi put down his pen and said to the people of Jianghu family village, Bring it over with a rope. Step on the flat ground with the toes facing down and tie the shoes with the rope. Soon someone tried it out and cheers were heard. It's so useful, it's not slippery at all. I'm not afraid of slipping away anymore. Who did it? Good skill. Li Yi lowered his head and continued to draw. This was more difficult. He was drawing an ice drill which was usually used for fishing. It could drill a hole in 1 meter thick ice in less than a minute. It had its own battery and was convenient. It was a spiral shape with a sharp point at the head. There was no electric drive at the moment, but it could be done by using gears and shafts. He placed it on a wooden frame and fixed it. Like a threshing machine, he stepped on it and turned it. It needed to consume iron and could only be cast. It was very difficult to get a blacksmith to smash it out. The strength of cast iron is not good enough, but it is harder than ice. It can be drilled. Li Yi was very satisfied with his design. If it was fishing or winter hunting, it was enough to use a drill to drill the ice. However, now it was necessary to continuously extract ice. The more frequently an ice drill was used, the more valuable it was. Tao Hong, who was standing at the door and looking out, had been smiling. When she heard the people working on the ice say that the shoes were good, she felt honored. Dongzhu, it's useful. The people of Jianghu family village ran over to report. Ask the workshop to make more, Li Yi said. But there is a lot of iron. The villager hesitated. It's not like we will throw it away after using it. It's still iron. Li Yi glanced at the villager. The villager ran away. Li Yi continued to draw. The spiral drawing speed was very slow. When he finished, he went back directly. He handed it to the blacksmith. Make the mold first, then pour the molten iron. Pay attention to safety. The craftsman gathered again to look at the drawings and talk. Let's also make ice sculptures in Zhuangzi. They can become ice lanterns at night. Otherwise, there are ice sculptures in Chang'an. Everyone can't go to see them. Li Yi thought that with good equipment, Zhuangzi should be lively. Yes. Tao Hong expressed her support. Find craftsmen from outside to make ice sculptures. Li Yi saw that his proposal was approved by everyone and made a decision. There are craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Find craftsmen outside. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Tao Hong objected this time. She represented half of the people in the meeting. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi can have some fun. They should mainly focus on other work and learn how to read and draw drawings. Li Yi used his vote to make the final decision and insisted on it. Okay. Tao Hong lowered her head and muttered while rubbing the ground with her toes. On the 3rd of December, the news that the Li family in Zhuangzi was recruiting craftsmen at a high price by the Ba River in the east of the city had spread in Chang'an. Some craftsmen went there yesterday and discussed it with Zhuangzi. When they came back, more people were tempted. How can Li Yi do this? There are not many craftsmen in the city, but he still offers double the price. County Premier Fan Ai was angry and complained to Pei Yaoqing. What do you want? Pei Yaoqing looked at Fan Ai and asked. I will reason with him. Fan Ai wanted to say something fierce, but he knew it was useless. He didn't know that His Majesty always went to Zhuangzi, but he knew Li Yi's good reputation in Chang'an, especially in Pyongkong Square. Yulan, don't worry. There are enough craftsmen in the city. It's only because the selection is too strict that we feel there is a shortage. Pei Yaoqing said to Fan Ai slowly. Yulan was Fan Ai's courtesy name. It was taken from a line in Li Sa, Hufu Ai wants she, so Yulan cannot be admired. Fan Ai's family had an official. The meaning of his courtesy name was to tell him not to impose his likes and dislikes on others. At the same time, Pei Yaoqing told him the reason why there was a shortage of craftsmen. The craftsmen had to be selected first, so a lot of craftsmen who could carve were eliminated. If the requirements were relaxed, there would naturally be more craftsmen working. Huangji, since it's like this, why don't we send other craftsmen to Li Yi? Fan Ai thought he had a good idea. The craftsmen who are selected will get twice the salary of the selected craftsmen. How can the selected craftsmen agree? Pei Yaoqing asked with a smile. Then what should we do? Fan Ai looked like he was about to scratch his ears and cheeks, pacing in circles. The matter ended in Li Yi's village, so it should be solved in Li Yi's village. Let's go to Zhuangzi and have a look. Pei Yaoqing gave a solution. In fact, he didn't know what to do, but he knew who could do it. Let's go, Huangji. You and I should go now. Fan Ai urged. He thought of something and smiled. I heard that if Li Yi goes to Zhuangzi, they don't need money to eat. They can eat on the 3rd floor of the earthly paradise. He said. No, ordinary people can only eat a bowl of noodles at most. Only officials and people who are slightly rich can eat at will. Pei Yaoqing told the truth. Li Yi is such a person? Fan Ai curled his lips. At least he gives a bowl of noodles to eat. He won't let people starve to death. Yulan. Pei Yaoqing deliberately called Fan Ai's name again. Did he mean that she forgot the meaning of her name and her name? Who can go to your house casually? You give them a bowl of noodles after they go in? Chapter 136. Fan Ai and Pei Yaoqing sat opposite each other in the carriage that was heading towards Li Yi and Zhuangzi. The carriage belonged to Pei Yaoqing. Fan Ai's position was too low, so he didn't have it. Pei Yaoqing brewed the green tea that Li Yi gave him. Fan Ai drank it a few times and asked Pei Yaoqing for some. He was used to drinking fermented tea, so he found that drinking this kind of tea was not uncomfortable at all. He quickly adapted to it. When spring comes, I will also ask someone to buy freshly picked tea. Huangji, help me send it over and make it like this. Fan Ai thought of a good idea. Pei Yaoqing picked up the teacup. It depends on whether Li Yi agrees or not. Maybe in spring, Li Yi will also collect a lot of tea. All the good things are with him. Fan Ai muttered gloomily. Pei Yaoqing smiled but didn't say anything. He knew the bitterness in his heart. There were many things that Fan Ai wanted to do well, but he couldn't find a good way to do it. As a result, before the government decree started, it was already over. Since he knew about the situation at Li Yi's place, he was even sadder. Dong Zhu, a young man who only owned 1,000 acres of land, could always give the imperial court things that were beneficial to the people. Comparing people with people? Huangji, what do you think is the situation at the Ba River of Li Yi and Zhuangzi? I think it's not as lively as getting ice in the city. Maybe there are children working with them. It's so bitter. Fan Ai suddenly talked about the scene where Li Yi and Zhuangzi were working. It was his imagination. A group of people were digging the ice there. There were not enough people, so the children had to help pull the rope. But as Dongzhu, Li didn't listen to them. He even beat and scolded the people who were slow. Pei Yaoqing listened and looked at his colleague with a surprised look. He thought, "Why do you have such a dream?" Pei Yaoqing knew that the children would never work. They would definitely study in the school. If they were faster, they could catch up with the children when they were eating. They didn't know if they would eat marijuana flowers, toast, or pancakes today. There was no stove in the school for heating. Maybe the windows would be opened for ventilation because there was a heater. You're a person who uses the stove that Li Yi created to heat your house, yet you're complaining for someone who uses a heater? The distance from the Chang and County Yamen all the way to Li Yi's Zhuangzi was more than 10 li, which was not far at all. As the two of them chatted, the teacups were refilled and the tea arrived. When the car arrived at Zhuangzi's side of the Baishui Bridge, the two people got off. Then, Fan Ai's breathing quickened and her face turned red. She stole a glance at Pei Yaoqing and only felt relieved when she saw that he wasn't looking at her. Wooden brackets were erected on the shore and ropes were tied to them. The wooden frame that looked like a grindstone with a sail was rotating, and the other end was connected to a gourd. Amidst the rustling sounds, there was no need for anyone to pull the hand gourd. The windmill completed the set of work. Cows and horses went into action, pulling flatbed carts to deliver the blocks of ice to the Zhang family's village in Zhuangzi. The people working on the ice seemed to have something under their feet. They walked steadily on the ice. More than a dozen wooden frames were placed on the ice, and there were people stepping on them. When the frames were moved away, fish actually jumped out from the place where they had just been. The frame was moved to the next position and stepped on. A moment later, another hole appeared in the ice. There was also a small frame with a drill in the middle. The person who turned the hammer smashed it with a slogan. No one held the drill. Pei Yaoqing was not in the mood to laugh at his colleagues. He was already dumbfounded. They were both chiseling and extracting ice. Why was there such a big difference between the other places in Zhuangzi's Baishui and Zhuangzi's? Even if there were 5 times as many people in other places, they still couldn't keep up with the speed here. Zhuangzi's place was really too fast. Was it because Zhuangzi was rich? No, could it be that the Yamen didn't have money? He saw Steward Song De holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Pay attention to safety. Don't be anxious. Don't lean forward when fishing. Who will save you if you fall? The river is still flowing under the ice. If you fall under the ice, you'll be finished. Where's the rope on your body? Tie it up for me. Otherwise, come up now and take your family out of here. Over there, you want to take off your clothes? Even if you're hot, you'd better hold on. After you take off your clothes, come over immediately and get your pay. When you're done, soak in the hot water pool. The clothes inside are for you to change. Don't catch a cold and have to trouble my Dongzhu to treat you." Pei Yaoqing looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, someone was swinging a sledgehammer and wanted to take off his outer clothes. Hearing the shout, he even grinned and waved in Songda's direction. In another place, there was a group of people standing at the boundary between ice and water. They tied ropes and cast a spinning net. When the net was thrown out and pulled back, the fish jumped on the ice and stopped moving. The person who cast the net also tied ropes. After the fish were thrown on the ice and stopped moving, someone behind used a rake to collect them. There was no problem with fishing. It was normal. However, the chiseling in other places didn't catch them because it was messy and easy to get into trouble. On the other hand, Zhuangzi was methodical and arranged everything clearly. He didn't make any mistakes in getting the ice and fish. The fish were transported to the shore. The people of Zhang family's village scraped the scales and removed the internal organs on the spot. Another part of the fish was placed in a wooden trough. Those that could survive were taken out and placed in other troughs to be transported away. Those that couldn't survive continued to be processed. A gust of wind blew, and the strong smell of bone broth entered his nose. Pei Yaoqing touched his stomach and felt hungry. Fan Ai ran to a shed with a head full of shock and looked at the pot. In the pot there were meat bones boiling. The cooked meat was rolling along with the boiling water. There were also pickled vegetables rolling along with the boiling water. There were dried green onions and dried coriander on the side. A woman was washing the used bowls. Looking at the water that was steaming, it was obviously hot. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many bowls?" "There are not enough bowls." The woman didn't even raise her head. "Isn't 3 to 5 bowls enough?" Fan Ai was still puzzled. "When you eat at home, do you share a bowl with everyone?" The woman asked back. "Of course not." Fan Ai understood. But he couldn't figure out what was even more puzzling. Giving the workers meat bone broth as if they were guests? After drinking a bowl, the bowl had to be washed? "You wash. What did you use to wash the bowls?" Thinking of washing the bowls, Fan Ai looked again. The woman seemed to be washing the bowls with the soap that the women in Pyongkong Square used. Soap. Fan Ai exclaimed. Soap. There's no need to add soap to the bowls. After washing them there won't be any smell. As the woman spoke, she took the bowls out of a wooden basin and placed them in another basin to wash. How do you have so many good utensils? Fan Ai didn't want to talk about the soap used to wash the bowls and changed the topic. Originally it wasn't. My Jiang family village hired people to hide ice, just like other places where ice was chiseled. The day before yesterday, when Dongzhu came over and saw someone fall on the ice, he asked people in Zhuangzi to make iron shoes tied with ropes. Later he wanted to make ice sculptures on Zhuangzi, and my Jiang family village wanted to do it. Dongzhu took out a lot of things. In the future if you have any problems you can ask Dongzhu first. With Dongzhu's help, everything will be different. The woman didn't hide anything and explained the situation. Fan Ai thought for a moment and said, if Li Yi doesn't participate, everything will be the same. If Li Yi participates, the situation will change immediately? Yes, that's the reason. As an official, if you want to eat, go to Zhuangzi's cafeteria. I'm afraid the soup here will dirty your mouth. As the woman spoke, she turned her head and saw that Fan Ai was wearing an official's uniform. She wasn't afraid. Her words made Fan Ai feel that they were thorny. Pei Yaoqing came over and heard this. He asked, does Li Yi drink it? Oh, it's the Ming residence. Dongzhu naturally knows how to drink it. Our village's bone soup is clean. Dongzhu will drink a bowl of it to warm his body when he comes over. The woman smiled. She knew Pei Yaoqing and knew that he was the head of Chang'an. Fan Ai was speechless. He felt that he was being ostracized by a village woman. He was so hurt that even 2 bowls of bone soup couldn't heal him. Chapter 137. Give me a bowl of soup. You're sweating and you're not allowed to take off your clothes. A man with a sledgehammer squeezed in. As he spoke, he picked up a bowl and scooped the soup himself, pretending not to see the 2 people. Uncle Wu, this is the magistrate of Chang'an. He's on good terms with Dongzhu. The woman said with a smile. Oh, I thought the officials were coming to bully us. The man with the sledgehammer smiled at Pei Yaoqing embarrassedly. It's okay. I'm glad that we can take care of each other. Pei Yaoqing waved his hand and picked up a bowl. He scooped a spoonful of soup, some minced meat and a dozen pickled vegetables. Fan Ai was speechless again. He couldn't understand. He was a county magistrate of Chang and a 7th grade official. Wasn't this too much? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. So he also picked up a bowl to drink the soup to comfort his wounded soul. After a mouthful of soup he was surprised. Huanji, this soup is delicious, he said to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing had already grabbed the spoon and scooped it. It's delicious. It wasn't the same a few days ago. The man with the sledgehammer said, there wasn't as much meat on the bones as there is now. Without the seasoning and ginger, Zhang's village is not as rich as Dongzhu. The woman continued, yes, the day before yesterday, Dongzhu came and said that the pickled vegetable stew time was short. The village took out 2 pots to rotate. When Dongzhu wanted ice, the bone soup was provided by Zhuangzi. Of course it was different. There was chicken soup, big bone soup, melted fat, seasoning, ginger and orange peel. It must be different with Brother Yi's help. Pei Yaoqing agreed. Li Yi did things thoughtfully. He's rich. Fan Ai echoed. He happened to eat a small piece of ginger. Suddenly he felt so comfortable that his pores opened. Then he asked, how long was it cooked? It was changed every day. The bones without meat were cracked open to see if there was any marrow. If there was, give it to the children. If not, grind it into powder and feed it to the poultry. The woman said that the bone soup rotation problem. Then she whispered, you don't know? If the chicken eats the bones, the eggs it lays are not soft. We don't even throw away the fish bones when we eat fish. Dongzhu says it's called calcium supplements. So that's how it is. Fan Ai was the most touched. He also raised a few chickens at home in order to lay and eat eggs. In the end it turned out to be a soft-shelled egg. The reason was that it had no bones. If you say it out loud, aren't you afraid that Li Yi will be angry? Fan Ai was suspicious. The woman couldn't be lying, right? The woman glared at him. Dongzhu said that the more obscure the news is, the faster it spreads. If you tell it to others like it's a secret, it won't be long before everyone knows that it was Dongzhu who spread it. Fan Ai stared blankly. He was convinced. He wondered if the Yamen could do the same in the future if it wanted to promote something that would benefit the people. When he made a formal announcement, the people did not listen or believe him. There was no need to rush to spread the news. It quickly spread among the people, saving them a lot of trouble and worry. Pei Yaoqing revealed a smile in line with Brother Yi's usual behavior. This bowl of soup warms the heart. I wonder where Brother Yi is? Pei Yaoqing put down the bowl and asked. It is indeed heartwarming, Fan Ai admitted. What he drank was not soup, but a peaceful life. It's not noon yet. He should be in the courtyard. I don't know, the woman thought and said. Let's go and find Brother Yi. Pei Yaoqing bent down and put the bowl of soup in the sink with soap water. Fan Ai quickly drank it and put it in the sink as well. The two of them did not take the carriage and led the yamen runners to the courtyard of Zhuangzi's main house. The yamen runners kept their knives and sticks as if they did not want to take them out. They were afraid that Zhuangzi had a crossbow. What if someone misunderstood and shot him to death? The yamen runners were glad that the Ming residence was on good terms with Zhuangzi's Dongzhu and did not want to deal with the young Dongzhu. Otherwise, if they were sent to arrest him, they would not be able to withstand the resistance of the villagers. It was said that Zhuangzi had good war horses and armor. In other words, Zhuangzi had armored cavalry at the crucial moment. The main roads were so smooth that the cavalry could charge. When they reached the empty space outside the main house, they stopped. A man in a cotton jacket stood in the cold wind. He held a short crossbow and stood motionless. Pei Yaoqing knew that the emperor did not come today. Otherwise, this person would have avoided him. Now the line could not be easily entered. In fact, it was fine if he went in. The other party knew him. Is Dongzhu in your house? Tell him that Pei Huanji is here to visit, Pei Yaoqing said to the veteran. Dongzhu Chang and County Magistrate Pei Ming is here. The guard did not move and shouted loudly. And me, Chang, and County Magistrate Fan Ai, Fan Yulan, Fan Ai said quickly. The veteran was silent and had no intention of shouting. Fan Ai took a deep breath. A 7th-rank official was a county magistrate outside. Why did he have no sense of presence in Zhuangzi? Just as she was thinking, a eunuch came out. The eunuch had a very thin stick in his arm and 2 more in his hands. There was also a cloth that seemed to be unfinished. Both of the eunuch's hands moved, his fingers moved and twirled the thread. Our Dongzhu is busy, please wait for half an incense. The eunuch said as his fingers moved. The thread around his waist was threaded into a stick and twirled around. At this time a palace maid ran out. She was not holding anything in her hands and looked. Yin, quickly go in. Don't cause trouble for Dongzhu. He is a county magistrate. The palace maid said. A 7th-rank county magistrate. Chang and county has 2. Tao Hong, you are always afraid of trouble. The eunuch said as he turned around. Fan Ai realized that she was being targeted again. Yes, Chang and county had 2 county magistrates. But how many Chang and county magistrates were there in the world? You people from the palace are so unreasonable? Pei Yaoqing smiled and sighed. Yulan, they are saying this to me. They are blaming me for always bringing officials here. So what if the officials are here? Fan Ai felt wronged. Can't the officials come and take a look? The Zhuangzi is different. Don't be angry with the people from the palace. Pei Yaoqing advised. I know. One of the eunuchs is called Yin, and the other palace maid is called Tao Hong. Fan Ai said angrily. That is not the case. Sigh. Anyway, don't think about causing trouble for them. You have to think about why a young man from Zhuangzi, Dongzhu would have palace maids and eunuchs waiting on him. Pei Yaoqing said this for the last time. He felt that his colleague was looking for death. He had to consider pulling himself out of this mess. This was not the time to talk about loyalty. Tao Hong listened and did not say a word. After the two of them finished speaking, she smiled and said, Ming residents and minor residents, please wait in the courtyard. It is cold outside. Thank you. Pei Yaoqing clasped his hands and walked in. Fan Ai followed behind him unhappily. She knew that Li Yi was powerful, but she did not expect him to be this powerful. When the two of them entered, the 2 eunuchs and the palace maid did not move. Tao Hong brought in 2 cups of hot orange juice. She said, seeing that it is noon, the Ming residents and minor residents must not be full, so there is no tea. If the tea is accompanied by snacks, you will not be able to eat later. Tao Hong's words made Fan Ai take it seriously. Drinking tea with an empty stomach was bullying the guests. But when she thought about how it was changed to juice and not snacks, this was amazing. At this time, Li Yi had finished his work. Just now, he had applied pressure to stop the bleeding after suturing the cadaver. Normally, a living person would need to apply pressure for about 15 minutes. He followed the procedure and applied pressure, even though the cadaver did not bleed. When he heard the bell, he ignored it. If it was a patient who had just undergone surgery, would he throw it out? When it was time, he released his hand and put the cadaver back. He took off his clothes and washed his hands. He felt that he had learned a lot. Chapter 138. Seeing Pei Yaoqing, Li Yi was not surprised at all. He smiled and asked, "Ming residents? Brother Yi, how have you been?" Pei Yaoqing replied. Li Yi understood and said, "Brother Pei has some free time today. It's almost noon, let's talk while we eat." "Good." Pei Yaoqing smiled and nodded. He then introduced his colleague, "This is Minister Fan." "It's Minister Fan. Sorry for the inconvenience." Li Yi clasped his hands. Fan Ai was still thinking about the series of events that had just happened. He paused for a while before he reacted, "You are indeed an impressive young man." "Minister Fan, you flatter me," Li Yi said modestly. He did not know why Pei Yaoqing brought a minister here. He had heard of Fan Ai's name. "Shopkeeper, you had invited Fan Ai to Pyongkong Square to play." The group then abandoned the shopkeeper and ran away. The next morning, shopkeeper Yu collapsed and was sent to Jianghu for emergency treatment. This was the first time Fan Ai had seen the legendary young man Dongzhu. He thought about all the stories he had heard and looked at him carefully. This young man looked delicate and pretty, but did not give off a weak feeling. His clear eyes carried a kind of indifference, as if nothing could confuse him. "Brother Yi, what are we eating today?" Pei Yaoqing did not want to keep standing. "Pig slaughter dish." Li Yi said 3 words. It was indeed pig slaughter dish. To entertain the workers, they killed a few extra pigs. There was also a lot of blood sausages. They could ask the yamen to help them eat. The group of people went to the canteen. The yamen runners were familiar with it. They heard that there was pig slaughter dish and found the place by smelling it. The few of them had a small pot and some garlic sauce. They relaxed and ate. "Brother Yi, if I didn't come today, I wouldn't know that you had made a new item. In the future, if you have something useful like this, you must take the initiative to bring it out," Pei Yaoqing said with a grumbling look. Li Yi thought for a while and nodded. To prevent slippage, more people should know about it. But the tools used to drill ice are of better quality. I'm afraid it can't be promoted. Don't be afraid. We'll still make ice lanterns next year. Moreover, the rich families have stored a lot of ice this year. Next year's summer will be more comfortable, so they'll definitely store more ice in winter. Pei Yaoqing looked at the problem from the perspective of development. Fan Ai, who was standing at the side, was a little anxious. She and the others had come to ask about the craftsmen. How did they end up talking about making things? He coughed and reminded Pei Yaoqing to get to the point. Thus, Pei Yaoqing continued to complain, "Little brother Yi, you're making me suffer with this recruitment." Li Yi blinked as if asking, "What are you talking about? What does it have to do with you that I'm looking for someone?" "Li Dongzhu is like this," Fan Ai explained. "Chang An's recruitment process is a selection process. Those who are good will be promoted, and those who are not good will be demoted." Li Yi understood after hearing his words. So that was how it was. "But the salary you give to the best is too low. Ice sculptors are only paid 5 feet of silk a day. One of the rentals was to make people work for free. If a person didn't go, they would have to hand in 3 feet of silk every day. Usually when hiring people, these 3 feet of silk would be a day's salary. In the middle of winter, looking for someone to carve ice, 5 feet of silk, how can you negotiate the price? I'll take your people away with just 10 feet of silk? I'll even provide food. That's what I want, but I have to solve this problem. Minister of Finance, are the good craftsmen leaving and the slightly worse ones waiting?" Li asked. "Yes, a few have already come here." Fan Ai was helpless. "Easy, raise the price," Li Yi said casually. He picked up a blood sausage, dipped it in the garlic sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. The sausage's casing had been cooked for a long time. Pei Yaoqing said, "If the price is high this year, won't it be impossible to lower it next year? Why should it be lowered? This year the ice sculptures and lanterns were successful. Those who sponsored the project realized the benefits. Next year there will be more people who want to pay." Li Yi gave another set of reasons. The ice lanterns were beautiful and there was no curfew. This was called promoting economic development. Unfortunately, business taxes were not collected. Otherwise they would earn more. However, it was not bad for the rich to pay and the workers to earn money. In winter, people would come out for a stroll and look at the beautiful ice lanterns. It could ease their mood. Pei Yaoqing and Fan Ai looked at each other and felt that it was reasonable, but, "Brother Yi, pay more. If the experts come here, the city will not have enough time to rush the work." Pei Yaoqing pointed out the crux of the problem. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi already have apprentices. When it comes to carpentry, the apprentices will do the initial processing, and then the craftsmen will take over. Li casually gave a solution. Yes, Huanji, asked the craftsmen who were eliminated before to do the work in front of the ice sculptures. Fan Ai's mood instantly improved. Simple, she would go back and do it. Li also felt that it was simple and said, this way we can make more ice sculptures. Deliberately make it rough and reduce the price to those who were hesitant to pay. Fan Ai heard and put down her chopsticks. She looked at Li again and secretly thought, this young man is bad. How did you pretend to be so pure? Seeing that you are so good to others and willing to spend money, I thought you were a kind person. Who would have thought that you have so many tricks up your sleeves and deliberately make it rough and cheap? Okay. Pei Yaoqing was tempted. Li continued to add, actually you don't have to force people to pay. If there are merchants who are not willing to buy ice sculptures, you can give them to them. For free? Pei Yaoqing asked. Yes, for free. If you don't dig out the place for the lanterns, it will look good during the day. If they have the ability to dig out the place for the lanterns, we don't have to care. Our lanterns are mass-produced and cheap. Moreover, candles are better than oil lamps. The candles made in Zhuangzi basically do not emit black smoke. After Li finished speaking, Pei Yaoqing's eyes lit up and Fan Ai trembled. Fan Ai quickly drank the soup in the pig-slaughtered dish to warm herself up. Brother Yi, last time you said that it is not good to use silk as the wick for the candles. What exactly do you use? Pei Yaoqing wanted to know. I can't keep it a secret. Here are the candles. You will know once you open them. In fact, I use reeds and silk as the wick. Li revealed the secret. But what he did not say was that the reeds were straight and then dipped in melted oil layer by layer. It was not a vessel that was placed there and the oil was poured in before the wick was inserted and cooled. The process was complicated, so the oil would not drip out when the candle was burned. His paraffin wax also did not drip out because there was a layer of plastic on the outside. Without the plastic, the wax would still drip out. Pei Yaoqing did not know the trick. He gave Fan Ai a look. See? Li was so kind that he would answer any question. Fan Ai was a little confused. He always felt that he could not see through Li. He picked up a piece of pork belly with his chopsticks and dipped it in the soy sauce. He ate it with a satisfied expression. It was delicious and not greasy at all. He smiled and asked Li Dongzhu, do you want to buy a few ice sculptures next to the main road in the city? Li raised his head to look at him and smiled. Sure, can you introduce me to a few places? Just kidding. Fan Ai quickly refused. He always felt that if he really sold the location there would be big trouble. I do want to buy it. Li looked sincere. I'm not selling it. Fan Ai said firmly. Chapter 139. Now that Brother Yi's Zhuangzi is here, I don't want to go back. I feel like this is the place I should govern. Pei Yaoqing quickly changed the topic. Fan Ai was slightly surprised and agreed, exactly. Li looked at the two of them and shook his head. He knew what they meant, but he also knew that even if he were to govern a county, he wouldn't be able to do what Zhuangzi was doing now. Brother Pei Fan Xiaofu, give more people jobs and reward more people who can increase the production of goods. Only then will the place under your governance slowly improve. Li could only say this for now. After the meal, the two of them admired Zhuangzi's windmill and new way of making ice before leaving with a real ice drill and anti-slip shoes. Bring it back to me when you're done. Li didn't forget to remind them about the ice drill when he walked them out of Zhuangzi. The carriage and the group didn't respond. Li didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after he shouted, the carriage seemed to speed up. Brother E. Li walked back. Before he reached the courtyard, the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, came looking for him. When he saw him, Li directly asked, Brother Wang, are you going to admire the ice lanterns in the imperial plantation? No, the imperial plantation has ice lanterns. Her Majesty won't come and outsiders can't enter. I'm here to buy ice and stock up on ice. Wang Xing pretended to be mysterious as he blinked his eyes. You're not going to get it from the river? Li asked. The ice in the river is not as good as the ice in the well. Also, the ice in the river costs the same amount of money. The price difference is not big. If you buy ice from the well, you can buy it for 10 bowls or 100 bowls. Wang Xing gestured with his hands as he explained the reason. Li understood. It was the same as the industry he had been in before. To treat rhinitis, the patient would be prescribed rhinitis medicine. After the patient saw it, they would go to the pharmacy outside to buy it. The price would not fluctuate much. If the patient wanted to make a powder for Chuanxiong tea, the patient would go to the pharmacy outside and ask. They would have to spend money to buy it at the inspection place. The price. On the other hand, Wang Xing's operation was even more perfect. His own Zhuangzi's items had always been good. Using a windmill to pressure the well, using a special box to condense the ice, removing the ice in a de-icing pond, and directly storing it in an ice cellar. Wasn't this set high-end, grand and high-class? There were all kinds of things in the river, including feces and urine. The well was very clean. "All right, Brother Wang, how much do you want?" Li Yi asked. "How much is it?" Wang Xing asked. Li Yi stretched out 5 fingers and said, 10 fingers per square meter. Hearing Li Yi's numbers and gestures, Wang Xing instantly understood. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment. This Brother Yi, isn't it too much?" "Not much. After all, Brother Wang has to take care of many people." Li Yi smiled and shook his head. He knew that Wang Xing was asking if it was too much for Wang Xing to take half, not that it was too expensive. Wang Xing took the money and had to share it with the people in the imperial plantation. Wang Xing swallowed and said, "Zhuangzi's wood ear and monkey head mushrooms have been growing less and less recently for some reason. I'll take some for Brother Yi to see and help you find out what's wrong." "That's good. The last time General Gao came, he said that the taste was bad. I'll use Brother Wang's imperial plantation to ask General Gao to try." Li Yi acted as if he was serious. Wang Xing felt that he was taking too much money, so he wanted to reduce the wood ear and monkey head mushrooms in the imperial plantation. Originally, half of it was given to Li Yi and the other half to the imperial plantation. This time he gave more to Li Yi. Li Yi told Wang Xing that he would help him find a way out. Yang Si-sun wanted to deal with him, but he still had Gao Lisher. When he saw him, he would take his things as a tribute. Thus Wang Xing happily went back. The two of them had to go through the process. Li Yi muttered, "Everyone wants to benefit. I have Zhuangzi. They listen to me, especially the migrant workers. They are in a difficult time. When their days are better, they will naturally pursue more things. This is the driving force for social development. As an official, it's difficult to balance these interests. A bowl of water can't be balanced just because you say so." After he finished speaking, he returned to the courtyard and picked up the 10 volumes of the Compendium of Materia Medica. He flipped through them and muttered to himself, "But no matter how much one pursues personal interests, one's heart should always be good. The ancient people wrote works that benefited the people, but they didn't make any money." Li Yi weighed the book in his hand. For a moment he didn't know how heavy the Compendium of Materia Medica was. He couldn't think of what weight to use on one end of the scale. Turning around, he entered the dissection room and continued to study. Pei Yaoqing and Fan Ai hurried back to the yamen and found the other county officials, Du Yin and Du Fangjing, who had just returned from pulling in investments. The three of them whispered and unanimously decided not to look for the Imperial Household Supervisor or the Ministry of Works. They would use their own money to build things and find craftsmen. This way the credit would belong to Li Yi. However, the three of them would take the credit. Li Yi wasn't an official. With money they could pull in a lot of investments. They had a small treasury. They had the final say and didn't need to ask the Ministry of Revenue for help. The county yamen began to recruit craftsmen in large numbers. The craftsmen who had been eliminated at the beginning were unhappy when they received a notice that they had been rehired. They had to prepare to work and get paid. Before the sky turned dark, a lot of anti-slip shoes were made and distributed. The ice chiselers put them on and said that they were good. "Buy 2 pigs and kill them. Tomorrow we will eat pig dishes in the county." Pei Yaoqing, who was praised by the people, asked the 2 county officials, "It's a pity we don't have garlic sauce." Fan Ai looked at Pei Yaoqing and whispered, "Garlic sauce." Du Yin licked his lips and had a look of yearning. In the 12th lunar month there were a lot of people slaughtering pigs. Naturally there were also a lot of pig dishes. Simmering pickled cabbage and big white meat slices together, there was nothing more satisfying than dipping them in garlic sauce. Garlic was easy to buy, but soy sauce, if you have a craving for food, you will be elected to the palace. Fan Ai said to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing said helplessly, "I can't buy soy sauce that costs 55 copper coins per caddy." "I see that Li Dongzhu has a lot of affection for the Ming residents." Fan Ai advised. "Look at you, you keep calling yourself Brother E and Brother Pei. You should get some soy sauce." "That's why I can't ask for it." Pei Yaoqing refused. Sigh, Fan Ai and Du Yin sighed together. Early in the morning of the 4th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Qingqi went to Zhuangzi to look for Li Yi. He also sighed before eating. Li Yi cooperated. "Big brother, what are you worried about? We can't use the basketball court this year. You should keep the grass to feed the animals." Li Qingqi used chopsticks to press the deep-fried dough sticks into the goat's milk. "Is it because of the floor heating?" Li Yi pondered. The most difficult part was that the floor heating was not easy to control in winter. If the grass was transplanted, it would be easy to freeze or burn to death. Li Qingqi shook his head. We didn't get much advertising money. The rich family said that we spent it on the ice lanterns. Li Yi understood. So it's because you can't see the future and don't know the use of advertising for football matches. Yes, Brother Yi is right. I can't force them to pay. Speaking of this, Li Qingqi was in a bad mood. He wanted to benefit the people. If he used his identity as King Song to make a request, the people would be afraid and pay. They would then resent him. Big brother, don't be anxious. It's easy to handle. You can just kick them first. You can give them an advertisement or a match for free. Let's see whose business is worth giving a favor to. After the match, many people will buy it. If the business is good, others will naturally be willing to pay. Li Yi thought that it was a big deal. His big brother wanted to earn advertising money. He didn't even want to give him a free trial. I'll listen to Brother Yi. Hurry up and prepare the grass. I will ask someone to come and get it. Li Qingqi was relieved. Chapter 140. After breakfast, Li Qingqi ran away. He wanted to find a shop in Chang, and with average business. It couldn't be too good compared to his peers. To find a shop, he had to find someone who had a good relationship with him or someone who could do him a favor. He had to ask Li Longji. He couldn't ask for favors. He had to see who Li Longji wanted to give benefits to. If Li Yi didn't appear, he didn't care about anything and never got involved in any administrative matters. He played music all day, looked for all kinds of women, and even went to the pear garden to play music and drum with others. He didn't have any power, but he also had power. At least no one dared to provoke him. He gave up the position of crown prince, so Li Longji had to protect him. Whoever provoked him would slap Li Longji in the face. Now it was different. He didn't get involved in politics. He found another door and could do things. There was no court meeting in the capital today. He didn't need to go to Hanyuan Palace or Shangyang Palace. Li Longji directly asked about politics in Xingqing Palace. If an official above the 5th rank had something to do, he had to send a memorial to the minister of his department, no, the minister of state. Then the minister would send someone to send it to the Political Affairs Hall. In the Political Affairs Hall, Prime Minister Yao Chong thought that if he wanted to say something in front of the emperor, he should inform the official in advance. The official had to wait. If the emperor suddenly wanted to see someone and ask, he had to go in quickly. If the minister of each department had something urgent, he didn't need to go to the Political Affairs Hall and directly went to Li Longji. Yao Chong couldn't monopolize the court in this aspect. Even if he didn't show Li Longji the memorial, he had to have a copy. When Yao Chong met Li Longji, he only said a small part of the things that he thought were important and needed to be said face to face. Other memorials that weren't urgent were sent to Li Longji, who would review them. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report. The Turkic Khan Macho has killed Khan Shurshug. Macho is now reorganizing his forces and is afraid that he will invade the borders of the Tang dynasty next year. Yao Chong first talked about the war in foreign countries. 2 groups of people fought each other. One captured the other and the other survived. After that, he tried to think of a way to take revenge. The younger brother of the person who had caught him got in touch with the person who had been caught. The 2 of them worked together to capture the older brother. Then, the younger brother and the older brother were killed together. The one who was killed was Shir Suaga, and the one who killed was Mazip. Neither of them was a good person. Both of them had fought against the Tang dynasty. Shir Suaga had once invaded the border and killed the Tang dynasty's Anshi Protectorate's great general Niu Shijiang. After killing him, he even burned down the city. That's not all. Tell Tang Chao to bring me the head of Zong Chuk. The Tang dynasty did not give it to them. The other party did not really want Zong Chuk's head. They just wanted to make a ruckus after killing Zong Chuk. However, Zong Chuk was still killed in the end. He colluded with Empress Wei to stir up trouble. Empress Wei's faction was destroyed by Li Longji and then Zong Chuk. The reason for this was that when Li Longji's uncle Li Xian was the emperor, he wanted to make Shir Suaga the Jinha commandery prince. Shir Suaga's subordinate Mazip was unhappy and bribed Zong Chuk. Zong Chuk caused trouble, so Shir Suaga was not given the title. Li Longji's uncle Li Xian did not dare to deal with Zong Chuk. In the end, Li Xian was poisoned to death because of his weakness. Li Longji listened to Yao Chong and did not think much of it. People on the same side killed people on the same side. As for Mazip's faction growing, that was a matter for next year. Would he be able to attack in the middle of winter? Yao Chong did not say much about this matter. He talked about another matter. Your Majesty, the Eastern Palace is deserted. There are not many officials. Yao Chong told Li Longji that it was time to appoint a crown prince. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong and said, "There is no rush." He was waiting for the empress's son, and not the second son Li Xiqin that he made the crown prince and later killed. If Empress Wang was not pregnant, there was still a month before Li Xiqin became the crown prince. There were already signs of this before, which was why Empress Wang was anxious. Li Longji did not care about the eldest son or the second son. The empress had a son. When he was born, he wanted to see who would dare to use the fact that the empress was childless and that the heavens were not in the right position to cause trouble for him. What did it have to do with the heavens? It was just a small problem. He could just take some medicine. Yao Chong did not say much and talked about other matters. He said that if the ice lanterns were used to lift the curfew, security would have to be increased, especially at the palace gates. Yao Qing is very good at reading people. You can make a list to choose the winter palace guards. I will personally lead the winged knights to support you. Li Longji asked Yao Chong to do as he saw fit. Who would be in charge of security? You can make a list. However, don't think about the winged knights. I will do it myself. I understand. Yao Chong expressed his submission. Your Majesty, you are amazing. Since the appearance of the 3,000 winged knights in the military parade and the permanent residence in the Forbidden Garden, many generals have been very careful. After the matter was finished, Yao Chong came out. Looking at the sky, he could not tell what time it was. He asked someone and it was still half an hour away. It was time to eat. Yao Chong thought of the free food in the political affairs hall and suddenly lost his appetite. He dug in his sleeve and took out a membership card. It was the membership card of the Celestial World. Someone gave it to him as a gift. For 1,000 he could go up to the 3rd floor to eat stir-fried food. Recently it is popular to kill pigs. I have made it at home. It is not delicious. Let's go to the Celestial World. Yao Chong whispered. He called 2 attendants and went to the East Market. When he arrived, he looked up. The revolving restaurant of the Celestial World was still revolving. It was covered by a thin veil and there were heating measures inside, so it was not cold. The 4 female attendants in beautiful clothes standing at the door saw him and immediately saluted. They said in a crisp voice, "Honorable guest, there are seats on the 3rd floor." Good. Yao Chong was satisfied. He felt that he was lucky. Every time he came, he would be able to catch the situation of the private room. He walked in and heard the voice of the female attendant behind him. "Honorable guest, do you have a reservation? The 3rd floor is full." Yao Chong wanted to laugh. Look, there was no room at all. When he went up to the 3rd floor, his smile disappeared. This was because he saw that there were 2 private rooms made of partitions that were empty. He took the membership card from others for free, but he was not an idiot. Maybe only when I am in the Li family Zhuangzi will I feel that I am an ordinary person. Yao Chong sighed softly and sat in the private room by the window. Then he was stunned again. There was a 4-inch wide open space under the screen window, but there was no wind blowing in. He reached out to check the temperature outside. Pa, he touched something. Translucent glass? Li has such a good thing? Yao Chong suddenly understood. This was the Celestial World knew that he, the Prime Minister, would occasionally come to eat, so they told Li Yi. Li Yi took out the transparent glass and put it in this position. Only he could sit in this partition. Well? Yao Chong recognized it. By the way, he repositioned Li Yi in his heart. This is a young Dongzhu with many tricks but still countless secrets. Good ability, good endurance. Yao Chong found that Li Yi had a lot of things that could make more money, but he did not take them out. If the political enemy was like this, he would not dare to easily make a move in the face of it. You did not know how many tricks he had hidden. He felt that in the peaceful and warm Zhuangzi, there was actually a magic that could make people choose between life and death. Chapter 141. What do you want to eat? The maid's voice interrupted Yao Chong's thoughts. He said, "Is there a dish for slaughtering pigs?" What a coincidence. Today's dish for slaughtering pigs is on a special price. It only costs a handful. The maid said with a smile as if she was happy with him. Yao Chong? He didn't want to laugh at all. He didn't believe it. What coincidence. I asked if other guarantees were also coincidental, right? Just the dish for slaughtering pigs. Call your manager here. Yao Chong wanted to find someone to ask. Wait a moment. The maid gave Yao Chong a sweet smile and left. Not long after, Xiaoyun, the big shot in Nankou, came with a plate in person. She put it on the table and removed the earthenware pot for slaughtering pigs. There were also spicy cabbage, cucumber with garlic, sea cabbage with onion slices and coriander oysters. In addition, there was a bundle of 50-degree liquor and 2 sets of tableware. The maid took the plate away from behind and Xiaoyun sat down. Xiaoyun, are you on duty today? Yao Chong asked. He knew her not only in Heavenly World but also in Pyongkong Square. Yes, it's me. Xiaoyun said as she scooped garlic sauce for Yao Chong. Yao Chong sat up straight. He didn't dare to despise Xiaoyun. He didn't think he could crush her when it came to poetry, essays, scriptures and books. If it was a competition of zither, song and dance, he would be crushed. Among them, the big shot referred to the drinking game. This kind of big shot led everyone to liven up the atmosphere. Do you feel wrong to work in heavenly world? Yao Chong didn't know why he asked such a question. Xiaoyun bit her lips and rolled her eyes. She looked delicate and charming and then nodded gently. When I first came here, it was just like what you said. Her simple movement and voice caused Yao Chong, who was already so old, to feel his heart tremble. Fortunately, Yao Chong knew that this was a normal operation and could not be interpreted in depth. So he naturally followed the conversation and asked, "What about now?" Now he was even more resentful. If only life was like the first time we met. Xiaoyun blinked her eyes and spoke in a low voice, making people feel pity for her. Yao Chong wanted to ask why, but he held himself back. Xiaoyun didn't take it seriously and said, "The heavenly world is Li Dongzhu's shop. I haven't seen him since he came here that day. It's really easy to say goodbye but difficult to see again." Yao Chong closed his eyes. Just now, he actually had the impulse to go to the Li family Zhuangzi and drag Li Yi over. It was too scary. Xiaoyun was not so powerful when he saw her in the past. With a single sentence it was easy to say goodbye but difficult to meet again. Immediately he started to think about the future. Flowing water, flowers, spring and heaven on earth. That was a feeling of using the power of auxiliary words to affect people's mood. This glass, this position and this pig slaughtering dish at a special price. How can you eat these 4 side dishes in one go? The spicy cabbage can't be found anywhere in the whole Tang dynasty except in the hands of Li Yi. Yao Chong didn't want to be disturbed, so he said in a low voice, "They're all prepared for Boss Yao. When we knew that Boss Yao had a membership card, we immediately sent someone to tell Dongzhu. Dongzhu ordered people to send these and asked us to try to charge less money from Boss Yao." Xiaoyun held the wine bouquet in one hand and the other hand, whispered to Yao Chong and winked, showing a mischievous look. Did he say why? Yao Chong controlled himself and didn't want to fall into her trap. Xiaoyun poured wine for them and put down the wine bouquet. It's difficult to be in a high position. It's difficult to satisfy people's desires. It's difficult to satisfy people's desires. It's normal to fall into the abyss forever. Dongzhu knows that you came here with a membership card from someone else. He's afraid that you'll ask for more money after the card runs out. You're the Prime Minister's assistant. Who dares to punish you? The more you want, the more you want. Even your family wants it. In the long run, can you still turn back? At that time, you won't know that you're a guest in a dream. Xiaoyun's face was tranquil. She didn't look as charming as before. Her voice was soft, but it was less tender. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Yao Chong quietly. Yao Chong was completely stunned. So that's how it is. Li Yi knew that he could save a seat and reduce the price by taking a membership card from someone else so that he could afford to eat. In this way he didn't have to ask for bribes. He could also recharge money for every meal. Even when he needed to recharge money, the special price would be 10 copper coins per meal. Thank you for your advice. Yao Chong raised his hand and made a fist salute. Xiaoyun stood up and returned the salute. She said, "This glass is also specially prepared for you. Through it you can do righteous things. Through it you can see the suffering of the people." With that, Xiaoyun picked up the wine cup with both hands. She raised her head and drank it all. Yao Chong hurriedly raised his cup and drank it. The smell of the wine rushed and he was suddenly out of breath. He took a long breath and slowly exhaled. Then he looked at Xiaoyun and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll find an excuse to punish you? I was sold when I was young. I don't know my family and have no worries. If I can persuade you, it's worth it even if I die." Xiaoyun raised her chin and said proudly. Yao Chong was shocked. He wanted to raise his hand. He was afraid that Xiaoyun would jump down after saying that. As a result, Xiaoyun suddenly stuck out her tongue and smiled shyly. "Of course, I still know that His Majesty has a share in heavenly earth in the face of the 5th prince. Boss Yao won't do anything to me." Yao Chong? He pretended to be angry. "What if I do? I'll take revenge for the smallest grievance." "Dongzhu isn't. My family's Dongzhu is the Prime Minister. He's magnanimous and wins people over with virtue. Even if Steward Songda is bullied, he won't dare to stand up for him," Xiaoyun said with a smile. Yao Chong suddenly trembled. He admitted that he was more afraid of that young man Dongzhu. That young man was evil and had a black heart. What did she mean by, Steward Songda is bullied and didn't dare to stand up for him? What did Steward Liang and the others have experienced? And Steward Yu even now still couldn't enter Kong Square. You girl, why aren't you pouring wine for this old man? Yao Chong pointed at Xiaoyun and pretended to be angry. Boss Yao, please forgive me. Xiaoyun poured wine for the two people again. Then she turned sideways and opened the satchel that Li Yi gave her and all the women in heavenly earth. She took out a small wooden box and put it on the table. Dongzhu Yao, this is what the people in the palace told me to give you when I met you when they came to eat. Xiaoyun pointed at the beautiful wooden box. Yao Chong directly took it and opened it. He leaned back and looked at it carefully. He whispered, this mirror? He knew that Empress Wang had a lot of mirrors, big and small. They were all given by Li Yi. Li Yi wouldn't give them to anyone else. Xiaoyun held up the cup again. It can be seen that the clothes are upright and the heart is sincere. Looking at the affairs of the palace, there should be no competition since ancient times. When Yao Chong heard this, the hand holding the mirror trembled slightly. He understood that the Empress knew something, so she wanted to stop it. She had arranged a backup plan many days ago. Today or in the next few days, even if he didn't go to heavenly earth, he would have other opportunities to meet a mirror. This mirror didn't just mean that the clothes were upright and the heart was sincere. Wei Zheng spoke bluntly and was tolerated by Taizong. But after death, and looking at the affairs of the palace, it was talking about the problem of Empress Jiangxuan's tomb that Wei Zheng said. Now it seemed that Empress Wang was telling him not to interfere. Be careful not to say too much and end up like Wei Zheng. Yao Chong thought about His Majesty's response to the Crown Prince today. He sighed secretly and put away the mirror.